Chapter 16, 200 Years of Tao Enlightenment. Chapter 16, 200 Years of Tao Enlightenment. The prime of youth easily Pa said. Time flashed by. In a blink, over 10 years Pa said. On this day, a spatial ripple occurred in the spatial node once again. Cold Feather's entire body trembled all over, suddenly snapping open both eyes and staring fixedly at Yuan. Impossible. It's just been over 10 years, and he actually already comprehended late-stage, first-layered heaven spatial laws. Cold Feather kind of doubted whether just now was a misconception or not. One had to know, he was also merely late-stage, first-layered heaven currently. Back then, he spent over 10,000 years and comprehended to this step, and even patted himself on the back, feeling quite satisfied. After all, entering the spatial inheritance, there was only him who could survive. However, this guy in front of him, whose hair was not even fully grown, yet was actually already keeping up with him. Cold Feather was instantly fluid teared. These few years, he had no lack of reproving Yi Yuan. It was not that he wanted to scheme on something, but it was just that he felt that Yi Yuan was wasting his life. He felt that Yi Yuan would come to regret it one day. But now, he discovered that he was so ignorant. He only used over a decade's time and went from middle stage to late stage. This disparity could only use the difference like cloud and mud to describe it. What was this called? There would not be harm without comparison. Finally, Yi Yuan slowly opened both eyes. His eyes also faintly revealed excitement. Spatial laws were indeed entirely different from the laws that he comprehended in the past. Too difficult. The Heavenspan world's spatial structure was on a completely different level from the Immortal Grove world. S.P.A.C. was the foundation to give rise to myriad life. It was one of the forms of this world's most fundamental source. If there was an S.P.A.C., whatever Sword Tao laws, whatever laws of fire, whatever laws of wind, they would not have the foundation to exist at all. The more he comprehended, the more Yi Yuan felt its extensiveness and profoundness. You broke through? Although he knew the answer, Cold Feather still could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "So many years of hard work finally wasn't in vain. But what you said is right. The difficulty of spatial laws indeed exceeded my imaginations. Most likely, I can't go out within a short time." Yi Yuan did not fear the danger of the chaotic S.P.A.C. It was just that not going out within a short time. He was rather worried about Liu they all. But Yi Yuan was still sure of things with Xian Yu around. This person's personality was warm, and both master and disciples also received considerable benefits from him. Presumably, he should take care of Liu they all. Cold Feather swallowed his saliva, feeling rather parched as he said gloomily, "This is spatial law. Even if one's talent is heaven-defying, I've also never heard before being able to break through within such a short time. How did you do it?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Actually, it's also an accident that I could comprehend spatial laws. It's because I cultivated Sword Tao laws to a transcendent realm that I drew parallels from inference and accidentally comprehended spatial laws." Cold Feather's gaze turned intent, and he said in surprise, "So, each time you enter the chaotic S.P.A.C., it's actually entering the S.P.A.C. to comprehend spatial laws with Sword Tao." Yi Yuan nodded his head, considered to have tacitly acknowledged it. Cold Feather never thought that there was actually someone capable of comprehending spatial laws through this kind of method. Drawing parallels from inference, he naturally knew. But comprehending other laws with this kind of method was normally all lower-level laws. It was still his first time hearing of someone being able to comprehend a higher-order law through a lower-order law. Although Sword Tao laws were formidable compared to spatial laws, it was a long way off. Yi Yuan smiled and said to Cold Feather with clasped hands, "Brother Cold Feather, I'm going in. If I can comprehend it one day, I'll bring you out." Finished talking, Yi Yuan took out the Junyi sword, leaped, and entered the chaotic S.P.A.C. once more, leaving behind Cold Feather with a dazed look. Suddenly, Cold Feather's entire body started trembling. What did he say just now? I can go out? I Cold Feather actually have a day where I can still go back. In these 100 over 1,000 years, Cold Feather had long given up on hopes of going out already. He thought that he would slowly grow old inside this cold S.P.A.C. and slowly die. But one day, a young man ran in front of him and said, "I'll bring you out." This kind of agitation, who could understand? If Yuan said these sorts of words when he just came in, Cold Feather would definitely turn his nose up in contempt and ridicule the other party's ignorance. In reality, he also did so. But now, Cold Feather really saw hope. If he developed according to this momentum, perhaps Yuan could really comprehend spatial laws. Cold Feather discovered that he, this so-called genius, was on a completely different level from Yuan. Not just comprehension ability, also tenacity and heart of martial Tao. Cold Feather knew that this kind of cultivation was completely dreary and tasteless. Being able to go up a level, one would definitely somewhat relax their thinking. But Yuan did not even stop for a second and plunge into training once more. Furthermore, Yuan narrowly escaped death inside the chaotic S.P.A.C. After treating it, he would enter the chaotic S.P.A.C. once more without hesitation. But him? He was still afraid. He had come to terms with death. But Yuan became more courageous in the face of setbacks. He could defeat his heart of fear. Time flew by quickly. In a twinkle, another 20 years passed. Inside the chaotic S.P.A.C., Yuan's figure was akin to an illusion flash. Plusing erratically. Suddenly, he stopped in a region of S.P.A.C., his brows tightly locked. My first layered heaven spatial laws had already been perfected for quite a while now. But this second layered heaven, I keep failing to find the breakthrough point. Second layered heaven, just what is it? Yuan muttered to himself. Spatial inheritance. The inheritances left behind were exceedingly few. The people who knew its profundities were even in the minority. Yuan entered first layered heaven spatial laws by stumbling about blindly. But this second layered heaven, he kept failing to comprehend it. Yuan's gaze suddenly landed on the S.P.A.C. above his head. There was his reflection. Yuan's eyes lit up. A hint of understanding flashed across in his heart. 100 years in a flash. This was an extremely short time to any deity rel powerhouse. But to Yuan, it was like the sea had changed into a mulberry field. After rebirthing, all of his cultivation time, added together, was also merely a short 100 over years. But comprehending spatial laws actually used 100 years of his time. On this day, Yuan was in close seclusion in the spatial node. All of a sudden, the entire S.P.A.C. started trembling. The originally incomparably stable spatial node actually had signs of collapsing too. Cold Feather was greatly alarmed and said, "What happened? Amen?" Yuan, he comprehended the laws. Cold Feather looked over towards Yuan and discovered that Yuan was clearly right in front of him, but was so unreal. This kind of feeling was contradictory to the extreme. In these 100 years, Yuan's growth, he took it all into his sights and had long prostrated on all fours in admiration already. He finally knew that there was an insurmountable gulf between him and Yuan. Genius was already insufficient to describe this young man. But even so, he also did not think that this day actually came so quickly. Rumble. The spatial node started collapsing, fragmenting into countless pieces. A terrifying energy undulation squeezed over toward Cold Feather. Cold Feather's expression changed, and he cried out in alarm. Yuan, save me. Chapter 1603, Bullying People Too Far. Chapter 1603, Bullying People Too Far. Yuan slowly opened his eyes and took a step out, and he then instantly arrived beside Cold Feather. He grabbed Cold Feather's collar and said coolly, "Come, let's go out." Finished talking, Yuan took a step out once more and already entered inside the chaotic S.P.A.C. The surrounding S.P.A.C. was collapsing nonstop. The horrifying energy undulation made Coldfeather's heart palpitating. These energy undulations, if he touched a little bit, it was also dying without any burial ground. However, Yi Yuan brought him along akin to strolling idly in a courtyard, shuttled back and forth inside these chaotic S.P. S without any obstruction at all, seeing these surrounding S.P. A.S. shatter piece by piece, but it was like they were situated between two worlds. It did not affect them at all. After the astonishment, Coldfeather was envious to the extreme. What did he enter this spatial inheritance for? Wasn't it in order to comprehend spatial laws? Only a short while ago, he was also puffed up with pride, thinking that he could rely on his outstanding talent to comprehend spatial laws and become a powerhouse of his generation. But the blow of reality made him utterly give up hope. Spatial laws were really not what so-called geniuses could comprehend. All the way until later, Coldfeather thought that it was completely impossible for someone to comprehend spatial laws in the spatial inheritance. Hence, after Yi Yuan entered, he beat Yi Yuan down relentlessly without any mercy, mocking him for overestimating his own ability. But today, this young man in front of him really succeeded. Furthermore, he only used 100 years. This made him have an impulse to vomit blood. This kid was simply a freak. He was clearly the Pill Tower's elder and was actually so perverse when comprehending spatial laws. Just how freakish was this guy? During these 100 years, for Yu Mengli and the others, their days were tough. Although there was Xian Yu looking after, he was the second elder, standing high above them all. SES after all. It was also not possible to care for them every day in all matters, no matter how major or trivial. When time passed, said there would always be many vexing issues. Xian Yu arranged for them a large residence in the city, letting Li and the rest stay inside. All food and clothing were also not an issue. It was just that Xian Yu's instructions were Xian Yu's instructions. When it reached people below, it was another matter altogether. Truly preposterous. Now, the divine essence stones given to us are lesser and lesser. At this rate, how will we still cultivate? White Light said furiously. Li heaved a sigh and said, Big Brother Yuan has been gone for 100 years. His prestige has long already been lost. For second elder to be able to remember their old friends. I plus P and take extra care of us. It's already rather not easy. White Light said furiously. That Zhou Wei, simply bullying people too far. No way, I can't stomach this. I'm going to find second elder. Li hurriedly pulled him and said, Enough, don't cause any more trouble. Before Big Brother Yuan comes out, we all don't bring trouble on ourselves anymore. If you go to find second elder right now, putting aside whether or not he can meet us, even if you can meet him and then he punishes Zhou Wei fiercely, and then after that, in the future, Zhou Wei will definitely go from bad to worse. Big Brother Yuan's favor can be used for some time, but can't be used for life. If Big Brother Yuan were to really stay inside for 1,000 years, do you feel that second elder's lineage can still protect us for so long? Clearly, Li saw through the current situation very incisively. Originally, with their strength, it was impossible to enter the heavenly Eagle Imperial City's inner city. The reason why they could still remain here was entirely because of Yi Yuan. Second elder was indeed a good person that was quite rare to find. But he was the second elder who was far removed from them all. SES after all. He was not in the same world as them, these people at all. At first, second elder might take care of them because of his relations. I plus P with Yi Yuan. However, there would always come a time when a favor is used up. A powerhouse like second elder, one close seclusion might be several hundred, 1,000 years. How could he keep on taking care of them? The few of them were merely heavenly Eagle Imperial City's bottom-level residents. Staying in such a mansion was already out of the norm in the first place. Such a situation, how could it not attract people's covetous eyes? Yu Mengli was very clear. As long as Yi Yuan did not come back, this kind of situation could continue to deteriorate. Go to find second elder might be able to obtain temporary help, but it would only make this situation worse and faster. Then, Then we deserve to be bullied like this? White Light said unhappily. Lier heaved a sigh and said, Big Brother Yuan isn't around. What we have to do is take care of ourselves. If any one of us is harmed, what do you think the consequences will be? What he has to face is Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, this Leviathan. White Light's expression changed, breaking out in cold sweat. Yi Yuan's personality, he was naturally all too clear. Once they had a conflict with Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's forces, or even get any injuries, the result would be very frightening. Elder Sister Lier, young master, he didn't come out for so many years. Could he have encountered some danger? Luer said rather worriedly. Lier smiled and said, Your family's young master. Could it be that you still don't know? Even if the whole world thinks that he's dead, we should also have faith in him. Luer nodded her head and said resolutely, Amen. When young master comes out, he'll definitely stir up the entire city again and give a vicious slap to those people who rolled their eyes at us. Ha ha! It's already been 100 years. You guys are still harboring delusions? It's impossible for your young master Yi Yuan to ever come out again. Right at this time, a laughter that made people abhor sounded out, the words full of mockery. The moment White Light saw the arrival, he could not help burning with rage and said with an angry snort, Zhou Wei, what did you come again for? This Zhou Wei was the Marshall Tower's low-level protector, holding a post in the City Lord Manor. The mission of taking care of Yu Mengli and the rest was handed to him. Because it was Second Elder personally giving a heads up, the few years at the start, Zhou Wei naturally did not dare to neglect. But later on, Song Qiang found him and bought him over. Therefore, the days of Yu Mengli and the rest became worse day after day. As time passed, said, Second Elder was in seclusion all year round. The attention paid to this area naturally lessened. Even though he already had Lu Yi take care of Lier and the rest, Lu Yi himself also had to cultivate. Being able to come once every few years was already pretty good. In the course of time, Zhou Wei's courage also gradually grew. Zhou Wei swaggered into the hall and said with a cold smile, I came to tell you guys this. According to the City Lord Manor's rules, starting from today, each of you has to pay a tax of 500,000 divine essence stones every year. If you can't hand it over, then get out of the inner city for me as soon as possible. Our inner city doesn't support idle people. One person 500,000, this was not a small sum. Even though Yi Yuan left behind quite a bit of divine essence stones for them, paying according to this figure, they could not last for long at all. The moment White Light heard, he was greatly enraged and howled, Zhou Wei, don't bully people too far. Us staying here was Second Elder arranging it personally. You dare to treat us like this? Zhou Wei chuckled and said, It's important to know your own limitations. If I were you guys, I would have long gotten lost from the inner city myself. Staying here will only bring disgrace on yourselves. Second Elder? Second Elder attends to a myriad of problems every day. So how could he care about you all, these few minor characters? Chapter 16:04 Returning Domineeringly. Chapter 16:04 Returning Domineeringly. The few of you are merely ants living under Yi Yuan's wings. Without Yi Yuan, you guys are nothing. Zhou Wei's words struck the heart one by one, deeply provoking the few people's self-esteem, especially White Light. His anger rushed to his head with a whoosh. A scholar prefers death to humiliation. This little lord, I will risk everything and fight it out with you today. White Light's figure flashed, transforming into a fierce tiger, and rushed over toward Zhou Wei. A hint of an imperceptible smile flashed across the corners of Zhou Wei's mouth, and he suddenly smacked a palm out. White Light only felt a burst of power that was strong until it made people despair surround him from all directions. Poowork, White Light sprayed out a mouthful of fresh blood, feeling like the bones in his body cracked. Yu Mengli's expression changed, hurriedly catching him, but the immense force directly knocked her flying out too. Divine Lord Realm powerhouses were too strong. Zhou Wei looked at this scene coldly and said coolly, Do you see that? Can't even receive a single palm from me, and you still dare to say that you all aren't ants? If not because you all are staying here, you guys would already be dead people now. However, you all can't stay too long. Yumengli looked at Zhou Wei and said in a cold voice, "Treating us like this, aren't you afraid of Second Elder finding out?" Zhou Wei laughed loudly and said, "Second Elder is currently in seclusion, and his few disciples that are close to Yi Yuan are also all busy right now. When you all are chased out of the inner city and die outside, do you think that Second Elder will kill a protector for a dead man?" Yu Mengli's expression changed, and she said in a cold voice, "Looks like Head Elder that side finally can't control the situation any longer." Zhou Wei smiled and said, "Therefore, want to live? Earn divine essence stones desperately then. Now, hand over our divine essence stones. There are a total of 5 of you. According to the rules, you have to pay 5 million divine essence stones." White Light gritted his teeth, wanting to stand up, but he could not do it at all. Yu Mengli's gaze was cold, and she looked at Zhou Wei and said, "We'll pay." As she said, Yu Mengli took out a storage ring and threw it to Zhou Wei. By the side, Long Zhan clenched his teeth and said, "Miss Li'er, I'll leave the city today. You all don't need to pay so many divine essence stones for me." Yu Mengli said, "Stop. If you go out of the city now, do you think that you can see tomorrow's sun?" Long Zhan could not help choking and gritted his teeth and said, "Long Zhan is merely a lowly life. It was His Excellency who gave me the chance to be reborn. Today, what does it matter if I return my life to His Excellency?" Yu Mengli's eyes were firm as she said, "We came together. So wanted to go, we naturally go together too. This kind of word, don't say any more in the future." Zhou Wei looked at this group of people and said with an amused look, "Looks like each and every one of you is still harboring hopes of getting lucky in your hearts. Those who enter the spatial inheritance, I've yet to hear of any who return alive. You guys just give up on the idea forever." Huh. Zhou Wei left with a loud laugh. Everyone was angry until their faces were livid. But just as Zhou Wei said, leaving Yi Yuan, they were really powerless to contend with these Divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Actually, when Yi Yuan left, he left them hundreds of millions of divine essence stones. But after 100 years, 5 people's cultivation expenditure was not small. Originally, with Second Elder's support, they could still barely manage to maintain. But these few years, they were exploited by Zhou Wei. The remaining divine essence stones on hand right now were also merely 4 to 5 million. And today, more than half was gone all at once. The next time Zhou Wei came again, they could not afford it. Originally thought that Zhou Wei would come again after a year. Who knew that he came again after a few days? "Zhou Wei, the tax that you want us to pay, we've already paid. What do you still want?" Li'er's good temper also could not quite hold back from erupting anymore. Zhou Wei smiled and said, "Who told you all that the Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities tax is just one kind? The one collected last time was headcount tax. But the one collected this time is spiritual energy tax. The inner city's spiritual energy is 10 times of the outer city. You all staying here, your cultivation speed is several times faster than others. Could it be that you shouldn't pay a bit of tax?" Li'er's face changed, and she said, "How much do you want again this time?" Zhou Wei smiled and said, "Not a lot, not a lot. 2 million will suffice." 2 million? Why don't you go and rob us?" Li'er said, denouncing him. Zhou Wei said coolly, "This is all the city Lord Manor's rules. If you don't pay, then sorry, you all might have to move out of the inner city." Yu Mengli's expression flickered incessantly. She really could not take out that many divine essence stones anymore. She drew a deep breath, seemingly making a very big resolve, and said, "Fine, we'll move out." "No way. Sister-in-law, you stay, we'll go." White Light said, "Elder Sister Li'er, you can't go." Li'er also said. Li'er said, "You guys don't need to say anymore. My mind is made up. Everyone pack up. We'll leave right now." Zhou Wei had a smug look and said, "Oh, that's more like it. And it's like you guys are only fit to go stay in the outer city or capital cities. An inch of land in the inner city is like an inch of hold. You all staying here is simply a waste." Facing Zhou Wei's reproving, the few people just endured it, packing up for a while, and then the few people were just about to head out when suddenly a burst of powerful aura surged to the sky from the Marshall Tower's direction. The entire imperial city's spiritual energy swarmed over frenziedly in the direction of the Marshall Tower. At this time, the spiritual energy in that direction seemed to be drained by a pump. The other direction's spiritual energy poured over there crazily. Amen? What's going on? Someone is breaking through. White light said in surprise. Who's breaking through? To actually be able to create such a terrifying effect? Long Jean also revealed a shocked expression. Zhou Wei's expression also changed slightly, but he snorted coldly and said, "Whoever breaks through is none of your business. Could it be that it's Yi Yuan breaking through? Ha, this commotion, even a divine Lord Realm powerhouse likely can't match up to. Quickly get lost. This place isn't a place that you all should stay." At this moment, the entire imperial city was startled. This breakthrough was like an enormous pump, frenziedly plundering the spiritual energy in all directions. What's going on? Could it be some elder who broke through? This commotion, even fourth or fifth layered heaven divine, Lord probably can't match up to, right? Just who is breaking through? This is also too crazy, right? So much spiritual energy entering the body. Even divine Lord Realm powerhouses will burst too. Countless martial artists were swarming in the direction of the Marshall Tower, wanting to see who it was, causing such a terrifying commotion when breaking through. Seeing Yu Mengli stalling and not moving, Zhou Wei's brows furrowed, and he said in a solemn voice, "You guys are not leaving yet. Could it be that you want this protector to personally send you all out?" Yu Mengli still did not move. She suddenly opened her mouth and said, "It's Big Brother Yuan. It's Big Brother Yuan breaking through. He came back." Zhou Wei's expression changed, and he scolded angrily. "What nonsense are you saying? Yi Yuan already died in the spatial inheritance, so how can he possibly be breaking through? Moreover, can this commotion be an origin deity, realm martial artist, breaking through?" Yu Mengli turned and gave Zhou Wei a glance, and said coolly, "Zhou Wei, if it's really Big Brother Yuan who came back and you still dare to chase us out, you should know the outcome." Zhou Wei's face changed, and his heart involuntarily started racing. Chapter 16:05 The Cold Feather, Whose Seniority. Chapter 16:05 The Cold Feather, Whose Seniority Up high in the sky. Spiritual energy surged, forming an enormous vortex. The terrifying spiritual energy undulation gave people a feeling of heart palpitation. More and more martial artists gathered here, wanting to see who caused such a big commotion. "I assent that Elder Yi." "Elder Yi? Which Elder Yi? Which Elder Yi can there be?" "It's that Elder Yi who refined the void spirit, divine grade, vast sun universe pill 100 years ago." "It really is. Didn't he die inside the inheritance SPAC? Why'd he come out now? Are you dumb? For him to be able to walk out of the Marshall Tower, it clearly shows that he has already obtained the spatial inheritance. You look at him, even though he's still at the origin deity realm, he can already fly in the air. He is really terrifying. 100 years said, everyone virtually forgot his existence. Most likely, no one would have thought that he actually came back. He's the first to come out of the spatial inheritance. When the people recognized that it was Yi Yuan, all of them were extremely surprised. Ever since that predecessor left behind the spatial inheritance, body came out from inside before. However, when everyone thought that Yi Yuan already died inside, he suddenly charged back. The moment he took the stage, it was heaven-shocking. It was not that Yi Yuan deliberately caused such a huge commotion, but his law comprehensions improved too much in these 100 years. As the saying went, water brimmed only to overflow. The spatial inheritance inside the spatial inheritance was too thin. Yi Yuan did not break through at all in these 100 years. It was equivalent to severely suppressing his realm. But now, the moment he came out, under the stimulation of the abundant spiritual energy of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's inner city, he could not control it any longer. He started to directly break through crazily. Yi Yuan's divine, sea was like a lake that had dried to the extreme already, thirsting to the extreme. Seeing spiritual energy at this time, it was akin to a good rain after a long drought, and started to absorb water frantically. If it were others, such frenzied absorption of spiritual energy, the meridians within their bodies would have long burst apart. But Yi Yuan even complained that the spiritual energy was not strong enough, not turbulent enough. This bit of spiritual energy was not even enough to fill the crevices between his teeth. Very soon, the Pill Towers and Marshall Towers' upper echelons were alarmed. Ruosu looked at that figure in the sky, his expression ugly to the extreme. How can it be? How is it possible? He clearly already died inside the spatial inheritance. Why would he show up here? Why? Ruosu shouted frantically in his heart. News of Yi Yuan's return was absolutely like a thunderclap from a clear sky to him. An alchemy Tao powerhouse who could refine Void's spirit divine grade. Replacing him in the future was virtually a sure thing. He did not wish for this kind of thing to happen to him. Not far away, the elders were incomparably amazed. It's really Elder Yi. He came out of the Marshall Tower. Could it be that he has already understood spatial laws? This talent is a little too monstrous, right? Isn't that so? His alchemy Tao talent is already formidable until it makes people despair in the first place. Didn't expect that his martial arts talent is actually so terrifying too. The inheritance of spatial laws is what body has ever successfully comprehended before. He actually succeeded. Truly inconceivable. Amen? Who is that? So unfamiliar. Suddenly an elder noticed a black-robed person below the Marshall Tower. The black-robed person had his gaze fixed on the Yi Yuan in the sky, his gaze flicking incessantly. No one could guess what he was thinking. Suddenly, someone came forward and berated. Who are you? Don't you know that this place is the Marshall Tower's restricted area? Arbitrarily barging into the Marshall Tower's restricted area. Do you know what crime that is? Coldfeather's brows furrowed and suddenly threw a slap out like lightning. That person laughed coldly and was just about to make a move to block when Coldfeather's slap disappeared bizarrely. Slap! This slap directly sent the other party flying. Who the H.E.L. I do you think you are to also dare shout and wrangle at this seat? Coldfeather said in a cold voice. Lin Dong held half of his face, his eyes filled with fear. Originally, when he saw Yi Yuan returning, he was incomparably irritated in his heart. At this time, he just happened to see Coldfeather, this person whose background was unknown. Hence, he wanted to find the other party to vent his frustration. He reckoned that his strength was about the same as the other party. If really getting into a fight, it might be able to interrupt Yi Yuan's breakthrough. But he never dreamed that the other party's strength was actually so formidable, sending him flying with one slap. Lin Dong was incomparably astonished in his heart. That slap just now was absolutely spatial laws. Why did this person of unknown origins also know spatial laws? You made a move in the Marshall Tower. Today, you can forget about walking out of the Marshall Tower. Lin Dong said furiously. The commotion here drew the attention of quite a few powerhouses. An old man's gaze turned intent, and he carefully sized Coldfeather up. He kept feeling that this face was rather familiar. Coldfeather gave Lin Dong a glance and could not even be bothered with him. That old man's face suddenly changed, and he walked over to this side. Lin Dong seemed to have detected the old man's movements and could not help being overjoyed. Looking at Coldfeather, he said with a cold smile, Who asked you to be wild? Now, even Head Elder is startled. I see how you die. Coldfeather's gaze also looked over towards that old man, his face revealing a ruminating look. Lin Dong hurriedly went up to greet, bowing to that old man, and said, Head Elder, this fellow's origin is unknown, and he actually even dared to attack and injure people, having no respect for a Marshall Tower at all. This old man was none other than precisely the Marshall Tower's head elder, Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi waved his hand at Lin Dong, indicating for him to not be wordy. Then he gave a bow to Coldfeather and said, Dare I ask, could your esteemed self be? Cold Feather, Grandmaster Cold Feather, one. Cold Feather was rather surprised as he said, Amen, you know me? When Zheng Qi saw the other party acknowledged it, he could not help being overjoyed and bowed down deeply towards Cold Feather and said, I didn't expect that it's really Grandmaster Cold Feather. I am Grand Pupil Zheng Qi. My master is Wu Xingtong. Cold Feather revealed a look of surprise and said in amazement, You're Xingtong's disciple? Looking at your strength, you're currently the Martial Tower's head elder? Zheng Qi hurriedly said, Grand Pupil is incapable and shamelessly being the Martial Tower's head elder. Cold Feather nodded his head and said with a sigh, Xingtong, this boy is pretty good. It's also considered to have developed our lineage to greater heights. You're already the head elder. Then where is he now? Zheng Qi was crestfallen as he said, Several tens of thousands of years ago, Master died in a mystic realm. Cold Feather looked dejected and immediately let out a sigh and said, It's a pity. Xingtong was the disciple I was most proud of. I didn't expect that us master and disciple, two people, had limited luck. Lin Dong listened by the side until he nearly bit his own tongue, his entire mind completely blanked. Head Elder actually called this old man as his Grandmaster. Grandmaster? Lin Dong completely did not expect that this old man who popped out from G.O. D knows where his seniority was actually high until it was frightening. What did he do just now? But Cold Feather, two people were immersed in grief and did not have time to go and pay attention to him at all. Zheng Qi was careful as he asked. Grandmaster Cold Feather took the risk and entered the inheritance S.P. See, back then, Master even thought that you fell inside the spatial inheritance. He wouldn't expect that your elderly self is actually still alive. Master's spirit in heaven must be very relieved. Cold Feather gave a self-mocking laugh and said, Didn't die, but also not much difference from dead. If not for encountering Yi Yuan, I can only stay inside the spatial inheritance all my life and be a person who is not dead and yet not alive. One Grandmaster in this case refers to Master's Master. Chapter 16, 06 Consecutive Breakthroughs in Realm Up in the Sky. Not only the violent spiritual energy did not diminish, it had signs of becoming increasingly fiercer instead. 1606 Consecutive Breakthroughs in Realm Up in the Sky. Not only the violent spiritual energy did not diminish, it had signs of becoming increasingly fiercer instead. His aura was also rising steadily and burst through the middle stage origin deity bottleneck very soon, breaking through to late stage origin deity realm. Yi Yuan was like a bottomless hole, devouring the spiritual energy from all directions frenziedly. These 100 years of deficient spiritual energy made him thirsty to the extreme, absorbing to his heart's content in one shot. When Zheng Qi saw this scene, his expression flickered repeatedly, and he said in surprise, Grandmaster, this Yi Yuan, could he? Cold Feather slowly nodded and said, If not for seeing with my own eyes, I also wouldn't dare to believe in my dreams that someone can comprehend two-layered heaven spatial laws within 100 years. No idea what kind of cultivation method this kid cultivates, either, to actually be able to withstand such terrifying spatial laws. TSK. All in all, this kid is leaking strangeness everywhere on his body. Cold Feather said it flatly, but monstrous waves surged in Zheng Qi's heart. The two supreme laws were what everyone was dreaming after. But apart from that predecessor of the Martial Tower, body was able to comprehend it anymore. So many years had passed, to say that Zheng Qi was not moved, that would be false. But he did not have the courage to go and try his luck. Over 100,000 years ago, Cold Feather was known as the #1 genius whose accomplishments surpass ancient and modern times. Even he died inside the spatial inheritance. So who else dared to go and attempt? Body would have thought that Yi Yuan actually succeeded. Zhou Wei's current emotions were in a jumbled mess. It was really bitter to the extreme. The reason why he dared to treat Yu Mengli, White Light, and the rest this way was because he was certain that Yi Yuan already died inside the spatial inheritance. But reality gave him a resounding slap. This This is impossible. Didn't he die inside the spatial inheritance? Why would he show up here? Zhou Wei's entire person was fluid tiered. The moment he laid eyes on Yi Yuan, he knew that he was finished. 100 years ago, Yi Yuan was already extremely domineering, even defeating head Elder Ruo Su. Now, Yi Yuan actually comprehended spatial laws and returned domineeringly. Yi Yuan, who was exceptional in alchemy and martial arts, would bound to be scalding hot to one's touch in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. If he were to blame someone for something, body would be able to save the person. Ha ha! Indeed worthy of being my big brother. Zhou Wei, didn't you say that my big brother died inside? Open your dog eyes wide and see who that person is. White Light said with a loud laugh. These few years, they were brutally bullied by Zhou Wei. Now, seeing his soft led turtle-like appearance, he was incomparably liberated in his heart. Zhou Wei's face revealed a smile that was even uglier than crying. Kneeling down with a thud, he hugged White Light's calves and cried bitterly as he said, Lord White, it was all this lowly one who had eyes but couldn't see. This lowly one was bewitched by others. That's why I would do this kind of foolish thing. Lord White, please raise your hand high up in mercy and let me off. Yu Mengli and the rest all looked at Zhou Wei with scorn. This guy was a typical SN. Despicable person, bullying the kind and fearing the wicked, S on top of a wall that swayed wherever the wind blew. When Yi Yuan was not around, he created all kinds of difficulties. Now that Yi Yuan returned, he immediately became a grandson. This kind of person, others looked down on them from the bottom of their hearts. No to ask your Lord White to raise his hand high in mercy now. Already missed the chance. But it's also useless for you to beg me now. This matter, better let Big Brother make a final decision. White Light said with a cold smile. If you had long known this day would come, why act like that in the past? You and Song Qiang acted in collusion, but you wait and watch properly. I want to see whether or not Song Qiang will come and plead on your behalf. Yu Mengli said with a cold snort. Zhou Wei regretted it in his heart. He really did not expect it. One should leave a ray of hope when conducting oneself in any action, but he pushed Yu Mengli and the rest to extermination. I was wrong. Grand Aunt, I really know that I was wrong. I had eyes but couldn't see. I was blinded by obsession, Zhou Wei said as he slapped himself viciously. The strange gazes that others cast over, he could not care anymore as well. He knew that if he could not get these people's forgiveness, then his life would be ruined. With his status, offending an elder, that was no different from seeking death. Furthermore, with the talent that Yi Yuan displayed, his status in Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, probably even head elder would find it hard to hold a candle to. Zhou Wei jabbered a whole bunch, slapping his own mouth as he spoke, making it loud and clear. In front of so many people, he, a dignified divine Lord Realm powerhouse, was also considered to have utterly lost face all the way back to his granny's house. Isn't that Protector Zhou Wei? Why would he kowtow frantically toward a bunch of Heaven Glimpse realm martial artists? Those few people look like Elder Ye's close kin. Zhou Wei, this person, is the most SN. Bish. These few years, everybody all thought that Elder Yi died. He definitely offended them to the core. Body could have ever thought that the spatial inheritance which no one succeeded before, Elder Yi actually succeeded. Yeah, when a man attains the Tao, his fowls and dogs ascend to heaven too. Even if his kin is just at the Heaven Glimpse realm, who dares to offend them? Bystanders discussed animatedly. But when it landed in Liur's and the others' ears, it was rather grating on the ear. A strange emotion spread out in everyone's heart. White Light was greatly enraged and said coldly, You get lost from me. I don't want to see you now. If you still pester endlessly, I'll make Big Brother mess you to death. Do you believe it or not? Zhou Wei jumped in fright and hurriedly said, Yes, I'll get lost. I'll get lost. Finished talking, he scrambled and ran away. No one would have thought that Yi Yuan's breakthrough was for 10 days and 10 nights. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's martial artists even felt that the spiritual energy around them was much thinner. Spiritual energies were all absorbed clean by Yi Yuan. Even though everyone was cultivating normally, that was all a step-by-step process. Even though the spiritual energy around was plenty, they could not suck it in at all. How could it be like Yi Yuan? This was completely disregarding one's life. And Yi Yuan's realm was also rising crazily. Elder Ye's breakthrough is simply too crazy. These few days, he actually directly cultivated to peak late-stage origin deity from middle-stage origin deity. Looking at this, he isn't going to directly break through to grand completion origin deity, right? Very likely. You look, he broke through. Really broke through. My G. O. D. Turns out that you can cultivate like this. Yi Yuan's breakthrough gave people an extremely strong sense of impact. Origin deity realm was not like when at the mortal realms back then. Each breakthrough of a minor realm, the spiritual energy required was an extremely horrifying number. Even a more prodigious martial artist, even if the cultivation method they cultivated was of a higher level, it was also unheard of to break through 2 minor realms in a row within a few days. But Yi Yuan did it. At this time, Yi Yuan's aura rose sharply, breaking through the bottleneck of late-stage origin deity in one stroke, reaching the grand completion realm of origin deity. When Zheng Qi saw this scene, he was incomparably shocked in his heart. But Cold Feather smiled and said, "This boy wants to make up for all of these 100 years of delayed cultivation. Looks like he's ending soon. It's also this old man's turn now. TSK, TSK. If this old man can also break through like him, how good would it be?" Chapter 16:07 Benefiting for Generations to Come. Chapter 16:07 Benefiting for Generations to Come. Yi Yuan's realm rose all the way until it reached the point that it just could not breach the next realm any longer. By then, he already stopped devouring spiritual energy. Finally, his realm also reached peak grand completion origin deity realm. He was only a step away from the divine lord realm. Seeing Yi Yuan finally stop breaking through, the others let out a sigh in relief. My goodness, it finally stopped. I was even wondering, what if he keeps on breaking through all the way like that? Elder Yi is really a freak. It's still my first time hearing that someone can break through like this within the origin deity realm. What the H? E-L? I do you guys know? Elder Yi is unleashed. H-I. Plussing his vast ACCU. Mulation over the years. With his talent, how could it be possible to not break through for 100 years? He ACCU. Mulat things for 100 years. That's why there was this magnificent feat today. Makes sense. But 100 years' time, breaking through from a middle stage origin deity to the peak grand completion origin deity, this is also very heaven-defying. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's spiritual energy finally returned to tranquility. The spirit-gathering formations were also slowly recovering the inner city's spiritual energy. During these few days, Yi Yuan had devoured no idea how much spiritual energy. Even the spirit-gathering formations practically could not quite catch up to his speed of devouring already. His breakthrough this time was really eating a fat piece of meat in one mouthful. Even if those divine lord realm powerhouses were breaking through, they could not be compared with his speed of absorbing spiritual energy. Ha! Congratulations, Elder Yi, for attaining the Tao and returning back. Elder Yi is truly a peerless genius, to actually only use 100 years and fully understood spatial laws. Congratulations, Elder Yi. The group of elders all came forward to greet, congratulating Yi Yuan. They knew that with Yi Yuan returning domineeringly this time, the momentum of his ascension was already unstoppable by anyone. Moreover, he even brought a great deity back. They heard with their own ears that the Martial Tower's head elder, Zheng Qi, actually called that old man as his grandmaster. At this time, Zheng Qi also brought Cold Feather and walked over. He directly clasped his hands at Yi Yuan and said, "Elder Yi, recovering Grandmaster Cold Feather, who went missing for over 100,000 years. This Zheng is endlessly gratefully. Yi Yuan's brows raised up and revealed a hint of surprise, and said with amazement, Brother Cold, Senior Coldfeather is actually head Elder's Grandmaster? The moment he opened his mouth, Yi Yuan discovered that something was not quite right. The Marshall Tower's head elder called him as Grandmaster Coldfeather, but Yi Yuan called him as Brother Coldfeather. Wasn't this clearly taking advantage of everyone? It still did not matter inside the spatial inheritance. But returning to the imperial city and learning of Coldfeather's seniority, he naturally could not simply call him casually anymore. Even though Yi Yuan had his pride, it did not mean that he did not understand the ways of the world. If he called like this, even though others would not say anything on account of Coldfeather's face, they would definitely be very unhappy in their hearts. After all, he was just an origin deity realm martial artist. Although Yi Yuan did not fear to make enemies, provoking enemies unnecessarily like this was clearly not a wise move. Yi Yuan was having a headache on how to address him, but who knew that Coldfeather was totally unconcerned and said, Kid, you don't need to be courteous with me. Let's each do our own thing. In the future, you still call me Brother Coldfeather. As for the rest, they go about as they should. This old man was trapped for over 100,000 years, so why would I still care about such trivial formalities? Zheng Qi is the apprentice of the disciple that I was most proud of. I also didn't expect that over 100,000 years said he actually became the Marshall Tower's head elder. Coldfeather did not care, but the faces of Zheng Qi and the other elders were rather awkward. Your elderly self already said so. How could we dare to say anything more? Yi Yuan was not a bashful person either. He also smiled and said, Looks like Brother Coldfeather's lineage is indeed all talented people. Even though I and head elder don't interact much, I've also long heard that his martial prowess is unmatched, a sea-stabilizing divine needle of heavenly eagle imperial city. The moment Coldfeather heard, he could not help saying angrily, Let you, younger brother, had a laugh. What do you call this? I, as the Grandmaster, am only third-layered Heaven Divine Lord, while he, the Grand Pupil, is already ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Each sentence that Coldfeather said, Zheng Qi's expression would be a shade more looking embarrassed. Said, but this kind of phenomenon indeed made people rather speechless. Not that situations of Serpa sing one's predecessors did not happen, but it was just that Coldfeather's talent back then had amazed the entire imperial city, who knew that the affairs of the world were inconstant. Over 130,000 years said he only cultivated to third-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Coldfeather doesn't need to be like this. With your current realm comprehensions, breaking through to become a ninth-layered Heaven Divine Lord is merely a matter of time. Misfortune may be an actual blessing. Perhaps you can unleash your ACCU, mutilations, and break through to the celestial deity realm. Coldfeather chuckled and said, That's true. If this old man wasn't trapped inside the spatial inheritance back then, I might really have a possibility of breaking through the fetters now and assault the celestial deity realm. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Brother Coldfeather, you and I are also considered fated. When I break through to the Divine Lord realm, I'll help you refine medicinal pills and aid you to break through realms as soon as possible. Coldfeather froze, only then, recalling that Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Tai seemed to be a Pill Tower's elder and not Marshall Tower's elder. He was rather curious on what basis Yi Yuan could become the Pill Tower's elder. Seeing Coldfeather wondering, Zheng Qi said, Looks like Grandmaster still doesn't know about Elder Ye's freakish aspect. 100 years ago, he refined a Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe pill. It rocked the Imperial City for some time back then. Coldfeather's pupils constricted and he exclaimed, Void Spirit Divine Grade Vast Sun Universe pill. You aren't joking with me, right? Zheng Qi smiled and said, How can Zheng Qi dare to crack jokes with Grandmaster? This matter, all of the elders present are witnesses. Coldfeather drew a cold breath and pointed at Yi Yuan as he said speechlessly, You, kid, are truly a freak. This old man was known as Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's #1 genius, whose accomplishments surpass said ancient and modern times back then. But in front of you, it's simply not worth mentioning. Yi Yuan smiled and said, merely luck. Oh, right, head elder, the Marshall Tower's spatial inheritance, I've already improved it. In the future, if somebody wants to go in and comprehend spatial laws, it wouldn't be so dangerous anymore. That senior who left behind the inheritance is too extreme. Although the method of inheritance is very profound, it's also too dangerous. Yi Yuan did not wish to entangle on this topic and could only change topics. Zheng Qi's entire body trembled, and he said in disbelief, is Elder Yi serious? It can't be joked around. Not just Zheng Qi, all of the elders and deacons by the side, even the protectors a little further away. After hearing this news, each and every one of them was incomparably excited. To say that they were not moved by spatial laws, this large bread cake placed in their house, that was false. But this large bread cake was poisonous. Eat one bite, and you would be dead. Who dared to eat? Back then, including Cold Feather, didn't they all enter the spatial inheritance because of spatial laws, this supreme law? In the end, apart from Cold Feather being trapped inside, none of the rest came out. But now, Yi Yuan said that he improved the spatial inheritance. How could this not drive them crazy? Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself and said, head elder, this kind of major thing, how can this Yi dare to joke around? However, after this he improved it. Although the spatial inheritance is much more gentler, the difficulty of comprehension also greatly increased. With this Ye's current realm, I can only do it to this step. But Zheng Qi did not care and said with an excited look, Elder Yi truly did a great thing that benefits the Marshall Tower for generations to come. Chapter 16:08 Unexpected Departure. Chapter 16:08 Unexpected Departure at the Yi Manor. A young man gave Yi Yuan a bow respectfully and said, Elder Yi, Zhou Wei has already been banished to Jianggu City. His cultivation was sealed and to be enslaved for 300 years. As for Song Qiang, head elder did his utmost to protect him. However, head elder made him kneel for a month in the Pill Towers Plaza, so as to appease Elder Ye's fury. After Yi Yuan listened, he said coolly, Ruo Su, that old punk, making concessions in order to gain advantages. However, kneeling for a month is also a considerable punishment to Song Qiang. You've worked hard, Tianping. The young man bowed and said, sharing Elder Ye's worries isn't hard. Yi Yuan glanced at him and said with a smile, Tianping, actually, with your talent, you don't need to become my follower. Why do you have to put yourself at a great inconvenience? This young man was called Ning Tianping, the Ning family young generation's #1 person. Even Ning Fongrong also could not match up to Ning Tianping's talent. Back then, Ning Lixiao spent a price of 3.5 billion and won the Vast Sun Universe pill. It was to give it to him. After consuming that Vast Sun Universe pill, Ning Tianping realized the extraordinariness of this medicinal pill very quickly. He was still just a grand completion origin deity at that time, but he comprehended things very quickly, directly crossing over half-step Divine Lord this threshold, and then he became a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouse. After breaking through, his cultivation was like turning on a hack, his strength advancing by leaps and bounds. In a short less than 100 years' time, he already cultivated to become a peak second-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Such cultivation speed was simply outrageous to hear. Ning Tianping realized very quickly that this was the Vast Sun Universe pill's effect. He originally wanted to thank Yi Yuan, but hearing that Yi Yuan died inside the spatial inheritance, he was even upset for quite a while. But this time, Yi Yuan returning domineering shook the entire imperial city. When Ning Tianping heard that they were going to find another follower for Yi Yuan, he took the initiative to request for the assignment. Originally, with his ident. 1. There were only others being his attendants. Where was there him being other people's attendant, this sort of thing? Even those elders did not dare to use Ning Tianping as an attendant too. But the Ning family held a supportive attitude toward this matter and even helped Ning Tianping campaign in many ways, making him stand out from among the numerous protectors. Now, wanting to become Yi Yuan's follower was not that easy of a matter anymore. In the past, Yi Yuan was merely a heaven-defyingly talent to them. Yi Yuan could only refine rank 3 divine pills, which was of no use to them at all. But now, Yi Yuan was only a step away from becoming a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. Once he successfully broke through, that significance was totally different. With the benefits of a favorable position, whoever could become Elder Ye's follower, the benefits obtained would naturally be unimaginable too. Hence, arranging for Yi Yuan a follower this time could be said that everyone had long racked their brains over it already. It was a shame that Lin Dong could only sigh at home like a little wife now. Ama's civ opportunity was once placed in front of him. He did not go and cherish it. Losing it now, it could only be too late to repent. He did not put in much effort with Yi Yuan. It was more or less because Yi Yuan was a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. just due to this reason. But he never dreamed that this day came so quickly. In a short 100 years, Yi Yuan broke through to the peak grand completion origin deity from the middle stage origin deity. Wanting to turn back now was already impossible. Moreover, when Yi Yuan was trapped in the spatial inheritance back then, he even reproved Lier they all before. Ning Tianping smiled and said, 100 years ago, our Ning family won the bid for Elder Ye's Vast Sun Universe pill. Everybody said that the Ning family was using divine essence stones to repay your grace. Actually, I also thought so at that time. But when I consumed the Vast Sun Universe pill and broke through to the Divine Lord realm in one stroke, I knew that it was actually our Ning family who took advantage of Elder Yi. That medicinal pill's value simply cannot be measured using divine essence stones. Yi Yuan also smiled and said, So, you're here to repay the kindness? But Ning Tianping shook his head and said, I know that Elder Yi doesn't need repaying of gratitude. There's also nothing to hide here. Right now, in the entire Imperial City, who doesn't hope to come join as Elder Ye's followers? As long as they follow you, there will be limitless possibilities in the future. Putting it bluntly, everyone actually wants to benefit from your light. Yi Yuan looked at Ning Tianping rather surprisedly, not expecting that he would actually be so honest. Knowing was one thing, saying it in front of his face was another. At the very least, Ning Tianping's forthright personality made Yi Yuan admire greatly still. If Ning Tianping said some ostentatious and pretentious words to brush him off, his impression of the other party would naturally be much worse. Toward him, he naturally would not trust him so much anymore as well. Toward people he was unfamiliar with, Yi Yuan naturally had to observe and study them a bit. Just like Lin Dong helped him deal with Qin Shao. But Lin Dong was filled with misgivings and fear when encountering Song Qiang, so Yi Yuan would not give him another chance. Regarding Ning Tianping, even though he was a member of the Ning family, if he could not pass his test, he similarly would not do. The two people were currently talking when Yu Mengli and White Light few people suddenly came over. When Yi Yuan saw these few people's battle array, he could not help getting a fright. What's with you guys? Yi Yuan said curiously. Ning Tianping was very sensible. Seeing this scene, he immediately took his leave and left. This made Yi Yuan's impression of him become much better again. The few people bore down menacingly, but when they arrived in front of Yi Yuan, they suddenly collectively went mute. They looked at each other, exchanging glances, and actually did not know how to start talking. This appearance made Yi Yuan become more curious. Sister-in-law, better for you to say, White Light said. Yu Mengli thought about it and suddenly mustered up her courage and said, Big brother Yuan, actually coming to find you, we want to tell you that we want to go out and train by ourselves. Yi Yuan's expression changed when he heard that and said in a solemn voice, No way. Powerhouses were abundant like clouds in the heaven-span world. Yu Mengli their bit of strength. Going out alone to train was simply no different from seeking death. One should not look at how the heaven-span world was very well ordered. Actually, dangers were everywhere. Just take Cold Feather, their generation of powerhouses, how many were truly able to live move than 100,000 years? The few of them, if something were to happen to one of them, he could not forgive himself for life. Yi Yuan's attitude was clearly long within Yu Mengli's expectations. Big brother Yuan, Lier knows that you have our interest at heart. But being under your protection all along, we can forever only look at you from behind. With your talent, the disparity between us will get greater and greater. All the way until the end, we are no longer able to keep up with your footsteps. I know how much hearts, plus PS you suffered for elder sister Lingxua these few years, how much pressure you endured. We don't hope to forever only be able to quietly watch you from behind and not be able to do anything. We hope that one day we can fight side by side with you and not just be nervous with worry behind you, Yu Mengli said. White Light also spoke up at this time and said, Big brother, back then we rampaged in all directions in the Immortal Grove world. At that time, I could still keep up with your footsteps. But now, I can only cheer you on at one side. Do you know how torturous it is for me? When at the Immortal Grove world, when that heavenly sin heretic G.O.D. appeared, you don't know how powerless and in despair I felt. I don't hope to forever only be able to pray for you to appear when I encounter danger. You can save us once, save us twice, but in the future? Yi Yuan looked at them, opened his mouth, but he did not know what he should say. Chapter 16:09 Believe in Yourself. Chapter 16:09 Believe in Yourself. Yi Yuan had first experienced the pain of losing his father. Later, he experienced the premature death of Mu Lingxue, so he was even more sensitive about the protection of those around him. He absolutely did not allow the people around him to suffer any bit of harm. Hence, when he returned to the Immortal Grove region and encountered heavenly sin heretic G.O.D., he dealt with the latter with that kind of nauseating method. For so many years, he had always been doing his best to protect the people around him, but had never thought about the feelings of those around him. Seems like his way of doing things made Yu Mengli, White Light, and even Lu all live in a stifling atmosphere. Very clearly, regardless of Yu Mengli, White Light, or Lu they were all people with extremely strong pride. Putting Yi Yuan aside, they were all first-rate genius martial artists. Even when placed in the Heavenspan world, their talents were still stronger than the vast majority of martial artists. But Yi Yuan's way of doing things stifled their talent. It seemed like this period of time, in his absence, it finally made the pride of the people around him being challenged to the limit. Yi Yuan let out a sigh and said, Lier, White Light, sorry. Looks like I've neglected your feelings. White Light blurted, Big brother, what are you saying? The things that you do for us, we can all understand. Furthermore, you indeed have that capability too, but we likewise also know how much you endured these few years. Us wanting to become strong isn't only not wanting to become your burden, but to be able to let you advance forward without scruples. Yu Mengli also said, Big brother Yuan, I just want to offer a bit of my meager strength for elder sister Lingxue. Yi Yuan nodded his head and said, All right, I got it. Every person has their own path. These few years, it was indeed me who was too nervous, wiping out your talent instead. You guys go then, but let's set an agreement of 500 years. 500 years later, no matter where we are, we have to return a heavenly eagle imperial city. The moment everyone heard, they could not help being overjoyed. There was naturally no reason to refuse. Yi Yuan understood these few people too well. Since they decided to come to find him, that meant that they already made a decision. Disregarding White Light, Lier seemed to have a gentle temperament, but actually, she had her strong side too. Otherwise, she also would not directly escape to the lower realms back then and meet Yi Yuan. Among the few people, the one Yi Yuan was most worried about was naturally Lu. Lu's thoughts were simple and had not experienced worldly affairs. In the complicated and disorderly world of martial artists, it was hard to guarantee that she would not suffer a loss. For this, Yi Yuan handed Gue Yun to Lu and had him protect Lu's safety along the way. Apart from this, Yi Yuan gave each of them several divine Lord Mystic treasures. With divine Lord Mystic treasures, They could jump realms in battle. Their ability to survive naturally increased greatly. On the day they left, Yi Yuan did not go and send them off. Although you escort a person 1,000 miles, there was bound to be a parting at last. Weal and woe were hard to predict with this trip. Yi Yuan really did not have the courage to face it. Hiding in the Yi Manor, Yi Yuan was depressed by himself. "Senior, I'm still not strong enough." Yi Yuan gave a long sigh and said to Dustless. Dustless was silent for a moment and opened his mouth and said, "You've already done very well. Life is like the moon, waning and waxing. People have sorrow in parting. Tao ancestors seem to stand at the summit of the world, but the life and death partings they experienced, how many are able to understand it? In the end, deity realm powerhouses are not true deities." Yi Yuan smiled bitterly and said, "I understand all the logic, but when it really comes to this day, I still can't let it go. I have to become strong as soon as possible, powerful until they all don't need to worry about me, powerful until body dares to roll their eyes at them again." Dustless consoled him and said, "I've never doubted that before." Lier and the rest departing stirred up even stronger determination in Yi Yuan instead. From then on, he threw himself into even more frenzied cultivation. These few days, Yi Yuan had been constantly hiding inside the world-suppressing steel's SPAC, wanting to comprehend the Chaos Heavenspan Canon's 4th-level cultivation method. But reality did not accord with hopes. He comprehended for more than 10 years inside the world-suppressing steel's SPAC and could not find the slightest clue either. Origin Deity Realm to Divine Lord Realm was a massive threshold to all martial artists. A heaven's darling like Ning Tianping was, after all, just a minority existence. No idea how many martial artists were blocked outside the door of Divine Lord Realm all their lives. Yi Yuan's cultivation encountered a huge bottleneck for the first time. "Senior, why do I feel that there's an extremely contradictory feeling? All of the Divine Lord Realm powerhouses open up the inner world, achieving the position of a sovereign. That's how one corroborates their Tao as a Divine Lord Realm. But why is it that according to my deductions in these 10 over years, this path wouldn't work at all? Just where did I go wrong? Could it be that I was wrong right from the start?" Not progressing for a long time, Yi Yuan was abnormally irritable in his heart and had to get some words out of his system. Over the past 10 years, Yi Yuan had done countless deductions in front of the lesser Heavenspan Mountain, wanting to find a method to open up an inner world. However, no matter how he deduced, there was only one outcome. This path was closed. Corroborating one's Tao as a divine lord, opening an inner world, and becoming the sovereign of a world. This was the path that must be taken for all Heavenspan world powerhouses. But Yi Yuan did not know why. Continuing according to the first 3 levels in his cultivation method, this path was actually completely wrong. He had attempted to forcefully break through before as well, but without exception, it all failed. For the first time in his life, Yi Yuan doubted his own path. Yi Yuan's situation, Dustless naturally took it into his sights. But honestly speaking, he did not have the faintest idea too. Dustless could only sigh and said, "Right from the start, I told you that this path is extremely arduous. It's a path that no one has ever walked before. Without a doubt, the first 3 levels in your cultivation method are extremely strong. This old man has followed a mortal grove and roamed unobstructed for millions of years in the Heavenspan world, and has never seen before such a powerful cultivation method. But this cultivation method has clearly reached a watershed now. If you cross over, it will be a smooth road ahead. If you don't step over it, you can only stop using this cultivation method and recultivate anew." Yi Yuan's expression flickered incessantly. This result was clearly not what he wanted. He was very clear with his talent, even if Ubblies. Plussing the Chaos Heavenspan Canon and cultivating Heavenly Empyrean Immortal Grows cultivation method new, he could also cultivate to an extremely high boundary. But this also signified that he might never be able to save Mu Lingxue in this life anymore. This result was not what he wanted. If he could not save Mu Lingxue, then what was the point of his many years of struggle? Even if he could become a transcendent heavenly emperor in the future and laugh proudly across the entire heaven-span world, what was the use? If you're not around, why do I want this world for? Now, it reached the biggest fork in the road in Yi Yuan's life. Dustless gave Yi Yuan a glance and said, Yi Yuan, actually, rationally speaking, I feel that you should abandon this path. This path's uncertainty is too great. Yi Yuan gave Dustless a glance and quietly waited for him to continue. He knew that this was not the meaning that Dustless really wanted to express. Sure enough, Dustless paused for a bit and said with a bitter smile, This old man, as an artifact spirit, has lived to this ripe old age and has never been crazy before. But this time, I'll gift you a sentence. Believe in yourself. Chapter 16, 10 Alchemy and Martial Dual Prodigy. Chapter 16, 10 Alchemy and Martial Dual Prodigy. Actually, Dustless also did not know whether this path would work or not. He only knew that this was an unprecedented path. For Yi Yuan to be able to have his current accomplishments in the heaven-span world, a very large degree was derived from this cultivation method. He understood Yi Yuan's mind. Giving up now for Yi Yuan was an unbearable outcome. Since that was the case, then walk the path until it was dark. Even if knocked until his head was broken and bleeding, it was also better than just being able to feel depressed in the end. The confusion in Yi Yuan's eyes was swept clean. What replaced it was a firm look. He calmed his heart down and returned in front of the lesser heaven-span mountain again and started comprehending Tao. However, this did not bring him good luck. In a twinkle, another decade passed, said the fourth-level cultivation method still did not make the least bit of progress. Looks like drawing up plans behind closed doors won't cut it. I have to go out and walk around, see if I can find the opportunity to break through. Yi Yuan sighed and said, Amen, going out for a walk is good too. Your deduction is indeed hard to believe. At this rate, it won't have any benefits to your cultivation. Dustless agreed. Yi Yuan nodded and said, This is really an inconceivable thing. If the next realm isn't Divine Lord Realm, then what is it? Can this path really work? These 20 over years, Yi Yuan had experienced no idea how many deductions. But the final results were all entirely contrary to the already mature cultivation system. Before this, Yi Yuan had never thought that the Chaos Heavenspan canon would walk to this current step. It seemed to have entered a dead end. Presently, the Heavenspan world's cultivation system was already mature until it could not be any more mature than this. After Origin Deity Realm, it was opening up an inner world, evolving the power of the world for one's own use, obtaining powerful, unmatched strength from there. But no matter how Yi Yuan deduced, it seemed to go against this realm. Dustless smiled and said, Time will prove everything. Go out and take a look. Maybe one day you'll suddenly see the whole thing in a clear light. Yi Yuan nodded his head and no longer hesitated, directly exiting seclusion. The moment Yi Yuan came out of seclusion, Ning Tianping came to find hastily. Elder Yi, you finally exited seclusion. Right now, the imperial city is in an utter mess. Ning Tianping said anxiously. Yi Yuan was rather surprised as he said, Why? Could it be that there's still someone who demolished Heavenly Eagle Imperial City? Even though over 20 years had already passed, set inside the world-suppressing Steel's S.P.A.C., merely 2 years plus had passed, set in the outside world. This was not a very long time. No sudden turn of events should occur. Ning Tianping said, Not demolished, but it's also pretty much there. Our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's face is already utterly lost. Only after hearing Ning Tianping's report did Yi Yuan know what had happened. Turned out that some time back, River Eternal Imperial City's head elder brought several disciples and came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, saying that there were important matters to discuss. This was originally not a big deal, but among their group, there was a genius disciple called Guhan. The moment they arrived at Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, he challenged the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's disciples everywhere. Not to mention, this Guhan was really a rare genius that appeared once every 10,000 years. In this 1 month, he practically challenged the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's famous disciples, without any defeat. This Guhan was merely a half-step divine lord, but among the same rank martial artists, no one was his match at all. The most terrifying thing was that this Guhan was skilled in both alchemy and martial arts. Not only was his talent in martial arts exceedingly high, but he also turned his nose up at everyone in alchemy. Ning Xiyu was indignant and went to find Guhan to challenge. In the end, she was also defeated. After Song Qiang broke through to Divine Lord Realm, becoming a 4-star alchemy G.O.D., Ning Xiyu was practically the #1 person among 3-star alchemy G.O.D. disciples already. Even she was defeated at Guhan's hands. Where would Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's face be put? Most importantly, Guhan alone challenged all of the Pill Tower and Marshall Tower's experts. Hence, that was why Ning Tianping said that the Imperial City was akin to being demolished. Speaking of this, Ning Tianping said indignantly, "I only hate that I broke through too early. Otherwise, I'll definitely teach that punk a brutal lesson." Elder Yi, you really don't know how unbridled that punk is. When Yi Yuan heard that even Ning Xiyu was defeated at Guhan's hands, he could not help being rather surprised. Ning Xiyu's current alchemy Dao strength, he had a score in his heart. It was not that she was already invincible among 3-star alchemy G.O.D.S., but the 3-star alchemy G.O.D.S. able to win her were really already very few. One had to know, even Song Qiang was defeated at her hands. Even though Song Qiang's strength was not worth mentioning in front of Yi Yuan, his strength was very formidable. This left no room for doubt. What was even more terrifying was that this kid was skilled in alchemy and martial arts. Not only was his alchemy powerful, but his martial arts also overwhelmed everyone, even defeating the rank 1 disciple of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's origin deity realms. But hearing finish, Yi Yuan was rather curious as he said, since he already defeated Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's young generation, then shouldn't this matter already be over? What are you so anxious about? Ning Tianping said gloomily. How can it be over so easily? That punk is currently challenging Song Qiang right now. In martial arts, he's unable to jump realms in battle. But this doesn't hinder him in defeating 4-star alchemy G.O.D.S. in alchemy. Presently, over 100 years had gone by. With Song Qiang's talent, breaking through to Divine Lord Realm was naturally not a difficult matter. At present, he was already the Pill Tower's low-level protector, a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. With his strength, he was also considered as a very formidable existence among initial rank 4-star alchemy G.O.D.S. Defeating him was equivalent to smacking the faces of the Pill Tower's 4-star protectors once more. Yi Yuan laughed in spite of himself when he heard and said, "This kid is really vicious enough." Indeed, alchemy compet. 1. Time was different from martial arts. The compet. 1. Time of martial arts, origin deity realms could not contend with divine lord realms at all. But alchemy was different. Even 4-star alchemy G.O.D.S. could not possibly refine all of the rank 3 divine pills too. Even if one refined them, the grade refined was also hard to say. Ning Tianping said indignantly, "Isn't that so? You don't know how the martial artists in the city are all talking about our Pill Tower and Marshall Tower. It's really losing face all the way back to our grandmother's house." Yi Yuan patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Bring me to go take a look." In the plaza of the Pill Tower, Song Qiang was sweating profusely and had long-cussed Guhan's 18 generations of ancestors in his heart. This kid is too despicable to actually pick an extremely difficult medicinal pill. Right now, refining it was exceptionally strenuous and might fail at any time. After breaking through to 4-star alchemy G.O.D. realm, one's understanding of alchemy Dao would become more profound along with the increase in realm. Hence, refining rank 3 divine pills actually held an advantage. But even so, he still struggled a lot. The medicinal pill that they were refining was called Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill, belonging to the extremely difficult kind among rank 3 divine pills. The refining difficulty of medicinal pills was not easy to grade, because each medicinal pill's refining difficulty was different. If insisting on dividing into levels, dividing according to level 1 to level 9, Gale Celestial Stone Pill, Crimson Thunder Heavenly Spirit Pill, they should belong to level 5, while the Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill pretty much belongs to level 6. As for the Vast Sun Universe Pill this kind, it should belong to peak level 9. After Song Chiang broke through to 4-star Alchemy G, D, he could barely manage to refine level 6 difficulty rank 3 divine pills. Therefore, his current refinement was very strained. Chapter 16:11 Repaying Ingrat. I. Tude with kindness. Chapter 16:11 Repaying Ingrat. 1. Tude with kindness, expending a Herculean effort, Song Chiang finally refined the Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill. He secretly heaved a sigh in relief, wiped the sweat on his forehead, and lamented in his heart, so freaking tired. Disregarding the level, the refining difficulty of the Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill was already not less than some low difficulty rank for divine pills. But right at this time, a mocking voice entered his ears. Look at you refining a rank 3 divine pill. Why is it like you're having constipation? I'm even somewhat doubting now. Are you really a 4-star Alchemy G? OD? They all said that you're once the Pill Tower's 3-star Alchemy G. D's #1 person. I think the standard is also just SOSO. Guhan's mockery seemed particularly grating on the ears. Clearly, he had long finished the refinement, watching Song Chiang refine with an amused expression by the side. Song Chiang was angered until his face was livid, and he said furiously, "Punk, don't get too KY. Flash out your medicinal pill for everybody to see, then be rampant with me." Guhan shrugged his shoulders and said, "See then see, am I scared of you? After I finished refining it just now, I observed by the side for a while. Regarding winning a rookie like you, I still have confidence." Finished talking, Guhan directly opened the furnace. When everyone saw Guhan's medicinal pill, each and every one of their faces revealed a look of despair. Why that kid can actually refine a high-grade, Unbosom Immortal Cloud Pill. The disparity is too great. With Song Chiang's pill refinement situation, it's at most also middle or low grade. Sigh, could it be that my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and, body can come out and take care of this punk? Each and every one of these people sighed incessantly. These few days, they were triggered badly by Guhan. It was just that none of them thought of Yi Yuan at all, because the current Yi Yuan would not be included in the junior group long ago. Yi Yuan was a Pill Tower Elder that was in existence with extremely high status. How could it be possible to get involved in this level of compet? One-time? But if not counting Yi Yuan, there really wasn't someone capable of withstanding Guhan's genius now. He already made the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City lose all of its face. Song Chiang's expression was incomparably ugly. People are aware of their own affairs. He reckoned that his medicinal pill was most likely just low grade. This medicinal pill, he struggled greatly to refine. Guhan's face revealed mockery as he said, "Why? Don't dare to open? Or is it that you already know that you lost? Doesn't matter. According to our agreement previously, the one who loses bow 3 times to the victor, then say 3 times, 'I'm a rookie who greatly admires Lord Guhan,' and this matter will be considered over." Song Chiang's face turned red, standing there being at loss. In a corner building, River Eternal Imperial City's head elder had a regretful look. He said with a smile, "Brother Ruo Su, looks like your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City really has no successor. I heard that this is the disciple that you're most proud of? He actually only has this bit of capability?" Ruo Su's face turned as black as the bottom of a wok and said, "Ling Zikuan, you merely hit the jackpot and ran into a good apprentice. Being smug for what? Ling Ziquan smiled and said, Brother Ruo Su, don't get angry. Junior sparring a bit. Why are you so angry? You look at when Xin Yu's female disciple lost that day. She was much calmer than you. Ruo Su said with a cold snort. Ling Ziquan, did you come to my heavenly eagle imperial city to ask some great heirs, or do you really have important matters? If there aren't important matters, please go. Ling Ziquan smiled and said, Look at what you're saying. This old man naturally came here because I have important matters. But this matter isn't urgent for the time being, so I stopped for a longer period of time here. While I'm at it, let the little fellows spar a bit. It's also considered getting acquainted. Umph. Ruo Su gave a cold snort and stopped speaking. In the crowd, in an inconspicuous corner, Yi Yuan asked Ning Tianping next to him in a low voice. The others all did this? Ning Tianping nodded and said, Otherwise, this punk is too C-O-C-K-Y, but N-O body can do anything to him. That's why he's arrogant until now. In that case, Ning Xiu also bowed to Guhan. Yi Yuan did not have overtly angry emotions. This kind of small squabbles was just like children fighting to the current him. His horizons and state of mind were far from what Guhan, this kind of kid, could understand. It was just that Ning Xiu was also considered half his disciple. Being defeated by a little brat, he still felt ashamed. Why? Senior apprentice brother Song is the disciple that head elder Ruo Su values the most. It wouldn't be can't bear a loss and want to repudiate your debt, right? Guhan said with a smile that was not a smile. Song Qiang's face turned into the color of pig's liver, making him a 4-star alchemy G-O-D bow to a 3-star alchemy G-O-D, and even had to call the other person Lord. This was simply even more uncomfortable than eating a fly. But in front of so many people, if he went back on his word, then what he disgraced wouldn't just be him alone. There was also the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people. Gee, oh, damn it. What kind of world is this? Why are there so many freakish existences? Song Qiang cussed in his heart, resolved his heart, and was just about to bow, but had their collar held by someone from behind. Turning around to look, he could not help opening his mouth wide. When the onlookers saw this young man who suddenly appeared, each and every one of them became incomparably excited, virtually almost shouted out. Yi Yuan did a hush hand gesture, signaling everyone to be quiet. Those people immediately understood and instantly quietened down. But that look of antic, ation on their faces could not be concealed no matter what. Guhan looked at everyone's reaction. His face revealed a suspicious look. Who is this? Why did everyone have this kind of expression? Seemed like the moment this kid came, he could overcome the raging tides. The other party was clearly just a grand completion origin deity. In terms of realm, he was not even as high as him. This kind of rookie wanted to beat him? Dream on. Didn't he see that this 4-star alchemy G-O-D in front of him already lost to him? Song Qiang was just about to speak, but was interrupted by Yi Yuan. He said coolly, All right, leave it to me here. You go to one side and watch. Seeing Yi Yuan say so, Song Qiang was akin to being granted amnesty and heave a long sigh of relief in his heart. He never dreamed that Yi Yuan would actually come forward at this time. One had to know, his past with Yi Yuan was rather unpleasant. If it were him, he might also want to watch Yi Yuan lose face on the stage, then go up and send this hateful punk packing. Thinking this way, Song Qiang could not help being somewhat moved in his heart. He discovered that compared to Yi Yuan, he was simply a despicable person. He repaid Ingrat. 1-2'd with kindness, letting him leave casually at this time. It could be said to save his face to the greatest limit. For the first time, Song Qiang somewhat regretted opposing Yi Yuan. Halt! Senior apprentice brother Song. Are you going to go back on your word here? If you do so, we want head Elder Ruo Su's face to go. Guhan did not take Yi Yuan seriously at all and said in a solemn voice. Song Qiang's figure froze, and sure enough, stopped moving. Yi Yuan waved his hand at him, indicating for him to go down, and said coolly to Guhan, he didn't renege. His bet with you, I'll take it over. Guhan sized Yi Yuan up and down with a glance and said with a snicker, "You? A mere 3-star alchemy G.O.D. What right do you have to help a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. take over? Your face isn't that big yet." Chapter 16:12 it then. Chapter 16:12 it then regarding Guhan's contempt. Yi Yuan thought nothing of it. Isn't Lord Guhan known as River Eternal Imperial City's #1 genius? Why, you don't even dare to accept a challenge from me. A mere 3-star alchemy G.O.D.? Yi Yuan said with a light smile. Guhan had a proud look as he said, "Not just any random Tom, D, I.C.K., and Harry can challenge me. Who I challenged were all Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's first-rate young geniuses. So who the H.E.L.I. do you think you are?" This Guhan was arrogant at heart and haughty in manner. The targets that he challenged were not randomly selected, but only challenged after careful inquiry. It was just that Body told him that Heavenly Eagle Imperial City still had a terrifying existence. This existence was already not on the same level as a so-called genius like this. The moment Guhan's words came out, immediately, a strange atmosphere spread out through the crowd. Yi Yuan gently made a gesture, signaling everyone to calm down. Everyone immediately understood and quieted down very quickly. They already saw through that Yi Yuan was deliberately here to slap faces, and that he intentionally gestured to them to not divulge his ident. One time, everyone was incomparably depressed these few days. Their geniuses suffer cruise. H.I. Plussing defeat. Now, even the 4-star alchemy G.O.D. Song Chiang was defeated. More importantly, if they lost, they lost. But the one who lost even had to bow 3 times to him and even had to say that kind of nauseating words. Guhan's actions already aroused everyone's feelings of being filled with a common hatred for the enemy. Yi Yuan taking the initiative now to come out and take care of Guhan. How could they not be happy? Hence, they became very cooperative. They all thought very playfully in their hearts that the expression on Guhan's face in a while would definitely be extremely wonderful. "You're a genius? You are unmatched under the heavens? Her. When you witness Elder Ye's means, you'll know that your pride is simply a joke." Yi Yuan was not angry either, and said with a light smile, "Whether I have the qualifications to challenge you or not, you ask them and you'll know. You guys, do I have the qualifications to challenge him?" Yi Yuan said it to the crowd of onlookers. They were also very cooperative when they heard. Yi Yuan is our Imperial City's youngest genius. He naturally has the qualifications to challenge you. If even Yi Yuan doesn't have the qualifications, then Body has this qualification. Not daring to accept the challenge, you wouldn't be afraid of losing, right? Everyone clamored to get a word in, but Body revealed Elder Yi Yuan's ident. One time, if not saying it out personally, Guhan wouldn't believe, even if he was beaten to death, that Yi Yuan was actually an Elder CLA's figure. In the corner building, Ling Zikuan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Brother Ruosu, your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's junior disciples already can't send people out? Even a 4-star alchemy G.O.D. was defeated, but to send out a 3-star alchemy G.O.D. over, isn't it simply asking for humiliation?" Ruosu's face revealed an extremely strange expression. He did not expect that Yi Yuan would actually come forward at this time. He even thought that Yi Yuan had no interest in this kind of struggle between juniors. He knew that with Yi Yuan's realm, this level of fighting was merely small squabbles. But very clearly, Yi Yuan stepping up at this time was the most suitable. "Ling Zikuan, you don't get KY too early. This young man is different from the rest." How shrewd was Ruosu? How could he reveal Yi Yuan's ident? One time, this Ling Zikuan postured in front of him every day, so he had already had enough of that attitude. Now that Yi Yuan took the initiative to step forward and slap faces, how could he not help him achieve success? His conflict with Yi Yuan was also just internal conflict, no matter what. But now, people were bullying his own side, so how could he help outsiders? Sure enough, Ling Ziquan had an indifferent look and could not help laughing as he said, "Different from the rest? How different can he be? Among three-star alchemy G. Oh, DS, it's impossible for there to be someone who's Guhan's match. His strength, you saw it too. What are the chances of winning do you think this unknown kid has?" Ruosu gave a cold snort and stopped speaking, but he was secretly thrilled in his heart. Even I am Yi Yuan's vanquished opponent. But this dog-fart apprentice of yours also want to win against Yi Yuan? You aren't even qualified to kneel and lick his shoes. Seeing everyone's words, combining with the looks when everyone saw Yi Yuan previously, Guhan already determined that Yi Yuan was likely a rising star in the city. Except, why did no one tell him that there was still such a young powerhouse after he inquired for so many days? Could it be that this guy in front of him was the strongest person among the young generation? However, who cares? Any young genius could only kneel and lick him too. All right, I'll give you this opportunity. Same rules, you lose together with him. Guhan said proudly. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Done, no problem." Guhan gave Yi Yuan a glance and said coolly, "Don't say that I'm bullying you. You pick the medicinal pill. Just pick that one that you're best at because it doesn't matter to me." Yi Yuan pointed at the unbosom immortal cloud pill and said with a smile, "This then?" Guhan was taken aback. He even thought that Yi Yuan wanted to pick some easier medicinal pills. He did not expect that this kid actually dared to challenge the unbosom immortal cloud pill. After being dazed, Guhan laughed in spite of himself and said, "Kid, do you really know how to refine pills? Could it be that you're blind? Even your senior apprentice brother Song, a dignified 4-star alchemy G.O.D., nearly failed just now. You, a 3-star alchemy G.O.D., actually want to compete in the unbosom immortal cloud pill with me?" Song Qiang did not leave, being said so by Guhan. His entire person blushed red with embarrassment. He wished to rush up to the stage and peel this punk skin off. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Just the unbosom immortal cloud pill. It's nothing much." Guhan knew that he was very arrogant, but he suddenly discovered that this guy in front of him was even more arrogant than him. "You, what high-sounding sentiments. Then I want to see whether or not your strength can match your tone." Guhan could not help laughing as he said, "The compet. 1 time started." The moment Yi Yuan made a move, Ling Ziquan's expression changed. That kind of great Tao melody, that skill to the extreme pill refining technique, was not on the same level as Guhan at all. With Yi Yuan's current strength, refining the unbosom immortal cloud pill was too easy. He only used 20% to 30% strength, and it was sufficient to insta-kill Guhan. But in Ling Ziquan's view, it was completely not the case. Could it be that this young man is your disciple? Brother Ruosu, you concealed so deeply. Ling Ziquan's words revealed astonishment and helplessness. He did not expect that Ruosu actually save his ace in the hole till the end. Only several dozen breaths said, and Ling Ziquan knew that Guhan did not have any chance of winning at all. Not even a SCRAP. Seeing Ling Ziquan's deflated expression, it was Ruosu's first time laughing so happily in this 1 month. Ruosu laughed and said, "Haha, this old man doesn't have that blessing and also doesn't have that strength." Ling Ziquan said in surprise, "Could it be an apprentice of one of those few people?" Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. The strongest were naturally not Ruosu and Zhengqi. The truly powerful existences normally could not be seen at all. Hence, Ling Ziquan thought of those few straight away. Ruosu smiled and said nothing. He did not answer Ling Ziquan. Merely less than 1 hour, and Yi Yuan was done. When Guhan finished refining, he discovered that Yi Yuan was currently looking at him with a look of amuse. EMENT. That expression was the exact same as how he looked at Song Qiang before. Chapter 16:13, So-Called Genius. Chapter 16:13, So-Called Genius. Yi Yuan opened the furnace very leisurely, retrieved the pill. Naturally, Guhan was shocked, not daring to believe it. D divine grade. How is this possible? Guhan said in shock. Why can't it be possible? Yi Yuan said with a smile that was not a smile. Guhan pointed at Yi Yuan's medicinal pill and said, "You're just a 3-star alchemy G. O.D. So how can it be possible to refine a divine-grade, unbosom, immortal cloud pill?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Since it's a rank 3 divine pill, why can't a 3-star alchemy G. O.D. refine divine grade? You can't do it. It's just because your cultivation is lacking." Guhan was rendered speechless. His expression flickered nonstop, and he gritted his teeth and said, "I don't accept it. Now let's compete again." Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said coolly, "All right, your turn to choose this time then." Guhan gritted his teeth and said, "I want to compete in the Mystic Moon Qi Condensing Pill with you." Mystic Moon Qi Condensing Pill was Guhan's current maximum ability. If categorizing it according to difficulty, it should belong to peak level 6. With Guhan's present ability, even refining low grade was only through brute force and with difficulty. But at this time, he already could not care. Compared to other geniuses, Guhan's age was already considered very young. Till this date, he was also merely 500 to 600 years old. But today, he was completely defeated by someone at the same rank who was less than 300 years old. He could not endure this grievance. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I even thought that you'd pick some level 7 difficulty. I didn't expect that choosing here and there, it's still level 6. Forget it. Don't need you to refine either. You just watch by the side. When I finish refining, if you feel that you can Serpa S me, then it's not too late to make a move then." Guhan was so angry. He had never been underestimated by someone like this before since he became famous in River Eternal Imperial City until now. Yi Yuan's words were clearly despising that his pill refinement speed was slow. A sense of humiliation rose in Guhan's heart. These few days, he virtually swept across all the way, sweeping away Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's young geniuses. Now it was his turn. But before waiting for him to agree, Yi Yuan already started refining the pill. The more Guhan watched at one side, the more alarmed he got. He was utterly dumbfounded by Yi Yuan's alchemy skills. A 3-star alchemy G. O.D. could really do it to this extent? The dull and boring pill refinement actually became beautiful in Yi Yuan's hands, making people have the jubilation of comprehending great Tao. There was actually still this kind of performance? Guhan finally understood it. He was not in the same order of magnitude with Yi Yuan at all. An hour set in a flash. When Yi Yuan successfully condensed the pill, Guhan could not even quite dare to believe his own eyes. A peak level 6 difficulty medicinal pill. He actually only needed an hour and it was done? How in the world did this guy do it? Yi Yuan was not long-winded, directly opening the furnace. Guhan looked at the divine-grade Mystic Moon Qi condensing pill, his eye. That's almost popping out. Well, if you can refine a Void Spirit divine-grade Mystic Moon Qi condensing pill, I'll admit defeat, Yi Yuan said with a smile. When Guhan heard, the corners of his mouth could not refrain from twitching heavily. Void Spirit divine grade? You're messing with me, right? Haha, my lord Guhan. Weren't you very C-O-C-K-Y just now? Continue being C-O-C-K-Y then. My lord Guhan, didn't you claim that my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City has no one? My lord Guhan, now you're defeated. Who will your River Eternal Imperial City be sending over? Hey, you lost. Quickly bow to our Elder Yi. What genius! What undefeatable in the same rank. In front of Elder Yi, all are Tras. H. Plus. The onlookers eating melon seeds had long been unable to hold it in, all erupting at this time. They called my Lord Guhan again and again, speaking sarcastically to the extreme. Holding back for a month, they could finally hold their heads up high now. Originally, comparing notes and sparring among young geniuses, this was no big deal. But this Guhan was too tyrannical. People lost, and they still had to bow, and even call him Lord Guhan. Him acting like that, it would be weird if the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's people could be happy. At this time, if they did not give Guhan H. L. Then when would they wait until? Yi Yuan looked at Gu Han and said with a smile, "What's the meaning of not talking? Is this not admitting defeat? River Eternal Imperial City's young genius is merely thus." Gu Han's entire person was dazed at this time and had yet to react to Yi Yuan's ident. 1. Taiv Elder. There was not only Gu Han alone present, but there were also still several of his senior apprentice brothers. At this time, a youth holding a sword slowly walked out of the crowd, his gaze scorching as he looked at Yi Yuan and said, "This brother, I wonder what they are calling you Elder Yi for?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Calling me Elder is naturally because I'm a Pill Tower Elder." The faces of a youth holding the sword and Gu Han changed, their eyes full of shock. In front of so many people, it was naturally impossible for Yi Yuan to lie. Then, this young man before their eyes was actually really an elder of the Pill Tower? Too ridiculous, right? After the shock, the youth holding the sword gave a bow to Yi Yuan and said, "Since you're a Pill Tower elder, coming forward to deal with my junior apprentice brother now seems to be somewhat bullying the weak as the strong, right?" Yi Yuan looked at the youth grasping the sword and said coolly, "If your junior apprentice brother has my strength, he can naturally become an elder too. The crux isn't my ident. 1. Tai but strength. Didn't he say that he wanted to challenge Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's geniuses? This Yi is untalented. Touching my heart and examining my conscience, I should be considered of the same age as your junior apprentice brother. Our realms are similar too, so it shouldn't be bullying the weak as the strong, right?" Yi Yuan's words made the two people choke. Yeah, Yi Yuan relied on his strength to become an elder. But in reality, Yi Yuan was just the same age as them, even younger than them. Him coming to accept the challenge. Body could say any complaint. The sword-grasping youth said in a solemn voice, "No matter what, Elder Ye's status is also put there and originally shouldn't join in our junior generation sparring." Yi Yuan's gaze was scorching as he said, "Then your meaning is only you guys are allowed to win. Heavenly Eagle Imperial City isn't allowed to win." The sword-grasping youth had an embarrass, said look. He discovered that this Elder Yi did not seem easy to deal with. However, Gu Han was young and aggressive. Yi Yuan's words deeply triggered him. His head heated up and he said in a clear voice, "Elder Yi, is it? I admit that you're of the same age as me. I also admit that I can't match up to your alchemy Dao, but I'm still unconvinced. To me, alchemy Dao is merely auxiliary, while martial Dao is the right path. Elder Yi, this Gu is untalented and wants to challenge Elder Yi. I wonder if you dare to accept the challenge." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed odd looks. If it were before, they naturally felt that Yi Yuan could not beat Gu Han. But now, Yi Yuan was known as the Martial Tower's #1 person. 2 years ago, he became the one and only martial artist capable of coming out of the spatial inheritance. Such monstrous talent. Who could compare? This Gu Han really giving up until he reached the Yellow River, not shedding tears until he saw the coffin. The sword-grasping youth also said coolly, "Elder Yi, a so-called genius, should be exceptional in both alchemy and martial arts. Since you're Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's elder, I presume that you also have some achievements in martial arts. If you can defeat my junior apprentice brother in martial arts too, we'll naturally be wholeheartedly convinced." Gu Han said, "Elder Yi, if you can best me in martial arts too, I'll kowtow to you 3 times." Yi Yuan gave these two people a glance and said helplessly, "Since you guys said so, then this elder will accept deferentially than to decline courteously." Chapter 16:14 Powerful Spatial Laws. Chapter 16:14 Powerful Spatial Laws. Ling Zikuan's expression was very ugly. He looked at Ruo Su and said in a solemn voice, "Brother Ruo Su, are you messing with me? Making an elder go and deal with my disciple. What is this if not bullying the weak as the strong?" Actually, Ling Zikuan knew that he was quibbling. Yi Yuan's age was even much younger than Gu Han, so this argument could not hold water at all. If one to say, he could only say that Gu Han's talent was much worse than Yi Yuan's. For a 3-star alchemy D to possess such terrifying talent, it truly made people be in despair. These few years, he had always felt smug because of taking Guhan, this disciple, and also liked to bring Guhan along to challenge everywhere. During these recent few years, Guhan had seen few defeats. But today they really kicked an iron plate. Yi Yuan looked to be merely a little kid, but this little kid was already an honorable elder. How could Ruosu be that easy to bluff? It was only to see him chuckled and said, "Brother Zikuan, Elder Yi is my Pill Tower's elder. This old man doesn't have that authority to direct him to go and teach your disciple a lesson. Moreover, even though Elder Yi is a Pill Tower's elder, his age is even much younger than Guhan. To talk about my Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's real, strongest young genius, it should be him. You saying these words is a baseless false accusation." Ruosu was refreshed in his heart. For the first time, he had gratitude, this emotion toward Yi Yuan. In this 1 month, he had suffered quite a bit of loss. In front of Ling Zikuan, he never raised his head before. Ling Zikuan's face was black as the bottom of a pot, as he said in a solemn voice, resorting to sophistry in self-justification. No matter what, he's an elder. How can he go and compete with this old man's disciple? Ruosu gave him a glance and said with a smile, "Elder Yi is really disdainful to take action against your disciple. You're unaware, back then he casually taught Ning Siyu that lies. As for a few days, and she defeated my disciple. If my conjectures are right, he's here to stand up for Ning Siyu, that girl." Ling Zikuan's expression flickered incessantly, and he said in a solemn voice, "Humph! So what? My disciple is skilled in alchemy and martial arts. When he beats your Elder Yi, then your Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will utterly lose its face." But when Ruosu heard, he did not refute it. That meaningful smile made Ling Zikuan's heart palpitate. Could it be that this Elder Yi was even a martial art expert? Impossible. This Elder Yi was so young. His alchemy Dao had already reached sublimity. So how could his martial Dao possibly be stronger than Guhan? But what was with Ruosu's expression? Eldest senior brother, this Elder Ye's alchemy talent is too terrifying. But in martial arts, he definitely can't match up to little junior brother. The sword-grasping youth nodded and said, "Little junior brother fused the law of wind and law of fire. Furthermore, the two powers of laws are comprehended extremely highly. Ordinary same-rank martial artists are not his match at all. Moreover, this Elder Ye's realm is not even as high as his. Oh, this Elder Yi thinks that he's a genius. He's too condescending. Even if it's me, if at the same realm as little junior brother, I'm definitely not his match either." The sword-grasping youth smiled and said, "When little junior brother defeats this Elder Yi, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will have utterly lost its face." Guhan looked at Yi Yuan proudly and said with disdain, "Make your move. My realm is higher than yours, so I'll allow you 3 moves, lest that others say that I am bullying you." With him saying those words, people revealed odd looks again. Elder Yi is an existence who comprehended spatial laws, and you allow him 3 moves? How fearless is this punk? Sure enough, Yi Yuan smiled and said, As an elder, could it be that I can still take advantage of you, a junior? One allow, it's also me who allows it. How about this? Feel free to make your move, and I won't retaliate. As long as you can touch the corners of my sleeves, consider it my loss." Guhan seemed to have the funniest joke in the world. He wondered if this Elder Ye's head had a problem. Could it be that Yi Yuan did not hear that he had already swept across the martial tower? Could it be that Yi Yuan did not know that he fused the law of wind and law of fire? Yes, he must not know of it. Posturing, huh? Want face because of your ident. 1. Tai is an elder? You're just a pill tower elder, not martial tower elder. Guhan's senior apprentice brothers also froze when they heard it, and they immediately exchanged glances and smiled. The sword-grasping youth smiled and said, "This Elder Yi is also an interesting person." Guhan laughed in spite of himself and said, "My Elder Yi, this is what you said. When you lose in a while, you'll bow to me 6 times all the same." Yi Yuan said coolly, "Of course, I'm as good as my word. When Guhan heard that, his face fell and a powerful aura spread out. The battle previously, Guhan did not even attack with his full strength. But this time, he decided to go all out. This man in front of him made him somewhat jealous. Being a genius, it was his first time being challenged by others. He was truly unable to imagine it, that a young man who was so much younger than him actually already became the Pill Tower's elder. This was a disgrace to me. Wind, fire, setting sun. Two powers of law blended in perfect harmony. Two kinds of terrifying spiritual energy displayed unrivaled power under the turbulence of the power of law. When everyone saw this scene, each and every one of their faces revealed shock. Only now did they know how great Guhan's talent was. It turned out that when he dealt with the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's geniuses, he actually did not do his best. At this time, the fire borrowed the wind's momentum. The wind helped the fire to blaze. The powerful attack came down onto Yi Yuan overwhelmingly. This power gave people a feeling of palpitation. However, Yi Yuan was composed, not moving a muscle. It was as if he did not have the intention of evading at all. Seeing this scene, Guhan could not resist laughing coldly, courting death. He was very confident in his attack. Yi Yuan actually did not dodge or evade. What was this if not seeking death? But in the next instant, Guhan's ALLS nearly popped out. Impossible. How? How can it be like this? Guhan said with a look of disbelief. Guhan's attack suddenly disappeared several dozen feet in front of Yi Yuan. When it appeared again, it already said through Yi Yuan, directly arriving behind him. Boom! The Grand Array shook violently. This attack blasted onto the protective Grand Array solidly. Eldest senior brother, what happened? That elder, you didn't move at all. Why did little junior brothers attack That's right through him. The sword-grasping man's expression changed drastically, and he cried out in shock. Spatial laws. My eyesight isn't failing, right? How is this possible? The sword-grasping man's junior brother said in disbelief. Spatial laws? Eldest senior brother, are you mistaken? How can there possibly be someone who comprehended spatial laws while being at the origin deity realm? The sword-grasping man had shock written all over his face as he said, It's absolutely spatial laws, no mistake. Furthermore, his spatial laws comprehension is already very high. Little junior brother has lost. He doesn't have any chance. No wonder Elder Yi dared to utter such brave words. Turns out that he actually comprehended spatial laws. Guhan's expression was ugly to the extreme. Gritting his teeth, he said, I don't believe that I can't take care of you. Done talking, Guhan's figure moved, plussing over toward Yi Yuan like lightning. Chapter 16:15 Brutalized to Tears. Chapter 16:15 Brutalized to Tears. Hugh. Guhan panted heavily for air. His divine essence was already close to being exhausted, and he was tired until he was virtually collapsing from exhaustion. But no matter how hard he tried, he could not touch the corners of Yi Yuan's sleeves. The surroundings were dead silent. Their breathings were virtually about to stop. All along, they had heard that spatial laws were very powerful, one of the supreme laws. But just how strong spatial laws were, they had not seen it personally. But today, they truly witnessed the might of spatial laws. No one doubted Guhan's strength. Being able to fuse two kinds of laws to this degree, his strength was already extremely daunting. To say that he was undefeatable in the same rank was also not an exaggeration. However, he still could not even touch a sliver of Yi Yuan's sleeves. Everyone understood. If Yi Yuan wanted to kill Guhan, he would not survive within a single breath of time. T2 strong. Are these spatial laws? Simply undefeatable. Grasping C. All attacks can't touch the other party at all. How to fight still? No wonder called a supreme law. This level of strength, it's impossible for anyone to be Elder Ye's match beneath the Divine Lord realm. People came back to their senses, but now they had a clearer understanding of Yi Yuan's might. This level of strength, probably only the Divine Lord realm's world power could resolve it. I lost. Sniff, sniff. I lost. Guhan finally shed unwilling tears and conceded. Yes, he cried. Today it was his most agonizing failure in several hundred years. There had never been an opponent who made him so powerless before. This made his self-esteem had an intense sense of setback. Alchemy Dao, crushed until he was badly battered and bruised. Martial Dao could not even touch the corners of his sleeves. Genius? This was simply a joke. When people saw this scene, each and every one of them was stunned. They did not expect that Guhan was actually brutalized to tears. But thinking about it, they felt that it made sense too. Peers encountering Yi Yuan was really a tragedy. From the beginning, this was a mistake. If not for this case, on what basis could Yi Yuan sit on the throne of elders? At this moment, people actually inexplicably had an additional trace of favorable impression toward this arrogant Guhan. And man, also sympathy. In this 1 month, the impression that Guhan gave people was very impetuous and arrogant, very overbearing. The feeling that it gave people was very uncomfortable. But looking at it now, he was merely still a child. Even though Guhan's age was much younger than Yi Yuan, he clearly did not have Yi Yuan's legendary experiences. He naturally could not possibly remain indifferent when granted favors or be subjected to humiliation like Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan also did not expect that Guhan actually did something like this. After being momentarily dazed, he went up to pat his shoulder and said coolly, "Victory and defeat are common for soldiers. You only lost for a period of time, so it's no big deal." Guhan slapped Yi Yuan's hand away and said with tears in his eyes, "I don't need your pity. Are you trying to use the two to the victor to humiliate me right now? Dream on." This sentence made the hint of favorable impression that just appeared and everyone immediately vanished like soap bubbles. But Yi Yuan did not get angry and said coolly, "Do you think that I have that need?" Guhan could not help choking when he heard that. He looked at Yi Yuan and opened his mouth, but he could not speak. Yeah, Yi Yuan was not someone in the same world as him at all. His bit of pride was worth nothing in Yi Yuan's eyes. He was the Pill Tower's elder, an apex figure of the imperial city. While he indeed had a lot of potential and might become River Eternal Imperial City's apex figure in the future too. But that was many, many years later. His gap with Yi Yuan would only grow bigger and bigger along with the Pa-S, Sage of Time, and not shrink. Yi Yuan looked at his expression and said with a smile, "You only saw my strength, but you don't know what I've experienced. Strength never comes out of thin air. For me to be able to defeat you, it's not just winning you in terms of talent. I admit that you're indeed extraordinarily talented, but thousands and tens of thousands of years later, you might not be stronger than our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's disciples. Therefore, if you come to compare notes, we welcome it. But you were too overbearing when doing things, so we don't welcome you." Only when Guhan heard this did he know why Yi Yuan took action. He suddenly realized it. Had he gone too overboard? Winning one's opponent and even deliberately humiliating the opponent, this kind of thing happening to anyone, they would not be happy either. I was wrong," Guhan said in a low voice. The sword-grasping man suspected whether he heard wrongly or not. Little junior brother actually admitted his fault to others. Someone as proud as little junior brother actually admitted fault to others. Everyone exchanged glances, all dumbfounded. This stubborn and unruly young man actually admitted his fault to Elder Yi. Too awesome. Yi Yuan looked at Guhan and said with a smile, "Even if you win against all of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's genius disciples, I can't be bothered to care about you either. But you won and even wanted to humiliate your opponent. I can't put up with that. You're slapping the entire Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's face. I, as a Pill Tower's elder, naturally have to make a move to teach you a lesson. Leave then. With your talent, your future prospects will be limitless. But if you keep on putting on airs and looking down on people like this, you'll suffer a big loss sooner or later. Today, I only made a move to teach you a lesson, but your enemy probably won't let you off easily." Guhan gritted his teeth and said, "Many thanks for Elder Ye's teachings." Finished talking, Guhan bowed 3 times to Yi Yuan respectfully, turned around, and left. The sword-grasping man and the rest were scared of Gu Han meeting with a mishap and hurriedly followed after. A senior apprentice brother said, "Little junior brother, you don't have to take it to heart. Victory and defeat are common fare for soldiers. Next time, let's just win back." Gu Han gave him a glance and said, "Senior apprentice brother, do you think that I have a chance to win him?" That senior apprentice brother choked when he heard that. He very much wanted to say can, but he knew that if nothing too unexpected happened, Gu Han probably could not catch up to Yi Yuan for the rest of his life. The disparity between them was not what hard work could make up for at all. Gu Han suddenly turned around and said to the sword-grasping man, "Eldest senior brother, the precious treasure coming into being this time. I want to go too." The sword-grasping man was not too surprised and said with a smile, "I have no objections, but it still requires master's approval." Gu Han nodded his head, turned around, and left. Tsk tisk. Elder Yi is Elder Yi, really too impressive. Yeah, that kid has been showing off these few days. Not only did Elder Yi brutalize him to tears, he even made him admit his fault obediently. Such means I'm convinced. Whatever kind of genius, once they meet Elder Yi, that's a tragedy. Haha, Elder Yi is simply a genius killer. In the past, Song Qiang was like this. Now this Gu Han was also like this. The news of Yi Yuan brutalizing Gu Han to tears made everyone talk with great gusto. Ravaging Gu Han was within everyone's expectations. But they never thought that Gu Han actually took the initiative to admit fault in the end, his attitude sincere. Such a stubborn and unruly genius. This simply made people's jaws drop. In the corner building, Ling Ziquan finally heaved a long sigh and said to Ruo Su, "Oh, Ruo Su, it's almost time. We should also talk about business." Chapter 16:16 Xiantian, Divine, Lord Mystic Treasure. Chapter 16:16 Xiantian, Divine, Lord Mystic Treasure. Elders, I believe that the news of Ling Ziquan's arrival, everyone already knows about it. Actually, his real objective of coming this time is to seek help from us. Ruo Su spoke with confidence and composure, introducing the true objective of Ling Ziquan coming this time, making all of the elders visibly moved. It turned out that River Eternal Imperial City had a sudden phenomenon. It was very likely that a precious treasure was about to be born. But the place where the phenomenon occurred was at the borders with eminent Orchid Imperial City. This phenomenon clearly could not hide from the eyes and ears of the fiend race. A precise treasure capable of causing a heaven and earth phenomenon. The fiend race would naturally covet it too. Now, there were already large groups of experts gathering at the place where the phenomenon occurred. River Eternal Imperial City was worried that a single log could not prop up a tottering building. Hence, they sought assistance from the surrounding imperial cities. Ling Ziquan's party precisely came to Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to ask for help. The two imperial cities were adjacent neighbors. If River Eternal Imperial City wanted to seek help, they naturally had to look for the Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Elder Zheng Qi, this matter still needs your martial tower to take action. What do you think? Ruo Su asked Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi mused for a moment and said, "This matter concerns the fiend race. We naturally have to help. It's just that, if there is only one precious treasure, what should be done about the final owners?" I+P? Ruo Su said, "This matter, I've already asked Ling Ziquan. He said that precious treasures are obtained by the fated. As long as it doesn't land in the hands of the fiend race, that will do." But hearing Ling Ziquan's meaning, this precious treasure is likely extraordinary. It might attract fiend race, celestial deity, realm powerhouses. The moment these words came out, everyone's face suddenly changed. Once celestial deity, realm powerhouses stepped in, this matter would become very tricky. Zheng Qi thought about it and said, "This matter, best for this old man to personally take action. With the others going, they probably can't control the scene. Disregarding fiend race powerhouses, just that land where precious treasure would be born will likely be quite dangerous too." "No way. Head Elder Zheng, you're the Martial Tower's leader. How can you take the risk personally? Yeah, head Elder Zheng, you're the strongest person in the Martial Tower. If you were to meet with any mishap, what would we do? The moment Zheng Qi said that he wanted to go, many elders directly expressed objection. But Zheng Qi waved his hand and said, "It's precisely because this old man is the strongest that I have to personally go there. Supporting River Eternal Imperial City is one thing. Seeing if there's a chance to seize the precious treasure is another. More importantly, I have to bring the people who go back. This matter, there's no need to say anything. This old man's mind is made up." At this time, the Pill Tower and Martial Tower's elders were all present. The Martial Tower was going on an expedition, so the Pill Tower naturally had to refine a batch of medicinal pills too. Yi Yuan looked at Zheng Qi, his gaze revealing admiration. Anyone knew that this trip was dangerous. Even celestial deity realm powerhouses might be alarmed. Seizing treasure, this sort of thing, it was probably not that easy. Even if Zheng Qi went personally, it was also not certain that he could return safe and sound. Clearly, Zheng Qi knew that this trip was perilous. That was why he would so personally, only to hope to bring some more people back. This undertaking filled Yi Yuan with deep veneration. At this time, he could casually appoint an elder to go, and presumably, no one would dare to say a word. Ruo Su also did not expect that Zheng Qi was actually so decisive. He opened his mouth and said, "Old brother, have you really decided on this?" Zheng Qi nodded and said, "Brother Ruo Su, those few are in close seclusion all year round. When this old man isn't around, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City will be entrusted to you." Ruo Su sighed and said, "All right. This matter, this old man can't help much either. These few days, this old man will urge the Pill Tower's elders to refine more batches of medicinal pills." Zheng Qi cupped his fists and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Brother Ruo Su." Afterward, Zheng Qi picked out another 10 or so Martial Tower elders, deacons, and protectors. These people had to follow him. Even head elder was personally going. They naturally had no reason to refuse. Moreover, this kind of thing, if it happened to anyone, they would have the mentality of leaving things to luck. What if the precious treasure was obtained by them? "All right, this matter is decided. All disperse then," Ruo Su said. At this time, the Yi Yuan who had been silent all along suddenly spoke up. "Head Elder Zheng, I'm going too." Ruo Su's brows furrowed, and he berated, "Elder Yi, what are you messing around for?" The moment Zheng Qi heard, he also shook his head and said, "Elder Yi, this trip is too dangerous. Even this old man doesn't have the confidence to get out unscathed. You'd best not go. You're our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's future hope. Nothing must happen to you." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Everyone calm down. Listen to me until the end." As he said, he looked at Ruo Su and asked, "Head Elder Ruo Su, did Ling Zikuan tell you what the precious treasure coming into being this time is?" Ruo Su was stunned and shook his head and said, "The precious treasure hasn't been born yet. How would he know?" Yi Yuan smiled and said, "If my guesses are right, the venue where the precious treasure is being born this time should be the fiend calling Ridge's natural chasm, right?" Ruo Su was surprised as he said, "How did you know?" The specifics of the location was not disclosed previously, but Yi Yuan actually knew the location of the birth of the precious treasure. How could this not surprise him? Yi Yuan smiled and said, "I've been to the fiend calling Ridge before and also went down the natural chasm before, so I'm still rather familiar with that place. I know that you all are worried that my realm is lacking, but going this time, even if a person's realm being high, it will likely be useless." When a group of elders heard Yi Yuan's words, they were incredibly shocked. They also did not expect that Yi Yuan actually went to River Eternal Imperial City before, and even went down fiend calling Ridge's natural chasm before. Zheng Qi's brows knitted together, and he said to Yi Yuan, "Elder Yi, you continue speaking." He realized that Ling Zikuan probably held something back, afraid that they would not go, so he did not say. Yi Yuan nodded his head and continued saying, "Actually, when Yi Yuan returned from the fiend race back then, he went down the natural chasm once more. He could sense that natural chasm's extraordinariness and harbored a curious mindset. That was why he went down to investigate. Of course, others could also feel it. It was just that they did not have the ability to go down. Even Divine Lord Realm powerhouses got to be careful going down too. A single misstep, and it was the outcome of being smashed to pieces. One had to know, the further down that natural chasm, the stronger the force field. When Yi Yuan just broke through to Origin Deity Realm back then, he could just happen to go down and temper the Origin Magnetism Spirit wood and explore it along the way. At that time, Yi Yuan sunk down close to 10,000 meters and still did not reach the bottom. But at that time, a strong uneasiness came from below, making Yi Yuan not dare to go deeper anymore. But Yi Yuan also felt that there seemed to faintly be a powerful aura transmitting out from below. It was as if there was some treasure currently gestating. This kind of magical place, giving birth to whatever treasure, was also a very normal thing. Hearing Ruo Su's introduction earlier, Yi Yuan immediately connected it to this natural chasm. If my conjectures are right, the precious treasure coming into being this time might be an innate divine Lord mystic treasure, or might even be an innate celestial deity mystic treasure. Yi Yuan words L bent on shocking people to death, igniting the elders meeting all at once. What? Innate divine Lord mystic treasure. My God, don't talk about innate celestial deity mystic treasure. Even innate celestial deity mystic treasure. Celestial deity powerhouses can't hold back either. This Ling Zikuan wouldn't be scamming us, right? All the elders revealed fervent looks, clearly extremely moved by this innate divine Lord mystic treasure. Chapter 16-17 Old Scores. Chapter 16-17 Old Scores, Ruo Su and Zheng Qi both had astonished expressions. Innate divine Lord mystic treasure, this term deeply shocked them. Yi Yuan only heard Dustless mention this thing when he dove down the natural chasm too. Dustless told Yi Yuan at that time, the origin magnetic field at this place was so strong. An innate divine Lord mystic treasure might be born deep at the bottom. Innate divine Lord mystic treasure and divine Lord mystic treasure's refined postnatal. That level was completely different. Although divine Lord mystic treasures were rare, reaching Ruo Su's and Zheng Qi's level, having one was not a problem. But innate divine Lord mystic treasure was so rare that hearing it made one's hair stand on end. The reason why it was called innate divine Lord mystic treasure was naturally because it was gestated naturally. It was just that the conditions for forming were extremely harsh. Only in some very special places could it inoculate successfully. Innate divine Lord mystic treasures, its power overwhelmed same rank postnatal divine Lord mystic treasures. Not just so, the most precious aspect of innate divine Lord mystic treasures was that it was conceived naturally. Within it contained heavenly Tao laws. Once martial artists refined an innate divine Lord mystic treasure, they could fuse with this portion of heavenly Tao strength, letting themselves break through the shackles from there. To a divine Lord realm powerhouse, the chances of breaking through to celestial deity realm would also greatly increase. How could this kind of treasure not move people? If the thing being born this time was an innate celestial deity mystic treasure, that value was immeasurable. Celestial deity realm powerhouses would definitely go into action without delay. Elder Yi, this matter is of utmost importance. You can't make any jokes. Zheng Qi sucked in a cold breath and said to Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan smiled and said, how can this Yi joke about this matter? But what's there below that natural chasm? This Yi can't say for sure as well. But it's definitely very dangerous. Furthermore, the further down that natural chasm, the stronger the force field. One's realm will also be suppressed drastically. The higher the realm, the higher the suppression. If head elder, you go, I reckon that at most, you can only unleash the strength of third-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Hearing this, everyone's faces turned slightly fearful. Zheng Qi's expression could not help becoming serious. This news that Yi Yuan brought was very useful to him. This news, knowing in advance and preparing for it, was G.O. D knows how many times better than last-minute fumbling blinding when the time came. Realm suppression was not targeted at them only, but targeting everyone. Once they were prepared, that was taking the initiative. At that time, fighting for the innate divine Lord mystic treasure was not impossible. Elder Yi, if it's really as you say, we still have to give this matter further thought and confer at length. But you still can't go. The ones going this time are definitely all divine Lord realm powerhouses. Even if their realms are suppressed, they're also not what you can deal with. Moreover, there are still celestial deity powerhouses raring to go. Zheng Qi said. Ruo Su also said, Elder Yi, old brother Zheng Qi is also worried about your safety. You'd best not go and join in the fun. Ever since after Ling Zikuan's incident, Ruo Su's impression of Yi Yuan improved significantly. Thinking about it, for Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to have such a genius, there only seemed to be advantages and no disadvantage. Furthermore, Yi Yuan repaid Ingrat. 1. Tude with kindness, preserving Song Qiang's face, and also let him vent his grievance. This made him much more pleased in his heart. In the past, he was under an obsession, seemingly taking unnecessary pains to split hairs, opposing Yi Yuan in every way. It seemed to be somewhat too much. Ruo soon knew that his hate had extended on account of another, because of Xianyu, and because he feared Yi Yuan. But Yi Yuan said, Two head elders, recently, I encountered some bottleneck in cultivation and it's hard to resolve. This time, I could just go out and take a walk. You all rest, yes, assured this he still has some means. Protecting myself should be an issue. Moreover, at the fiend-calling ridge there, I think body is more familiar and more used to it than I am. When Zheng Qi saw Yi Yuan's composed appearance, he could not help being secretly alarmed. Hearing the meaning in Yi Yuan's words, he still had a considerable trump card on him. Zheng Qi ruminated for a moment and finally said, All right, since Elder Yi insists on going, then go along. But once there's something amiss, you must escape right away. You mustn't seek to outs. I, plus any others. Coming to the fiend-calling ridge once more, Yi Yuan was also dumbstruck with amazement by the scenery before his eyes. Countless brilliant rays of sunlight shone out from inside the 100,000-foot abyss, spectacular to behold. From very far away, Yi Yuan sensed the extremely strong origin magnetic field. Slight, weaker divine Lord Realm powerhouses could not even fly. At this time, fiend-calling ridges 2sh. ES already had large numbers of powerhouses gathered. They were practically all divine Lord Realm and above powerhouses. Disregarding the fiend race's side, just the human race's side, the divine Lord Realm powerhouses that came were no less than 100 people. Among them had the reinforcements which River Eternal Imperial City invited, and also reclusive powerhouses who were drawn over. How is it, Yi Yuan? Zheng Qi asked Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan observed for a while and said, This force field is at least 5 times of the original. Furthermore, it's still growing stronger continuously. I didn't expect that in a short 100 years' time, such a civ change actually happened to this place. Then according to your surmises, what kind of treasure will be born this time? Zheng Qi said. Yi Yuan mused for a moment and said with a solemn expression, It's still hard to say right now, but likely the grade won't be too low. The two people were currently talking in a low voice when suddenly a pair walked over this side. Haha, Zheng Qi, long time no see. You're actually not dead yet. An ear-piercing voice drifted over from a distance. Zheng Qi's face turned black, and he said coldly, Gao Yuan, you're not dead. How can this old man dare to die? The one in the lead was a slightly chubby old man who looked very wretched. But his aura was very powerful. It was actually on par with head Elder Zheng Qi. Gao Yuan laughed loudly when he heard it and said, How can a defeated opponent dare to talk brave words? Didn't expect that you dare to come personally this time. You mustn't be like that D.A.M. master of yours, who died here without any explanation. Zheng Qi's expression was incomparably ugly. Yi Yuan could clearly feel his fury, but he forcefully reined it in. Gao Yuan, don't you get OCKY. Master's grudge. I'll seek it back personally one day, Zheng Qi said in a cold voice. Upon meeting, swords were drawn, and they were ready to jump at each other's throats. Yi Yuan was uncertain and asked an elder by the side, "What's going on here?" The elder said several tens of thousands of years ago, head elder's master perished inside a mystic realm. But it was said that at that time, head elder's master originally wouldn't have fallen. He only died because he fell into a trap dug by this Gao Yuan. In the end, this Gao Yuan escaped safe and sound, while head elder's master died inside the mystic realm. Head elder later cultivated bitterly, and finally broke through to become a ninth-layered heaven divine lord. Hence, he went to find this Gao Yuan to take revenge. Who knew that because of the lucky chance that this Gao Yuan obtained inside the mystic realm that time, he actually touched the threshold of celestial deity realm and stepped in a half-step celestial deity realm. Head elder returned in defeat and was nearly killed by Gao Yuan. If not for City Lord personally taking action, head elder would probably have already perished. Yi Yuan did not think that there were actually still so many twists and turns involved. Back then, when he brought Cold Feather back, after Cold Feather heard the news of Wu Xingtong's demise, he was still dejected for a while. Clearly, he also valued this disciple of his greatly. Chapter 16:18 Unfortunate Wretch. Chapter 16:18 Unfortunate Wretch, haha. Why wouldn't I be OCKY? The precious treasure being born this time might be the turning point for me to break through to the celestial deity realm. The height that you and that master of yours couldn't reach, I reached it. Won't you say I should be pleased with myself? Gao Yuan said smugly. In fact, he was still one generation older than Zheng Qi. According to his seniority and strength, he shouldn't come to this place personally. Now that he was here, he naturally came for the lucky chance this time. He already had half a foot stepped into celestial deity realm, but he kept failing to break through. Such a lucky chance, he naturally would not let it go easily. Zheng Qi was angered by him until his face was livid, but there was nothing he could do. Even though he caught up from behind, catching up to Gao Yuan's realm, who could have thought that he relied on the lucky chance he schemed and to harm his master. At the end, he actually had half a foot stepped into the celestial deity realm. Zheng Qi's talent was also extremely outstanding. But regarding the celestial deity realm, he had the heart, but his strength was lacking. These few years, he practically used everything in his A.R.S. Enel, and was also unable to find the opportunity to break through to celestial deity realm. You naturally have a possibility of obtaining the lucky chance and breakthrough to celestial deity realm. But you also have a likelihood of dying in the fiend-calling ridge, becoming a pile of yellow dirt. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. Gao Yuan's face fell. His eyes revealed a murderous light as he looked at Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan was not afraid and met Gao Yuan's gaze. Where did this punk come from? The seniors are talking. Is there a right for you to interrupt? No. Body would have expected that while talking, Gao Yuan raised his hand, and it was a palm. A powerful palm force rushed toward Yi Yuan at lightning speed. This palm was too sudden. There were no signs beforehand at all, resulting in everyone not reacting. Sounds of exclamations could be heard all around. It was as if already seeing the scene of Yi Yuan being smacked into minced meat by a palm. How powerful was the palm of a half-step celestial deity powerhouse? Even just a casual strike was also not what a grand completion origin deity martial artist could resist. But the next scene made everyone's exclamations become stupefaction. Boom! A loud boom. A first-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse beside Gao Yuan directly flew out. That person fell to the ground, his entire person incomparably miserable, and was actually on his dying breath already. Gao Yuan's countenance suddenly changed, and he cried out in shock, "Spatial laws." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Oh, not bad, huh? You have some knowledge." Gao Yuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. "Fis. Hi." Plussing out a medicinal pill, he said to the people beside him in a solemn voice, "Let him take it." The people beside him did not dare to dawdle, hurriedly going to feed the medicinal pill to that unlucky first-layered heaven divine lord powerhouse, who was twisting up in a flus. Gao Yuan looked at Yi Yuan. A cold light glinted. He was bullying Yi Yuan on the basis that was young just now, determining that he was Zheng Qi's junior disciple who was brought out this time to see the world. Who could have expected that this young man was actually so troublesome and actually comprehended spatial laws? What kind of visual prowess did Gao Yuan have? He saw through at a glance that Yi Yuan's spatial laws were not that kind of half-baked stuff, but extremely profound comprehensions that below earlier looked simple. But in reality, Yi Yuan manipulated spatial laws, went through a very complicated spatial shuttling, only then transmitting the attack onto that unfortunate wretch. This level of means was simply inconceivable. Spatial laws. That young man actually knows spatial laws. My G. Oh, D. This kid actually comprehended spatial laws, and he's only just origin deity realm. When did such a freak appear in heavenly eagle imperial city? Hearing spatial laws, cries of exclamations sounded out by the side. This kind of heaven-defying law, who did not wish to comprehend it, except let people cultivate bitterly for 10,000 years, and they also could not figure out a speck. Even though these divine Lord Realm powerhouses could use a portion of spatial power regarding spatial laws, they still only knew a bit of superficial knowledge. But Yi Yuan was just origin deity realm and had not even opened up his own small world, and actually already comprehended spatial laws. For a moment, jealousy, envy, various emotions suffused in the air. When Gao Yuan attacked just now, Zheng Qi got a fright too. But Gao Yuan caught him by surprise, making him too late to come to the rescue. No one could have thought that Yi Yuan had long been prepared, giving him a dose of his medicine, crippling a divine Lord Realm powerhouse of the other side. All of the frustrations just now turned into veiled delight. Old punk Gao Yuan, you made an error of judgment this time. Yi Yuan isn't some junior. He's my heavenly eagle imperial city's elder. He still has the qualifications to scold you a bit, Zheng Qi said with a beam. There was another wave of exclamations around. It was still their first time hearing that an origin deity realm could actually become an imperial city's elder. But just based on the spatial laws, it seemed to be sufficient as well. He nearly one-shot a first-layered heaven divine lord with one move. Even though there was suspicion of opportunism, if it were others, who could do it? Gao Yuan's gaze was icy cold and clearly had killing intent aroused towards Yi Yuan. He said in a cold voice, "Very good. You all are stirring up this old man's wrath here. Then you guys have to be prepared to receive this old man's fury." While talking, a terrifying pressure instantly descended. Those who were slightly weaker practically could not stand on their feet. The pressure of a half-step celestial deity realm was too strong. Zheng Qi revealed a solemn look, secretly thinking to himself that this old fellow's strength seemed to be much stronger again. But Yi Yuan was composed in the face of crisis, seemingly not worried at all. At this time, Ling Ziquan suddenly appeared and said, "Dear me, Brother Gao Yuan, on the account of this old man's face, you all put down your individual grievances first, all right? Opposite, the fiend race is glaring like a ravening tiger. If we have internal strife first, who the big lucky chance belongs to this time will be hard to say." Gao Yuan's expression changed, his aura instantly withdrawing. He gave a cold snort and said, "Ling Ziquan, looking on the account of your face today, I'll spare this brat first. But after this matter, this old man will definitely seek justice for the disciple under me." Ling Ziquan hurriedly said, "Brother Gao Yuan, calm down. Brother Gao Yuan, calm down. Oh, right, this one is the Yin Zhe who's garrisoned at Tide Rain City. He's more clear about the situation around here. Let him introduce it first." A middle-aged man flashed out from behind Ling Ziquan, gave a bow to Zheng Qi, Gao Yuan, and the rest, and said, "This lowly one, Yin Zhe, pays respect to your excellencies." Suddenly, a person behind Yin Zhe cried out, "Why Yi Yuan? You're Yi Yuan." Yin Zhe's gaze turned intent, and he could not help sweeping over Yi Yuan, immediately feeling somewhat familiar. Suddenly, he also suddenly came to realize the truth and exclaimed, You're Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan had long recognized these two people. One was the Yin Zhe who had a chance encounter with him before. The other was an old acquaintance, Ling Feng. He did not expect to actually be able to meet these two people on this kind of occasion. Ling Zikuan's face fell, and he said with a cold snort, "What, Yi Yuan? Is Yi Yuan what you guys can call? Got to call Lord Yi Yuan or Elder Yi Yuan?" This shock was by no means insignificant. Ling Feng did not understand, but Yin Zhe understood what being an elder meant. Thinking back then, when he saw Yi Yuan, the other party was still merely a little kid who had just entered Heaven Glimpse realm. Only 100 over years had gone by, but Yi Yuan actually already became an Imperial City's elder? This was too fantastical, right? Chapter 1619 Humans Common Enemy. Chapter 1619 Humans Common Enemy. All old friends already. Don't need to be like this. Just call me Yi Yuan. Ling Feng, long time no see. You seem to be doing pretty well now, Yi Yuan said with a smile. Ling Feng was incomparably shocked. In just a short 100 over years, Yi Yuan's realm actually already grew from the initial stage Heaven Glimpse back then to the current grand completion origin deity. This cultivation speed was simply inconceivable. The Elder Yi, and not at all. Ling Feng also came back to his senses and immediately realized that Yi Yuan's present item. 1. Tai was extraordinary. How could he still dare to address Yi Yuan as brothers? Yi Yuan smiled and did not force things as well. He knew that there was already an insurmountable gulf between him and Ling Feng. Having him talk on equal footing with him again was likely very difficult. His growth would inevitably be accompanied by this kind of situation happening. Yin Zi was similarly incomparably shocked in his heart. Back then, Yi Yuan was still just a little fellow in his eyes. He did not expect that 100 over years of not seeing, he was already an Imperial City's elder. This made him rather uncomfortable. But he came back to his senses very quickly and said to Ling Feng, "Ling Feng, you understand this area the best. Introduce the situation of Fiend Calling Ridge for the various lords then." Ling Feng bowed and said, "Yes, Lord Yinzi." At this time, numerous divine Lord Realm powerhouses gathered around, all of their auras shocking. Facing so many divine Lord Realm powerhouses, Ling Feng's complexion was also rather pale. Fortunately, he had been on the battlefield for many years and was also a person full of vigor and vitality. He could barely manage to calm himself. Hence, he started to speak with fervor and assurance, introducing the terrain and features of Fiend Calling Ridge, the dangers of the natural chasm, as well as the opposite Fiend race's forces distribution. Ling Feng had flopped around here for many years and knew these things with great familiarity. While Yin Zi was pulled to one side by Ling Zikuan, who asked softly, "How did you guys know Yi Yuan?" Mentioning this, Yin Zi's expression turned fearful, being filled with great respect for Yi Yuan. Back then, if not for Yi Yuan, Tide Rain City would have long been breached. Now, this place would likely be the Fiend race's territory already. He recounted the events back then, making Ling Zikuan incredibly shocked. This kid is indeed a freak. When at Heaven Glimpse Realm, he could challenge the Fiend race army alone. For him to have such accomplishments now, it's also not unusual anymore, Ling Zikuan said with a sigh. Yin Zi said curiously, "Head Elder, this Yi Yuan is merely at the grand completion origin deity realm. No matter how powerful his strength is, it's also limited, right? Why can he become Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's elder?" Ling Zikuan chuckled and said, "This kid's alchemy Dao strength, even Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower's head elder, is ashamed of his inferiority. Do you think he can become an elder or not? Moreover, he even comprehended spatial laws. He's simply a freak." Yin Zi's eyes opened wide, with a look of disbelief. Even though he guarded the frontier, what Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower's head elder signified, he was very clear. Yi Yuan was just grand completion origin deity and could actually make head elder candidly admit defeat. Such strength was a little too freakish, right? Very soon, Ling Feng introduced the general situation on this side. Everybody also had an understanding. Right now, the precious treasure had not come into being yet. After everyone understood the situation, they each found a place to conserve strength and build up energy. But Yi Yuan pulled Ling Feng to one side and talked about the old days with him, and gave him some rank 2 divine pills. Ling Feng's talent was pretty good. He was clearly peak middle stage heaven glimpse already. When he saw the medicinal pills Yi Yuan gave, he was shocked until his jaws hit the ground. He realized that as long as he had these medicinal pills, it should not be a problem for him to break through to origin deity realm. What Yi Yuan left for him were all divine-grade medicinal pills. In the following few days, everyone all quietly waited for the day the precious treasure came into being. On this day, light rose to the sky at Fiend-Calling Ridge, dazzling to the extreme, giving people a strong sense of shock. What a powerful aura! This is the aura of great Tao laws. The precious treasure is finally born. Just based on this aura, it's absolutely a rare treasure. Too strong. No wonder everyone said that even celestial deity powerhouses will be moved. This treasure, I must acquire it. Sensing the might of the treasure, the people were all unbelievably fervent. Everyone clambered to the edge of the cliff and looked down. The treasure is already born. Everybody, quickly go down. Someone gave a roar and leaped into the natural moat. With the first person taking the lead, someone immediately followed suit. Quite a number of itinerant cultivators were afraid of people taking the initiative and also jumped down after. Arg! But with this jump, there was immediately someone who discovered something amiss. Those people lost their center of gravity all of a sudden and actually dropped straight down the 100,000-foot abyss. Screams came over, making everyone panic. One had to know, these were all divine Lord Realm powerhouses, capable of flying in the air. They were actually unable to resist the origin magnetic field within the natural chasm. Someone exclaimed, "Everybody don't jump. This origin magnetic field is too strong. There's simply no way to fly in the air." Their faces revealed looks of despair. Was this going to return empty-handed after entering a treasure mountain? Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities Group also came to the edge of the chasm at this time. Yi Yuan discovered that the origin magnetic field at this time was more than a dozen times stronger than originally. Such a horrifying gravity. Even divine Lord Realm powerhouses found it difficult to control themselves too. And he knew that the further down, the stronger the force field. Falling down only had the outcome of being smashed into pieces. Yi Yuan, what to do here? Zheng Qi could not resist asking. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "We can only each display our magical abilities. According to my estimation, 7th layered Heaven Divine Lords should be able to go down on their own. 9th layered Heaven Divine Lords can roughly bring 2 or 3 people down." Zheng Qi said in surprise, "This force field is actually so strong." Yi Yuan nodded and said, "Only strong, not weak. How powerful the force field below is, I can't say for sure as well. Perhaps when 7th layered Heaven Divine Lords go down, they will also have to suffer a huge loss." This, Heavenly Eagle's people sucked in a cold breath. The strength of this force field was also too great. The crux was that going down did not have any way of resorting to trickery at all. Only by relying on the world power of divine Lord Realm powerhouses, forcefully breaking free of the constraints of the force field, could one stabilize their figure from there. Everyone also did not think that such a situation would actually occur. Doesn't this mean that only 4 or 5 of us can go down?" Zheng Qi said helplessly. Everyone had disappointed looks. Not being able to go down meant that they brushed past the lucky chance this time. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "That's talking about others. We're naturally all going down." Ling Zikuan suddenly came close and asked Yi Yuan, "That Elder Yi, you know spatial laws. Are you able to bring people down?" His words immediately attracted many people's attention, scooting over one after another. "Elder Yi, bring us down." "Yeah, reaching below, we might be facing the threat of the fiend race. One more person, one more portion of strength. Elder Yi, we should be united against outsiders now. Don't you say so?" Those divine lord realm powerhouses all looked at Yi Yuan eagerly, afraid that he would refuse. But this time, Gao Yuan suddenly snorted coldly and said, "Also submissive and meek for what? If he dares to not agree, that's becoming all humans' common enemy." Chapter 16:20 Not this price. Chapter 16:20 Not this price. The moment these words came out, the scene became quiet. But very soon, someone came forward to concur. "Yeah, we're all giving River Eternal Imperial City a helping hand. What right does he have to not bring us down? We're fighting for the human race right now. If he doesn't bring us, that's rising universal condemnation. The fiend race is glaring like a ravening tiger. Every additional person we have, it's an additional portion of strength. If he doesn't bring everybody down because of a little selfish motive, that's too beneath contempt." These people suddenly discovered that Gao Yuan fought for an excellent reason for them. Hence, they started agreeing one by one. At this time, each and every one of them was righteous and awe-inspiring, as if they incarnated to become the messengers of justice, seemingly all becoming the heroes of the human race. They all believed that under this kind of pressure, forget about Yi Yuan, even Heavenly Eagle Imperial City would also put pressure on Yi Yuan and force him to give in. No Imperial City dared to shoulder such a crime. Sure enough, Zheng Qi's face changed several times. He opened his mouth, but he did not know how to start talking. Rather, there was an elder who could not hold back and said, "Elder Yi, why not? Just bring them along. This isn't a joke. Yeah, Elder Yi, this crime, our Heavenly Eagle Imperial City can't bear it." Gao Yuan watched his scene, sneering in his heart to no end. Make him come and beg Yi Yuan? No chance. He was secretly pleased with himself in his heart. I only used a slight trick. At the end, wouldn't you still have to submit obediently? Yi Yuan remained silent the whole time, quietly watching these people perform. They all seemed to be here to help River Eternal Imperial City resist the fiend race. But actually, they were all here to fish in muddy waters. This point, Yi Yuan was well aware long ago. These people were in a state of disunity. They were not as united as the fiend race at all. Really encountering the fiend race, they might do something. After a while, when the surrounding voices gradually became quieter, only then Yi Yuan took his time to say, "All done posturing?" Everyone's faces became stifled when they heard this. Then they heard Yi Yuan slowly say, "Amen, looks like you're done posturing. Then let me say a few words. Firstly, don't take the human race's righteous cause to come and pressure this little lord. The things that this little lord has done for the human race, you all can't even catch up by whipping your horses. Secondly, don't hope to use Heavenly Eagle Imperial City to come and pressure me. My temper isn't too good. If really push me into a corner, I'll withdraw from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City right now. None of you can think about going down." Gao Yuan smiled coldly when he heard that and said, "Without the protection of Heavenly Eagle Imperial City, do you think that you can walk out of here?" Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, "Old thing, this little lord, I am not bringing your people down today. Come bite me if you have the capabilities." Gao Yuan's face fell, and he said, "Kid, you really take it as this old man doesn't dare to touch you?" Yi Yuan did not have the slightest fear and said hatefully, "You feel free to come and give it a try." Ling Ziquan saw that the situation was not good and hurriedly became a mediator. If really fell out, the ones suffering a loss would still be them, River Eternal Imperial City. Goodness me, for everybody to be able to come to Fiend Calling Ridge, it's giving my River Eternal Imperial City face. Brother Gao Yuan, younger brother Yi, let's all simmer down first, all right? Ling Ziquan said. Yi Yuan did not care about him either and continued, saying, "Thirdly, this little lord, I, can be persuaded by reason, but not cowed by force. Just now, those who use whatever human race's righteous cause to come and pressure me, each and every one of you, I've remembered it. If you guys want to go down, Ken, each person, 1 billion divine essence stones. Not a single one less. Don't tell me that you all can't take it out, and also don't think about bargaining. This little lord isn't a 3-year-old kid. The rest, I could bring you guys down for free." Those people who concurred with Gao Yuan earlier immediately felt as uncomfortable as having eaten a fly. The price of one sentence of 1 billion divine essence stones. However, Gao Yuan, Ling Ziquan, Zheng Qi, and the likes were all incomparably shocked in their hearts. They were all high-ranking figures who wield authority. They were the most proficient in this kind of stratagem. They never expected that Yi Yuan actually resolved all of the previous awkwardness with a beautiful Tai Chi push. He threw his temper and also brought the people away and even made a big killing. This was simply mind-blowing. Want to go? Can't but pay up. Actually, the people who concurred with Gao Yuan just now were mostly those middle-stage divine Lord Realm powerhouses. Their strengths were inadequate to go down, but they also wanted face and also wanted to curry favor with Gao Yuan, this half-step celestial deity powerhouse. That was why they would say those kinds of words. While those slightly weaker initial stage divine Lord Realm martial artists mostly did not make a sound. Even though Yi Yuan's strength was weak, he was a true blue elder. With their status, they could not afford to offend at all. They naturally did not dare to speak out. At this time, each and every one of them rejoiced greatly. Luckily, they did not throw a rock down the well just now. You stepped on me and still wanted to make me bring you down? How could Yi Yuan let them do as they wished? Not dying, I also have to make you lose a layer of skin. Yi Yuan uttering 1 billion this number. Naturally, he had a score in his heart. These middle-stage divine Lord Realm powerhouses, most were some imperial cities' major families' powerhouses, their status extraordinary. They were naturally much wealthier compared to those itinerant cultivators. 1 billion this sum, they could definitely take it out. But it would absolutely make them lose a layer of skin. Why? Body wants to go down? Head Elder Ling. Not that I'm not giving face. It's that they themselves don't want to go down. Those who didn't posture earlier all stand on this side. I'll bring you all down right away, Yi Yuan said coolly. The moment his voice faded, a large group of people rushed over to this side for fear of falling behind. Before long, close to 100 people stood behind Yi Yuan. The ones who spoke up to squeeze Yi Yuan were just the minority after all. At this time, they stood in the wind like lone flowers swaying, lonely to the extreme. While talking, a burst of spatial laws surged. Yi Yuan was really going to directly bring these people down. How could those people still carry on waiting? They immediately loosened up. Elder Yi 1 billion, I pay. Just now, I've offended you just now. I'm truly sorry about it. A 6-layered heaven divine Lord Powerhouse ran over in a hurry and stuffed the storage ring holding divine essence stones into Yi Yuan's hand. Yi Yuan weighed the storage ring and said with a smile, Amen. Everything can be arranged if there's money. Go to that side then. 1 billion divine essence stones to buy a lucky chance. You don't lose out. Ho. That person was akin to being granted amnesty, hurriedly standing behind Yi Yuan. With someone taking the lead, how could the others still endure it? All handed divine essence stones onto Yi Yuan's hands in great haste, afraid of Yi Yuan going back on his words. Zheng Qi was long already dumbfounded at Yi Yuan's side. In this short while, Yi Yuan already collected over 10 billion divine essence stones. This was simply opening a divine essence stone mine. Was earning money so easy? Different from Zheng Qi, Gao Yuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. Head Elder, what should we do? Gao Yuan's subordinates asked weakly. Clearly, they were anxious too. Gao Yuan's expression flickered incessantly. Yi Yuan's move really checkmated him, Imbara. Sing him to the extreme. Now, their utmost peace imperial city was already being isolated. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and said, Go. Utmost peace imperial city's powerhouses were akin to being granted amnesty, heading over to Yi Yuan's side one after another, wanting to pay divine essence stones. However, Yi Yuan did not receive it and said coolly to Gao Yuan, Old man Gao, if your men want to go down, can as well. But it's not this price. Chapter 16:21 Robbing the Rich and Helping the Poor. Chapter 16:21 Robbing the Rich and Helping the Poor. Gao Yuan's face fell, and he said in a cold voice, What do you mean? Toward Gao Yuan's killing intent, Yi Yuan was completely indifferent. He just said coolly, "Old man Gao, you really think that this little lord has a good temper, right? Originally, it wasn't so troublesome, but you insisted on fanning fire here, using so-called human race's righteous cause to come and pressure me. It's clearly you who covets the precious treasure, but then you insist on feigning a righteous and awe-inspiring appearance. Do you really take me to be a 3-year-old kid? Trying to repulse me, right? This is the outcome of disgusting me." The scene was silent. Everyone all looked at Yi Yuan in amazement. To dare speak to a half-step celestial deity realm powerhouse like this, Yi Yuan was probably one of a kind. One had to know, even though half-step celestial deities were not genuine celestial deity powerhouses, once he took this step, that was an existence who looked down upon the world. Therefore, that was why those people wanted to suck up to Gao Yuan and squeeze Yi Yuan. Gao Yuan's chest was like a puffing bellow, furious until he puffed heavily. His expression was incredibly grim, icy cold to the extreme, as he said in a chilly voice, "Do you really think that I don't dare to touch you?" The aura of a half-step celestial deity releasing, the powerful pressure enveloped everyone once again. But Yi Yuan was not the least bit afraid and said nonchalantly, "You're the one who doesn't dare. So many people are waiting for me to bring them down. If you kill me, you'll be the human race's common enemy." Gao Yuan choked when he heard it. The imposing momentum that had just condensed immediately vanished without a trace. This punk actually completely turned the situation around unknowingly. Now, this kid actually used this reason to come and threaten him, and he could not seem to find a reason to retaliate. Monstrous waves stirred in the heart of the Zhengqi at one side. Yi Yuan, this brat, not only was his talent exceedingly terrifying, his means were actually so superb too. Originally, a single misstep, heavenly eagle imperial city, and him would be dragged into the water. But in a twinkle, the situation was reversed by Yi Yuan. Now, Yi Yuan reverse checkmated him. Gao Yuan could only be a mute eating a dose of bitter medicine, suffering humiliation in silence. But seeing Gao Yuan slumping, Zhengqi was really endlessly refreshed in his heart. Gao Yuan was livid. He wished to tear Yi Yuan with his hands. But what Yi Yuan said was right. He really did not dare. Gao Yuan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "State the price then." He really did not expect that he was actually forced until he was at a complete loss on what to do by a brat still wet behind his ears. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Make it a bit cheaper for you. 1 divine lord mystic treasure for 2 people." Gao Yuan's eyes became wide saucers and he roared, "What did you say? To think that you can say it out. Do you think that divine lord mystic treasures are common wares?" Everyone behind Yi Yuan looked at each other speechlessly, full of shock. This elder Yi was really demanding an exorbitant price. Yi Yuan shrugged and said, "You a half-step celestial deity realm powerhouse. Could you not have a few articles of divine lord mystic treasures that you have no use for on you? Using them to exchange for a lucky chance for utmost peace imperial city's young generation. It's all too worthwhile. Or is it that you're selfish until you aren't willing to contribute to utmost peace imperial city?" Gao Yuan was angry until he billowed his beard and glared, but he was powerless to do anything. This brat was really sharp-tongued. "I have divine lord mystic treasures, but why should I give them to you for no reason? Brat, to dare ask for this old man's things, be careful it stuffs you to bursting and kills you," Gao Yuan said viciously. "Oh, this little lord's appet. 1. Te is ferocious. Don't need you to worry about it. Hurry up, don't dawdle. Everyone is waiting to go down," Yi Yuan said coolly. Gao Yuan was like squeezing out toothpaste, taking out 3 divine lord mystic treasures, and said in a cold voice, "Brat, eating this old man's stuff, you'll ultimately have to spit it out." Yi Yuan received the divine lord mystic treasures directly through a sword of Ning Tianping, and said coolly, "You don't have a divine lord mystic treasure yet, right? This sword will be given to you. Which of you still don't have divine lord mystic treasures?" Ning Tianping, as a martial tower protector and Yi Yuan's follower, naturally came along too. He received the long sword, extremely excited in his heart. Even though the Ning family was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's major family, it was impossible to have a divine lord mystic treasure in everyone's hands. Only Gao Yuan, this kind of old, undying fellow, a person who went to no idea how many mystic realms did how many schemes could have so many divine Lord mystic treasures on him. Even though Ning Tianping was already almost third-layered Heaven Divine Lord, he really did not have a Divine Lord Mystic treasure in possession. Now that he had a Divine Lord Mystic treasure, he was confident that defeating third-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses should be nothing difficult. Even when encountering fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord, he had the power to have a battle too. Ning Tianping bowed and said, "Many thanks, Elder Yi." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "You followed me, so I'll have to give you some benefits." Very soon, Yi Yuan also distributed the other two Divine Lord Mystic treasures, agitating the people who obtained them badly. The Heavenly Eagle Imperial City side was extremely excited, because counting according to the number of people, the opposite side had to at least take out two Divine Lord Mystic treasures to be able to bring everyone away. Quite a number of people came from Utmost Peace Imperial City this time. Adding them up, there were close to 20 people. Counting Gao Yuan, there were 4 people above 7th layered Heaven Divine Lord. If each of them brought 2 to 3 people along, there were still around 10 people. If they wanted all to go down, they had to use Divine Lord Mystic treasures. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and said, "Mo Hui, Zhu Yunkai, each of you take out another Divine Lord Mystic treasure." This Mo Hui and Zhu Yunkai were both 8th layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses. Hearing Gao Yuan's words at this time, their hearts were dripping blood. "You caused trouble now. You want us to wipe your backside for you." But facing Gao Yuan, they dared to get angry, but did not dare to speak. They could only each take out a Divine Lord Mystic treasure. After Yi Yuan got them, he immediately distributed them. With this, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's side strength increased greatly. Zheng Qi said, "Yi Yuan, so many Divine Lord Mystic treasures. Why didn't you keep one for yourself?" Yi Yuan said with a smile, "Does Head Elder feel that I'm someone who lacks Divine Lord Mystic treasures?" Zheng Qi could not help being stunned when he heard it. The current Yi Yuan was just like a nouveau riche, exuding the aura of a tyke. And from head to toe. These are 5 Divine Lord Mystic treasures. He gave them away without blinking, just like this. When Gao Yuan saw this scene, he was even more livid with rage, almost spewing out a mouthful of old blood. "You don't lack Divine Lord Mystic treasures. Then what did you scam me for?" Yi Yuan seemed to have seen through his thoughts and said with a smile, "I just feel that a powerhouse like Old Man Gao should sympathize with bottom-level martial artists a little. Either way, he can't use these things. So why not take them out and let everybody increase their strength? This way, our human race's collective strength will also rise significantly. Don't you say so?" Even though I don't find Old Man Gao pleasing to the eye, he's considered to have contributed to the human race with this. If anybody gets a lucky chance, you have to remember that he was good to you. Pooh work. Gao Yuan finally had anger attack his heart, spewing out a mouthful of old blood. This punk was simply terrible. "Goodness, my head, Elder Gao. You have to take it easy. You're our human race's heavyweight figure, an existence who might step into celestial deity realm. If something were to happen, what would we do?" Yi Yuan hurriedly said. Zheng Qi, hearing Yi Yuan's comical concern, laughed until he could not close his mouth at one side. In these several tens of thousands of years, he really had not laughed so happily like today. "All right, it's getting late. Don't let the fiend race take the initiative. We have to go down. In a while, when I use spatial laws, none of you resist. Otherwise, if you get lost in S.P.C., don't blame me," Yi Yuan said. Chapter 16:22 Falling into Heavy Encirclement. Chapter 16:22 Falling into Heavy Encirclement. Back then, when Yi Yuan went down this bottomless abyss, what he relied on was the origin magnetism spirit wood. Presently, he no longer needed it. With his comprehension of spatial laws, going down was not something hard. But even so, their large group of people still went down for a day and night before coming into contact with the bottom. Not good. My realm is being suppressed. Mine is being suppressed too. Currently, I only have first-layered heaven divine, Lord strength. Do you all notice it? The force field here is too strong. There's no way to fly at all. Upon landing, everyone's cry of horror transmitted over. Clearly, this situation was completely different from what they imagined. Divine Lord Realm powerhouses could not fly. Their realms were suppressed. This kind of situation made them too uncomfortable. Furthermore, the force field here was too strong, making them feel that even breathing was somewhat difficult. They were not used to it. Gao Yuan's expression was very ugly, because his realm was similarly being suppressed. Currently, it was only merely the likes of a fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Such a suppression made him a little more worried about the expedition this time. However, when his gaze turned to Yi Yuan, his expression became darker. Yi Yuan's realm was actually no different from before. It seemed like there was no suppression force at all. This discovery made him extremely displeased. Rather, everyone from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City had long been mentally prepared because of Yi Yuan's reminder and did not kick a big fuss like the rest. Yi Yuan's origin magnetic field quietly released, diminished. Plusing a large portion of the force field below. That bit remaining did not affect him too much. Alright, everybody, don't panic. This realm suppression isn't just targeted at us only. The fiend race powerhouses will likewise have their realm suppressed. It's just that we don't know what dangers this place has. So everybody best be more careful, and take care not to get separated, Ling Zikuan said. These people had also experienced grand spectacles before. After experiencing the initial most panic, they accepted the reality very soon and calmed down. Apart from River Eternal Imperial City, there were people from a total of 3 great imperial cities who came to support them this time. They were respectively Utmost Peace Imperial City, Dear Sun Imperial City, and Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. Among these 3 great forces, it was clearly Utmost Peace Imperial City's strength that was the strongest, followed by Heavenly Eagle Imperial City. And Dear Sun Imperial City only sent an 8th-layered Heaven Divine, Lord Elder over. He was considered the weakest one already. While River Eternal Imperial City sent a total of 30 over people this time. Apart from Ling Zikuan and this 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord Expert, there were still 2 8th-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses. This lineup was considered rather impressive already. It was just that now, apart from Gao Yuan, this half-step celestial deity being suppressed to 4th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, the other 9th-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses were all suppressed to 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Middle-stage Divine Lord realms were all suppressed to 2nd-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Initial-stage Divine Lord realms were all suppressed to 1st-layered Heaven Divine Lord. This result was clearly unexpected before they came down. The group of people advanced in groups, surrounded by jagged rocks of grotesque shapes, not even a blade of GRAS. Growing, light very dim. Everyone lit divine fires before they could barely manage to make out the path. We haven't discovered the fiend race's traces even until now. Could it be that they couldn't find a way down? Ling Zikuan suddenly said, his words faintly exuding excitement. Gao Yuan's eyes lit up when he heard that and said, if it's like this, then the chances of us getting the lucky chance will greatly increase. Dear Sun Imperial City, 8th-layered Heaven Divine Lord, Zhuiqing said, I don't believe that the fiend race also has a powerhouse who understands spatial laws. Those who can come down are probably not many. We have so many people. Eradicating them is easily accomplished. But Yi Yuan said, you guys are thinking too much. 100 years ago, the fiend race already created flying boats that can suspend above the natural chasm. With the strength with Divine Lord Realm powerhouses and going together with that flying boat, the fiend race powerhouses might have long come down before. Yi Yuan's words were akin to a bucket of cold water splosh. Plussing on their heads, instantly making them feel a chill. It's still this kid who's smart. What's the use of being smart? Doesn't he still have to die here? These humans are really a bunch of fools to actually still hope that we're not coming. At this time, a series of unbridled voices suddenly sounded out all around. making everyone's faces change drastically. The ones who said this could only be the fiend race's powerhouses. And, Body would have thought that they were suddenly surrounded. Most importantly, they looked in all directions and could not find traces of fiend race powerhouses at all. Only hearing the voices, not seeing the people. Fiend dogs, scram out here for this father of yours. What kind of ability is it to sneak around furtively? If you have the capabilities, have an open and above-board fight. A bunch of cowardly turtles. The human powerhouse's roars seemed rather ferocious in appearance, but feeble in essence. They wanted to goad the fiend race powerhouses out, but how could the fiend race powerhouse do as they wanted? Yi Yuan suddenly said, "Don't shout anymore. We've already fallen into the grand array that the fiend race set up. They're not far from us right now. It's just that you guys can't see." The moment everyone heard, their faces could not help changing. These fiend race powerhouses had clearly long laid in ambush, just waiting for them to walk right into the trap. A voice dripping with sarcasm said sneeringly, "This kid has some ability to actually be able to realize that they have already fallen into an array formation. But it's no use. This soul-devouring devil cloud formation is a peak rank 4 divine formation. Even if 9th layered heaven divine lords get caught inside, it's certain death too. Moreover, you all have your realms suppressed currently." Gao Yuan's expression became incomparably ugly. He did not expect that he had not seen the treasure yet and already got caught in a desperate situation. Peak rank 4 divine formation. If he did not have his realm suppressed, wanting to escape was naturally no problem. But now, he was only 4th layered heaven divine lord. How to run away? Could it be that he was really going to die first before achieving success in the expedition? You all savor the power of the soul, devouring devil cloud formation well. This Xiantian mystic treasure will belong to our fiend race. Done talking, clouds of red fog actually appeared out of thin air, surrounding everyone inside. The red fog filled the air. It was so dark that you could not see your hand in front of you at all. Everyone already lost traces of their companions. "Kill, kill, kill. Kill you, this fiend dog." Suddenly, someone among the humans screamed, chopping over toward a companion beside him with a sword. Poochie. That person was caught off guard, his head directly being chopped flying, and already died until he was deader than dead. This soul-devouring devil cloud formation was able to take effect on the martial artist's divine soul, making them produce illusions and kill each other. For a moment, the companions that they saw all became fiend race powerhouses, incomparably sinister. These people attacked brutally, betting life for life with each other, just like they became mortal enemies. A hint of red light flashed across Yi Yuan's eyes, seemingly seeing through the stretch of red fog. Immediately after, his figure moved, disappearing from the people's line of sight. Among the fiend race's battalion, Heavenstar's brows furrowed slightly, and he said to Dian, "Did you feel that kid just now looked a lot like someone?" With a Xiantian mystic treasure coming into being this time, Blood Yamahal and eminent Orchid Imperial City formed a tacit agreement, sending large groups of powerhouses over. Heavenstar and Dian were precisely among them. Dian was not familiar with Yi Yuan, but Heavenstar's impression was Yi Yuan was very deep. At this time, Heavenstar finally discovered a hint of something amiss. Chapter 16, 23 Height of Shamelessness. Chapter 16, 23 Height of Shamelessness, and said rather puzzledly, "You're saying?" Heavenstar said, "Oh my." Back then, Source Knight, that punk disguised as a fiend. Wasn't his appearance very similar to that kid just now? Dian ruminated when he heard that. He suddenly startled awake and said, "If you didn't say it, I really couldn't recall. It's him." It was not that Dian was forgetful, but Yi Yuan in human state and Yi Yuan in fiend race state, his aura and disposition were vastly different. Coupled with that, Yi Yuan did some modifications in appearance. That was why Dian did not recognize him. Now, being reminded by Heavenstar, Dian abruptly realized it. Dian said in a clear voice, "Hang on. Let's go back first." Dian was this group of fiends' important figure. His words were naturally very effective. Another leader, Xiaoan, said, "What's wrong, Dian? Could it be that those humans still have a possibility of escaping from the soul, devouring Devil Cloud Formation?" Dian said, "If it was just those people, it's naturally impossible. But there's a very great variable among them." Xiaoan was rather surprised as he said, "It's that kid you guys were talking about earlier? However, just being at the origin deity realm, is he actually so formidable?" Heaven Star said with a cold smile. He toyed with the entire eminent Orchid Imperial City and Blood Yamahal in the palm of his hand, and finally, even obtained the precious treasure and withdrew. "Do you think he's formidable or not?" Even though they did not know the Purple Extreme Hall's grade, use one's T to think that they would also know that it was definitely a precious treasure. Chow got a big shock and said, "This brat is that one who made you all suffer a tragic loss the last time?" Heaven Star said with a cold smile, "That punk. I'll still recognize him even if he turns to ashes. This time, I'm going to let him know what's called despair. Get lost for your father." In the red fog, Gao Yuan's eyes were scarlet red. He already almost could not hold on anymore. This array formation was too powerful. With the strength of his divine soul, he was actually unable to resist it. Even though he tried his best to stay awake, his consciousness still became increasingly blurry. "Damn in it. This old man has roamed unhindered for a lifetime. How can I possibly capsize in a drain?" Gao Yuan roared, wanting to rush out of the grand array. But his consciousness became more and more blurry. Rumble. Suddenly, a loud noise transmitted over. Gao Yuan immediately felt his divine soul ease up, recovering clarity. What's going on here? What did I do just now? Junior apprentice brother, who killed you? I'm going to take revenge for you. It was Elder Yi who saved us. Not far away, there was a destroyed formation base beside Yi Yuan, and the surroundings already had quite a few formation bases destroyed. Very clearly, this was all done by Yi Yuan. Many thanks. Many thanks for Elder Ye's life-saving grace. All thanks to Elder Yi. Otherwise, we'd be completely wiped out. Elder Yi is indeed not ordinary. This old man admires you. Everyone came over to give thanks to Yi Yuan one by one after another. If not for Yi Yuan, they would probably have already utterly fallen into enemy hands now. It was just that they were extremely surprised in their hearts. Why was Yi Yuan not controlled in the slightest inside this grand array? This grand array directly took effect on the divine soul. But Yi Yuan's divine soul had the soul-suppressing pearl guarding. How could the grand array corrode it in the least bit? And Yi Yuan's sun-moon heavenly pupil had the effect of blasting apart falsehood, making him find these formation bases very quickly. As long as the formation bases were destroyed, the grand array would naturally be broken. Zheng Qi still had lingering fear in his heart until now. He discovered now that bringing Yi Yuan was really an extremely wise decision. Without Yi Yuan, their large group of people would have fallen here. Not saving us. He'd have to die here too, Gao Yuan said with a cold snort. When Zheng Qi heard that, he said angrily, "You, this old fogey, are really shameless to actually be able to say this kind of words." Gao Yuan said disdainfully, "Am I wrong? Just based on his bit of strength, can he deal with so many fiends? Don't tell me that he doesn't want to obtain that treasure." Sure enough, with him saying so, the grateful emotions on everyone's faces immediately reduced greatly. Human nature was selfish. Even though Yi Yuan saving them was a fact, when they realized that Yi Yuan might H away their lucky chance, they became vigilant. Gao Yuan was very pleased with himself when he saw the changes on everyone's faces. Just now was just a major setback due to carelessness. As long as he was more careful, he did not fear those fiends in the slightest too. Get him to thank Yi Yuan, no chance. Utterly shameless, Zheng Qi said furiously. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Head Elder, you don't need to get angry. A gentleman is open and poised. A villain is calculative and worries about personal gains and losses. Let him be." Yi Yuan understood that Gao Yuan, this kind of person, was a wicked-hearted person. His own heart was dark. Looking at others was naturally dark too. No matter how good you were to him, he would also find a reason to lay out your faults. Toward this kind of person, best to stay far away. Of course, if there was a chance, Yi Yuan did not mind entrapping him and take revenge for Zheng Qi's master. Swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus swaz. H. Plus suddenly, a large group of dark shadows rushed over and just happened to block this party. They were precisely the fiend race powerhouses who left and returned. In said in a cold voice, "This kid indeed has some means. Even the soul-devouring devil cloud formation couldn't trap him. Luckily, we came back in time, otherwise there would really be no end to future troubles." The expressions of the human powerhouses changed drastically. They had just broken out of the Grand Array. Right now, their condition was not good. Did not expect that the fiend race powerhouses actually left and returned. Furthermore, this time, it was their first time seeing the fiend race powerhouses line up, which gave them a big fright. The fiend race's side could be said to have powerhouses plentiful as clouds. Just in terms of numbers, it was several dozen more than their side. Furthermore, the fiend race's high-level combat power was also much more compared to the human races. Just third-layered heaven fiend lord powerhouses, they had over a dozen people. This lineup made the human powerhouses feel despair. Heavenstar looked at Yi Yuan and said with a sinister smile, "Kid, didn't expect it, right? That we'd still have a day where we meet again." Actually, Yi Yuan had long seen Heavenstar through the sun-moon heavenly pupil. Meeting at this time was not too surprising. A hint of a smile curled up at the corners of Yi Yuan's mouth, and he said, "Looking at your appearance, your resentment is a lot." Heavenstar was triggered by Yi Yuan's smile and exploded. "What do you think? The precious treasure on this old man will definitely take it back today. Additionally, this old man's profound yellow cauldron in your life, this old man will also accept it." Dian also said coldly, "In this world, there is yet to be anyone who dares to play tricks on our blood Yamahal. Source Knight Brat, you're very bold." Yi Yuan said coolly, "If you have the capabilities, feel free to come and take." Heavenstar sneered and said, "Kill for me. Leave no one behind." The group of powerhouses was just about to make a move when Gao Yuan suddenly roared, "Hold on." Heavenstar's eyes narrowed slightly, and he said, "Quickly spit out what you have." Gao Yuan's expression could not help turning stiff, and he endured his anger and said in a solemn voice, "You guys have a grudge with this brat, and this old man also has a grudge with this punk." Everybody came to Fiend Calling Ridge for the treasure that was born. Currently, the path ahead is still uncertain. Everybody should work together. We'll hand this brat to you guys, then search for the treasure together. As for who gets the treasure, each relies on their own means. What do you all think? Zheng Qi's expression changed greatly when he heard that, and said furiously, "Gao Yuan, you actually want to play jackal to the tiger and sell out your friend for personal gains." Chapter 1624 Variant Deadening Great RA. Chapter 1624 Variant Deadening Great RA. Heavenstar and DN exchanged a glance, their eyes revealing a hint of cunningness. These human powerhouses were indeed a pile of loose sand. Heavenstar said, "Hoo-hoo, this suggestion is not bad. But in order to express your sincerity, you all have to take this punk down first." The moment these words came out, everyone's faces revealed hesitation looks. They had also seen through things. Yi Yuan had significant enmity with these fiend race powerhouses. If handing over could gloss things over and stay on good terms, everyone going for the treasure together, that would be for the best. Zheng Qi immediately blocked in front of Yi Yuan. Unsheathing a long sword, he said in a cold voice, "Whoever dares to touch Yi Yuan, step over from this old man's corpse. Gao Yuan, even if this old man dies together, I'll also drag you into the water." Gao Yuan laughed coldly and said, "Then you get buried together with him then." Everyone saw it too. The fiends are overwhelming in numbers and can't be overcome with force. "Everyone, take Yi Yuan down first." Zheng Qi looked towards Ling Ziquan and said in a cold voice, Ling Ziquan, what's the meaning of this? We kindly came to assist you, but you're going to carry out the hospitality of a host like this? Ling Ziquan let out a sigh and said, Brother Zheng Qi, this kid has already become the target of public censure. Why must you be buried together with him? As long as we hand him over, everybody can get along peacefully. Ling Ziquan's impression of Yi Yuan was not very good. Being egged on by Gao Yuan at this time, plus being compelled by the circumstances, him changing side was also something within reason. However, what made Yi Yuan somewhat surprised was that at this time, his disciple, Guhan, suddenly said, Master, without Yi Yuan, we couldn't even get down the natural chasm. Just now, he saved everyone's lives too. As the host, if we show ingratitude for kindness like this, unless all the people here today die, otherwise, who would still dare to cooperate with our river eternal imperial city in the future? Ling Ziquan's expression changed and, sure enough, started to somewhat hesitate. Gao Yuan gave a cold snort and said, Junior, it isn't your turn to speak here. Ling Ziquan, coming down here, everyone is just using each other. This kid bringing us down is merely wanting to rely on our strength. There isn't any ungratefulness or treachery. Ling Ziquan was caught in the middle. His face had a difficult look. The fiend race powerhouses opposite were immediately dumbstruck with astonishment, all exchanging glances. This kind of situation was what they completely did not expect. The soul-devouring devil cloud formation did not make these people slaughter each other. They did not expect that they schemed against each other and started a fight in the nest now. Yi Yuan, who had been silent all along, suddenly opened his mouth and said, If I were you all, I'd worry about myself first. Gao Yuan sneered and said, Punk, you're trying to scare this old man? This kind of method, this old man has stopped playing more than 100,000 years ago. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and did not have the intention of explaining. But in the next instant, a series of scurrying sounds suddenly came over. Everyone's faces changed. Turning to look, their scalps involuntarily tingled. There was a large stretch of darkness all around, with no end in sight. They were already surrounded by a large group of rats. These rats were all incomparably huge. Furthermore, the numbers were extremely high. These rats' auras were not very powerful, only having the aura of rank 3 divine beasts. But such a large number made them feel in despair. Deafening great rat. These are deafening great rats. We got caught in a rat tide. Gao Yuan cried out sharply. His voice was too high, resulting in becoming somewhat squeaking. Clearly, he had also fallen into immense terror in his heart. Deafening great rats were very ferocious, savage beasts. Places that they said through, not a blade of GRAS lived. Encountering living things, they would definitely chomp until not even bone residue remained. Hence the name. Those deafening great rats' eyes emitted rays of red light in the gloomy darkness, giving people a very sinister feeling. Everyone felt Guseb. MPS breaking out all over, seemingly smelling the scent of death. It's over, it's over. I don't want to die here. What to do? Heard that encountering deafening great rats, there's absolutely no reason to survive. Why? Why is it that under such a powerful force field, there is still deafening great rats, this kind of powerful existing? The human side was panicking and already in a tiered mess. One scream of horror after another revealed the despair in their hearts. Yi Yuan said coolly, You guys enjoy it well. This little lord won't accompany you all to play any longer. Finish talking. There was a spatial law's undulation. Yi Yuan brought Zheng Qi and the rest and directly flew into the air. When everyone saw this scene, their eyes almost popped out. Heaven Star and D.N. looked at Yi Yuan with incomparable shock and exclaimed, Spatial laws. He actually really comprehended spatial laws. This brat's talent is truly too terrifying. Heaven Star knew that Yi Yuan drew parallels from inference and understood a bit of superficial spatial laws. But now, for Yi Yuan to be able to fly in the air under this kind of powerful force field, It showed that his spatial laws comprehension was already very remarkable. How could this discovery not alarm him? One had to know Yi Yuan was a guy who could trigger great Tao heavenly melody. Not only was this kid's alchemy Tao heaven-defying, but now he also stepped onto a very terrifying road in martial Tao. This was not good news to them. Gao Yuan revealed a fierce look and said in a solemn voice, "Want to go?" How can it be that easy? Gao Yuan released his aura and was about to smack towards the Yi Yuan and company in the air. But his aura made those deafening great rats thoroughly erupt. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus the ma. S. Sieve rat tide swallowed the people up frenziedly. Gao Yuan had yet to have time to launch the attack and was already utterly engulfed by the frenzied rat tide. At his prime, he naturally came and went freely in this rat tide. But now his realm was heavily suppressed, his strength greatly discounted. Facing these powerful deafening great rats, he also felt rather taxed. The claws of deafening great rats were extremely sharp. Furthermore, their skin and fur were extremely tough. Even if one came out alone, challenging an origin deity realm powerhouse by itself was no problem at all, let alone such a terrifying number. Charge out in one go. If we get trapped here, there's only death. Gao Yuan roared wildly. The current Gao Yuan crisscrossed with sword energy, holding it in and rushed inside with a burst of power. His strength was powerful. The others immediately followed behind him without prior agreement, breaking through towards inside. The fiend race powerhouses also could not care about opposing the humans at this time, all sparing no effort to fight with the deafening great rats. But very soon, they discovered something amiss. These deafening great rats were not ordinary deafening great rats at all. These deafening great rats' bodies carried a strange force field. Furthermore, they could even respond and cooperate with each other across a great distance, making those martial artists' footsteps become heavy. These are all variants of deafening great rats. It's over. With this, it's thoroughly over. Someone exclaimed. Poochie. A sharp claw directly tore that martial artist's throat. Then, a large group of huge rats rushed up. He no longer made a sound. Below was bathed in blood, but Yi Yuan and the others flew in the air very leisurely. The more Zheng Qi looked below, the more struck with horror he became. This rat tide simply had no end in sight. In this long while that they flew, they actually had not seen the edge yet. Chapter 16:25 Combat Strength That Astonished the World. Chapter 16:25 Combat Strength That Astonished the World. Splas. H. Plus as soon as they landed, Guhan directly knelt down and kowtowed toward Yi Yuan. Elder Yi, I beg you, save Master, Guhan said with red eyes. When they came out earlier, Yi Yuan also brought Guhan along conveniently. Being able to say those words at that time showed that this kid's nature was not bad. It was just that he was too arrogant and willful in the past. That was why he would argue a point to death. Yi Yuan gave him a glance and said coolly, Your river Eternal Imperial City engages in close combat with fiend race territories and should be the most hostile. But when Ling Zikuan encountered the fiend race, he actually still wanted to pretend to be polite and compliant. This kind of person, why should I save him? Not that Yi Yuan had a heart of stone, but that he really had enough of these people's shamelessness. Guhan gritted his teeth and said, Master has shown great kindness to me. I can't watch him die here unfeelingly. Elder Yi, if Elder Yi doesn't save him, I'll rush back. Yi Yuan said coolly, You go back then. I only saved you conveniently. If you seek death yourself, can I still stop you? Guhan's blood surged, suddenly standing up, and rushed over to that side. But he had not walked a few steps when countless dark red eyes swept over toward him. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus a large group of deafening great rats rushed over toward him. Guhan seemed to have been splashed by a basin of cold water, his entire body feeling penetratingly cold. At the same time, a powerful force field instantly enveloped him, making him unable to move a muscle. Origin deity realms were simply too weak here. Plop! Guhan took a few steps back in fright, but was stumbled by a rock. Help! A figure flashed. A sharp edge appeared. Poo, poo, poo. With a single sword move, those variant deadening great rats were directly cut into two. Yi Yuan stood with a sword, his back turned to Guhan as he said coolly, "Still want to go back?" Guhan's head shook like a rattling drum, frightened until he kept trembling. Only at this time did he truly realize how great the gap between him and Yi Yuan was. When he encountered these fierce beasts, he did not even have the courage to attack. But Yi Yuan killed them as easy as taking something out of his pocket. Him going back was no different from courting death. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus more and more variant deadening great rats were drawn by this side. Russ. H. I. Plussing over to this side. Yi Yuan's sword moved agilely, like a harvester, willfully reaping these deadening great rats' lives. There was no enemy who could last one exchange at all. Relax. Those few old fellows are each more shrewd than the last, each with a foundation deeper than the other. Although these deadening great rats are powerful, wanting to kill them is probably still a little lacking, Yi Yuan said indifferently as he brandished his sword. Not just Guhan, it was also Zheng Qi and Heavenly Eagle's people's first time seeing Yi Yuan make a move. They were similarly incomparably shocked in their hearts. Yi Yuan avoided Guhan's attacks with spatial laws and did not really make a move. But now, they finally knew how powerful Yi Yuan was. If Yi Yuan made a move back then, Guhan probably could not even receive one move and would be insta-killed. Turns out that Elder Yi wasn't powerful in spatial laws. His truly formidable aspect is on fusion of laws. To be able to fuse Sword Dao laws and spatial laws to this extent, Elder Yi is truly a genius among geniuses. This is even harder than solely comprehending spatial laws. Very clearly, Elder Yi still has plenty more in his sack. Really don't know how powerful his strength will be if he goes all out. Originally, when everyone saw Yi Yuan make a move, they still had the intention of going forward to help. But looking at it now, they did not need to take action at all. Those deadening great rats could not approach him at all. These variant deadening great rats were existences that even divine Lord Realm powerhouses were very fearful of. Yi Yuan was actually like in his own backyard. In a blink, Yi Yuan slew hundreds of deadening great rats, but he was still calm and composed, unable to see the slightest hint of disorderly aura. Suddenly, an enormous deadening great rat dashed out of the huge rat swarm, turning into a stream of flowing light and charged straight for Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, careful! This is a rank 4 fierce beast. Zheng Qi cried out. Finished talking, he was about to make a move to go help Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan suddenly spoke up. None of you move. What I was waiting for was it. Everyone exchanged glances, eyes full of disbelief. Facing a rank 4 deadening great rat, Yi Yuan did not retreat, but advanced instead, raising his sword and Russ. I. Plussing over toward it. At this time, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed, sword energy wispy and ethereal, shuttling back and forth in S.P.A.C. Yi Yuan's Sword Dao laws had long broken through to 4th layered heaven in the spatial inheritance. 4th layered heaven Sword Dao laws fused with 2nd layered heaven spatial laws. This was unprecedented. Its power had now reached the time to test it out. Bang! 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 Yi Yuan's sword energy intersected with the deadening great rat's sharp claws in midair. Spiritual energy fluctuated, blasting those deadening great rats flying out. When Heavenly Eagle's people saw this scene, each and every one of them was utterly stunned. What did I see? An origin deity, realm martial artist, actually fought to a draw with a rank 4 fierce beast? No, wait, my eyes must be blurry. Rank 4 versus rank 3 is invincible. How can someone possibly break this curse? There's actually such a freak in this world. So monstrous. Elder Yi is simply not human. Elder Yi is truly quiet when not making a move, The moment he makes his move, it's earth-shattering and heaven-battering. Rank 4 fierce beasts also evolved a small world within their bodies and were similarly able to use world power. And Yi Yuan actually fought to a draw with it. This kind of combat strength was simply inconceivable, shocking everyone's jaws off. When Yi Yuan was at Grotto Profound Deity Realm, he had also once jumped realms and defeated a Heaven Glimpse Deity Realm powerhouse before. But that significance was completely extraordinary compared to now. To the vast majority of the people, this kind of battle across major realms was impossible. But there was a small minority of geniuses who could still rely on powerful law comprehensions to jump realms and defeat their opponents. When Yi Yuan was in the small world, those martial artists' experience and knowledge naturally could not compare to the Heavenspan world's martial artists. But even in the Heavenspan world, Origin Deity Realm martial artist not being able to defeat Divine Lord realms was also an iron law. There had never been anybody who could break this iron law. From rank 3 to rank 4, that was a qualitative metamorphosis. Once martial artists possessed world power, those truly possessing the qualifications to rule over a region, because he could insta-kill all existences below his realm. Therefore, the intensity of the astonishment in the hearts of Heavenly Eagle's people could be imagined. Yi Yuan wielded the Junyi sword, his entire person seemingly turning into A.G. O.D. of war. Each sword came and went like a shadow, drifting from place to place. The misty sword art at this time was truly being performed by Yi Yuan to the peak. Even rank 4 fierce beasts could only eat dust under Yi Yuan's sword too. Zheng Qi's eyes became wide saucers, his mouth open for a long time and could not close. Now, even he was somewhat doubting how in the world Heavenly Eagle Imperial City found such a freak. I thought that I already had a clear understanding of Yi Yuan's strength. But only now do I know that my understanding of him was merely the tip of the iceberg. This kid, giving us any surprises after this isn't going to be surprising, Zheng Qi said with a bitter smile. Chapter 16, 26 Kill. Chapter 16, 26 Kill, one man and one beast. They fought intensely in the wilderness. Facing the deafening great rat's world power, Yi Yuan did not fall into a disadvantage in the slightest. His thick and profound sword energy actually faintly had signs of breaking through the S.P.A.C. Everyone's shock could not be any greater, but Yi Yuan secretly sighed in his heart. And coming out this time, treasure hunting was just on the way. His real objective was still searching for the turning point of breakthrough. These deafening great rat's appearance just nicely gave him the chance to hone himself. Having a life and death battle with these powerful fierce beasts might be able to trigger his inspiration and comprehend the 4th level cultivation method. But now, he threw a stone to find the path, but in the end, the stone fell into the sea. Unleash. H.I. Plusing the misty sword art with the Chaos Heavenspan cannon was indeed able to make him a match for rank 4 powerhouses. But he still could not find where the problem was. The current Yi Yuan seemed to have lost his bearings in the vast ocean. Seemed strong, but actually his future was bleak. If he could not find the direction forward, then the strongest opponent that he could face in the future was also just first-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Misty Sword Art SP. A. Sea Rift Condensed Edge. Yi Yuan gave a light cry. Powerful fused laws were akin to an ice-breaking tip, instantly gouging through the world power of the rank 4 deafening great rat, pinning it firmly onto the ground. This S.P.A. Sea Rift Condensed Edge move was the amalgamated strongest attack of Yi Yuan's Sword Dao and Spatial Laws, and also Yi Yuan's current strongest trump card. He fused spatial laws into his sword art. Within the sword energy was adulterated with powerful spatial rift force. It could be said to be a full display of his ability. Coupled with the attack augmentation of the Junyi sword, this divine lord mystic treasure, that was why Yi Yuan could penetrate the defenses of a rank 4 fierce beast. That rank 4 deafening great rat laid on the ground, convulsing nonstop. It was apparent that it could not survive. When everyone saw this scene, their eye, that's almost popped out. The sharp edge of that sword actually made them feel their hearts somewhat palpitate, especially first-layered Heaven Divine Lord martial artists. Their gazes, when looking at Yi Yuan, currently actually became somewhat fearful. An Origin Deity Realm martial artist actually killed a rank 4 fierce beast. This was simply inconceivable. One had to know, when they faced a rank 4 fierce beast, they also did not dare say that they could definitely win. This was also to say that Yi Yuan similarly had the ability to kill them. Yi Yuan put away his sword and stood there. That slightly skinny body became incomparably tall and big in everyone's eyes. Elder Yi is so strong. Origin Deity, slaying Divine Lord. It's simply unheard of. Turns out that Origin Deity realms can actually be powerful to such an extent. Spatial laws is indeed a supreme law. To actually have such power. If I can comprehend a trace of superficial knowledge, it would be good. Those deacons and protectors all marveled with amazement, being deeply astounded by Yi Yuan. Zheng Qi's gaze flickered, and he slowly said, for Yi Yuan to be able to kill a rank 4 fierce beast, what he relied on wasn't just spatial laws. His cultivation method is incomparably profound. That's why I could support that kind of martial technique. I feel that Yi Yuan's truly formidable aspect is still the cultivation method that he cultivates. When everyone heard that, they could not help getting a shock. What kind of cultivation method inheritance could let an Origin Deity realm defeat a rank 4 fierce beast? This cultivation method was a little too perverse, right? Zheng Qi's eyes were like torches. Seeing the hint of disappointment on Yi Yuan's face, he could not help being secretly surprised in his heart. Combat strength so overwhelming. Could it be that this kid was still not satisfied? This kind of disappointment was not deliberately displayed. Yi Yuan clearly wanted to hide this kind of dejection, but was perceived by Zheng Qi. What in the world was this boy pursuing? Guhan had long forgotten about the matter of saving his master to the 9th sphere of the heavens. He was shocked by Yi Yuan's might until he was a ma. S of bruises. Yi Yuan's return could not avoid being CLUS, teared around by everyone. He just smiled, appearing somewhat forced. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a series of explosions came from amidst the beast horde, blasting those deafening great rats all over the sky. Swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus swaz, H, plus a series of figures suddenly charged out from the encirclement of the beasts. The person in the lead was precisely Gao Yuan. Currently, he was bathed in blood, clearly having suffered considerable injuries. These deafening great rats were nothing to Yi Yuan, but they were very fatal to others. Furthermore, these variant deafening great rats even had a strange force field, catching people off guard. Master, when Guhan saw Ling Zico and Russ, plussing out of the heavy encirclement, he could not help being overjoyed and hurriedly sprinted over to support him. When Gao Yuan saw Yi Yuan, his eyes immediately turned bloodshot from anger, his face contorted, Wisconsin plussing to devour him whole. However, he just roared loudly, quickly go! There's a middle stage rank 4 rat, king, chasing after behind. Zheng Qi's expression could not help changing when he heard that, and he said in a solemn voice, everybody, quickly go. A large group of people took off madly, unleash. Plussing even their strength to suckle at the teat. Suddenly, they discovered that there was no more sound behind them. That was why they stopped. A series of great battles, plus this while of mad sprinting, the group was already dead tired. Originally, the two races, their teams had mighty contingents of several hundred people. At this time, it was already less than half. Clearly, there were quite a number of people who fell in the deafening great rat swarm. Even their bones probably could not be found anymore. With this halting, the gazes of Heaven Star, D.N., Gao Yuan, and the rest all landed on Yi Yuan. They were naturally not some well-intentioned looks. Those were looks that wanted to flay Yi Yuan alive and swallow him whole. These people pulled out even their coffin money in order to escape. It could be said to be heavy losses. Looking at Yi Yuan again, Not even a trace of dirt could be found from head to toe. This strong contrast made them feel very unbalanced in their hearts. Gao Yuan, our fiend race agrees to form an alliance with you. Our current target is this punk, Heaven Star said in a solemn voice. When Gao Yuan heard that, a hint of a hideous smile flashed across the corners of his mouth, and he said, "Okay, Ling Ziquan, how about you? This kid deliberately saved your disciple, but left you there. You wouldn't want to defend him still, right?" Ling Ziquan revealed a conflicted look. Glancing at Guhan, he suddenly said, "Forget it. Yi Yuan saved my pupil. It's equivalent to saving this old man. This time, this old man is standing on his side." Ling Ziquan was somewhat regretting it now. If he also stood on Yi Yuan's side firmly before, their river Eternal Imperial City also would not have suffered grievous losses. Since Yi Yuan brought Guhan out, he would definitely also bring them out. Guhan was the disciple that he valued the most. He poured in a great deal of painstaking effort. If not for Yi Yuan, if Guhan fell into the deadening great rat's encirclement, he would definitely die without a burial ground. Therefore, now, I wanted to stand on Yi Yuan's side. Gao Yuan's expression was livid, not expecting that it was actually this outcome. Ling Ziquan, since that's the case, then let's each go our own way now. You'll take the open road, and I'll walk my single log bridge. This battle likely can't be avoided anymore. Gao Yuan threatened. Ling Ziquan drew a deep breath and said, "Fight then. Guhan, you retreat to one side." Zheng Qi looked at Gao Yuan and said in a cold voice, "Gao Yuan, you despicable villain, to actually want to collude with a different race to slaughter your own compatriots. Today, let's settle old scores and new together." Done talking, Zheng Qi held his sword out and stepped forward, charging over toward Gao Yuan. Chapter 16, 27-1 against 5. Chapter 16, 27-1 against 5. If it was a normal circuit stance, Zheng Qi was naturally not Gao Yuan's match. But Gao Yuan was currently wounded. It was not a minor injury, so his strength greatly diminished. Meanwhile, Zheng Qi had the strength to fight. Zheng Qi attacked with fury, each move not without targeting vital parts of the body. Gao Yuan was not Zheng Qi's match at this time at all, being repeatedly forced back. When Heaven Star saw the situation, he said with a stern cry, "Kill Yi Yuan for me." How could the two forces still hold back, battling into groups one after another? Even though the Fiend race plus Utmost Peace Imperial City, they had the advantage in numbers, Heavenly Eagle Imperial City won in that they virtually did not have any expenditure. At peak state currently, dealing with those remnant soldiers and generals was naturally nothing difficult. Heavenly Eagle Imperial Cities dozen over people plus River Eternal Imperial Cities large numbers. Both sides actually fought until they were evenly matched. However, in the end, Yi Yuan's side was still lacking in numbers, missing 5 first-layered Heaven Divine Lord powerhouses. These 5 people surrounded Yi Yuan in the center, using gazes like looking at a dead person to look at Yi Yuan. The person in the lead said in a solemn voice, "Source Knight, during last time, there was the Blood Yama Hall protecting you. So this Fiend Lord couldn't do anything to you. But today you must die." Yi Yuan gave him a glance, and he asked confusedly, "Do we know each other?" That person said in a cold voice, "You don't know me, but you killed the prince that I'm most proud of. Today, this score, we should settle it." The moment Yi Yuan heard, he came to a realization. It turned out that this guy was Ka Xian's father, Capone Capital City's city lord, Ka Long. "Ho, my life is right here. Take it away if you have the ability," Yi Yuan said indifferently. Right now, Gao Yuan and Heaven Star fought 2-on-1, before barely managing to be roughly on par with Zheng Qi. Gao Yuan glimpsed at this side and was immediately overjoyed. 5 first-layered Heaven Divine Lords dealing with an origin deity realm. Even if he comprehended spatial laws, it was certain death too. Gao Yuan laughed loudly as he said, That's C. Oh, C. KY Brad is about to die right away. Aren't you going to save him?" "Oh, right, you can't go, Zheng Qi sneered and said, "Yi Yuan doesn't need me to go and save it all. Gao Yuan chortled and said. Ha. Don't need you to go save? Then who's saving him? Heaven? Ha. Zheng Qi smiled coldly and said, You'd best take care of yourself first. Even though the numbers were a bit much, Zheng Qi felt that the numbers were not a problem at all. Since Yi Yuan could kill a rank 4 fierce beast, then the number of people was not a deciding factor. Gao Yuan's punch seemed to have landed on cotton every single time. It was very depressing for him. Brat, this fiend lord is here to take your life, Ka Long laughed savagely. Lifting his hand, it was a punch, slamming over toward Yi Yuan. This punching compa, said world power, the power extremely formidable. Ordinary origin deity realm martial artists were absolutely out of luck under this punch. But sadly, Yi Yuan was not an ordinary origin deity realm martial artist. Yi Yuan's spatial laws unfolded, easily avoiding this punch. The other 4 people knew that Yi Yuan knew spatial laws. They immediately blocked all of Yi Yuan's paths of retreat, and they rushed over toward him. With 5 great first-layered Heaven Divine Lord Realm powerhouses, violent world power reverberated in this region of S.P.A.C. However, Yi Yuan did not have the intention of running away at all. The moment Junyi's sword came out, sword energy crisscrossed. Rumble. All of a sudden, Yi Yuan's aura skyrocketed. One of the 4 people was caught off guard and was directly sent flying out by Yi Yuan. Ka Long and the other 3 people only felt their chrysanthemum, one, clench, being stunned by the scene before their eyes. What do they see? An origin deity realm martial artist sent a divine lord realm powerhouse flying with 1 sword? This joke was not funny at all. However, Yi Yuan did not give them time to be shocked. A sword arrived again, Russ. Plussing over toward Ka Long. A powerful sword energy pounced from head-on. Ka Long's expression changed wildly, instantly bucking up 120% to deal with it. Rumble. The collision of world power and sword energy evenly matched. Ka Long's heart shook violently, and he roared, Everybody, don't underestimate the enemy. This kid has the strength to kill first-layered Heaven Fiend Lord. This roar of his transmitted into everyone's ears. Apart from Heavenly Eagle Imperial City and Guhan, the others were all shocked. Zheng Qi smiled coldly and said, Saw that? Yi Yuan doesn't need heaven to save him. He can save himself. Gao Yuan's eye, nearly popped out. The shock in his heart could not be any greater. How can an origin deity realm defeat a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord? Hang on. That fiend race fiend, Lord Powerhouse, said that Yi Yuan had the strength to kill a first-layered Heaven Fiend Lord, and not to defeat one. Gao Yuan keenly captured the intricacies in Ka Long's words, and was even more incomparably shocked in his heart. Kill him. 5 of you rank 4 powerhouses. Could it be that you can't even take care of an origin deity realm? Gao Yuan roared madly. Ka Long's face fell, very unhappy with Gao Yuan's words. A human actually dared to tell him what to do. But now was clearly not the time to haggle over this. The most important thing right now was still killing Yi Yuan. Everybody, be more careful and play it safe. Don't give him any chance to take advantage of the situation. Ka Long was also very experienced, immediately communicating with the other 4 people, changing the battle tactic. The 5 people surrounded Yi Yuan and no longer advanced rashly like before, but planned on having a protracted battle with Yi Yuan. But how could Yi Yuan be led by the nose by them? His figure drifted from place to place, suddenly left and right, forcing the 5 people to teeter on their feet. Yi Yuan's misty sword art made a showy display of its ability, but each move's trajectory could not be predicted, causing a tremendous problem to the 5. Fortunately, the 5 people were all veteran rank 4 powerhouses. There were even 2 who were suppressed at the 3rd-layered Heaven Divine Lord Realm, barely managing to persist in battle. Yi Yuan fought 1 versus 5 and actually faintly took the upper hand. Gao Yuan, Heaven Star, Dian, and the rest, they were all incredibly shocked in their hearts. They completely did not expect that the battle would develop into the current situation. According to their plans, as long as they killed Yi Yuan, this battle could also end. Everyone could search for treasures in peace. But now, both parties were actually deadlocked. Pucci. Suddenly, blood splattered. A moment of carelessness. The Divine Lord realm martial artist who was severely wounded by Yi Yuan previously was actually stabbed right through by Yi Yuan with a sword move. It was obvious that he was dead due to the move just now. When Ka Long and the rest saw this scene, their scalps could not help tingling. With 5 against 1, not only were they not able to suppress an origin deity realm martial artist, the other party killed a person instead. This result was simply fantastical. When Gao Yuan and the rest saw this scene, their hearts shook violently too. They all realized that Yi Yuan was not just a supporting cast among their party, but had a standing that belonged to himself. Under the situation where realms were suppressed, Yi Yuan could go 1-on-5. This combat strength was sufficient to let him have a certain right to speak. Bang! Gao Yuan shook off Zheng Qi and said in a cold voice, "Stop. All don't fight anymore." Heaven Star and DN also stopped the fiend race powerhouses. This fierce fighting finally stopped. Zheng Qi smiled coldly and said, "You want to fight and we fight. You want to stop and we stop. Who do you think we are?" Gao Yuan's face fell, and he said, "We already have heavy casualties. Keep on fighting, N.O. Body can think about getting the treasure. This old man admits that I've underestimated this boy. Now, everyone, abandon your prejudices. Wait until we find the treasure. It's not late for everybody to fight it out again. 1A. NU. S/B. U. T. Thol. Chapter 1628, Absolute Magnetism Black Tortoise. Chapter 1628, Absolute Magnetism Black Tortoise. Gao Yuan's words made everyone fall silent. Compared to killing Yi Yuan, finding the lucky chance was clearly the most important thing. The reason why they had the thought of killing Yi Yuan was that they felt that Yi Yuan's strength was weak, easy to bully. Who could have thought that Yi Yuan's strength was actually so formidable, taking on 5 great divine lord powerhouses alone, and actually even killed one? This kind of strength, who still dared to overlook his existence? One had to know, these few big shots were not some half-step celestial deities or 9th-layered heaven divine lords. They were just 3rd-layered heaven or 4th-layered heaven divine lords. Even if they were much stronger than ordinary 3rd and 4th-layered heaven divine lords, they also did not dare to overlook an existence like Yi Yuan. Continuing killing at this rate, apart from both sides sustaining heavy losses, there was no second path to take. Zheng Qi snorted coldly and said, "Old, ignorant thing, you colluded with the fiend race to deal with your compatriots. When everybody gets out of here, I'll see how you give an account to the people of the world." But Gao Yuan was indifferent as he said coolly, "That will also have to have you be able to go out of here before talking." Ling Ziquan naturally did not wish to fight to the bitter end too, and stepped forward at this time and said, "Since that's the case, then we'll cease for the time being. Everyone, search for the treasure together. Yi Yuan, do you have any objections?" Finished talking, he looked at Yi Yuan. Clearly, Yi Yuan's opinion currently occupied a lot of weight. Yi Yuan nodded and said, "I have no objections." When everyone saw that Yi Yuan was like so, they all heaved a long sigh in relief. They came here in order to search for lucky chances and not to risk their lives. If they did not even see what the treasure looks like, then this life was also lost too worthlessly. Heaven Star said, "Since that's the case, everybody continue ahead." Yi Yuan said coolly, "If I were you guys, I'd nurse my injuries before advancing." Heaven Star snorted coldly and said, "Brat, why should I listen to you?" Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, "Then you leave. I don't wish to court death." The Yin held Heaven Star and asked Yi Yuan, "Right now, all of us are ants on the same rope. Any ideas you have, why not say it out?" Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, "You are the ant. Your whole family members are ants. Who's on the same rope as you? Don't think that this little lord doesn't know what you all are planning. Want to scheme against this little lord? No chance." Dian could not help choking when he heard that. He discovered that this boy was too cunning. It seemed like their thoughts could not hide from the other party at all. It was naturally impossible for them to let Yi Yuan go just like that. As long as there was a chance, they would still finish off Yi Yuan. It was merely that the most important thing among everything right now was still searching for the treasure. That was how the two races reached a delicate balance. Just now, those deafening great rats chased and disappeared. It's not that they couldn't catch up, it's definitely because there's an even more powerful existence here. In reality, we might have already entered another powerful existence's territory, Yi Yuan said. Yi Yuan's words made everyone's face change. They ran desperately for their lives just now and did not pay attention to this at all. Now, with Yi Yuan reminding, they abruptly startled awake. Bang! 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 His voice had yet to fade when a series of heaven-shaking footsteps came over. An enormous tortoise appeared in front of everyone. When everyone saw this tortoise, their faces immediately became ugly. This tortoise's aura was extremely powerful. It actually looked like late-stage rank 4. If everyone's strength was not suppressed, they could still deal with it. But right now, the strongest was also merely Gao Yuan, this fourth-layered Heaven Divine Lord. Furthermore, he was still injured and could not unleash much strength at all. Roar! An earth-shaking roar came over, shocking the surrounding rocks until it fell. Gao Yuan's expression changed suddenly as he said, "Ding! Why would there be such a powerful, fierce beast in this abyss?" Heaven Star's face fell, and he said, "The stronger the fierce beast guarding the treasure, sure, the more valuable the treasure is. Even though this large tortoise is powerful, its reaction is slow. We'll use speed to shake it off." Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard it, but saw that Gao Yuan already turned into a stream of flowing light, attempting to circle around the large tortoise. "Go!" Heaven Star roared and immediately followed after. At this time, everyone used their means, urging their speed to the limits, attempting to bypass the large tortoise. Zheng Qi was just about to move, but saw that Yi Yuan did not budge an inch, and could not help saying puzzledly, "Yi Yuan, the treasure shouldn't be far away. If we still don't go, it's going to be S-N-A-T-C. Head by them." Yi Yuan smiled and said, "No rush. This absolute magnetism black tortoise isn't that easy to deal with." Zheng Qi's gaze turned intent, looking over with a sidelong glance again. He saw that absolute magnetism black tortoise suddenly open its mouth. Rays of Ma. S. Civ Light B. A-L. L. Instantly spewed out. Bang, bang, bang. These light B. A-L. L. S were like cannon. S flying around, blasting until the rocks on both sides fell one after another. This abyss force field was extremely powerful. The rocks fell, its power extraordinary. Arg! A fiend race powerhouse was struck by a large piece of rock, uttering a scream, and directly fell silent. Even his fiend soul did not escape too. For some time, rocks flew everywhere, sparks flying in all directions. When the black tortoise raged, blood flowed like rivers one. In a blink, these divine Lord Realm powerhouses' casualties became more than half again. Gao Yuan and the other powerhouses just ran halfway, but retreated at an even faster speed, their expressions being incomparably ugly. This was really one man guarding the pass. 10,000 were unable to get through. What the H-E-L is this? How can it be so strong? Gao Yuan said in a solemn voice. Don't know. I've never seen before either, Heaven Star said with an ugly expression. No wonder those deafening great rats didn't dare to chase after us. It turns out that there's such a terrifying existence here. Even when we're at our prime, we're probably not this large tortoise's match too. DN said in a solemn. D-A-M. In it, the treasure is about to come into our hands. Could it be that we have to turn tail and go back here? Qiaowen's expression was also ugly as he said. Yi Yuan said coolly, absolute magnetism black tortoises are extremely rare and prefer to live in places with strong magnetic fields the most. The origin magnetic field here is what absolute magnetism black tortoises like the most. It can make use of the origin magnetic field and spiritual energy here to create powerful spiritual energy cannons. Old man Gao, even at your prime, You're likely not his match in this place, too. Gao Yuan gritted his teeth and said, turns out that you've long known about this in thing. So that's why you kept quiet and waited. You won't let us be cannon fodders. Yi Yuan rolled his eyes and said, so what if yes? I wish that you get sprayed to death by it. Have I concealed it before? Ew. Gao Yuan choked when he heard that, nearly stifling out internal injuries. Umph. This old man can't get through. Could it be that you can still get through? With such a powerful thing, you and I can forget about getting the treasure. Gao Yuan said in a cold voice. Yi Yuan shrugged his shoulders and said, you're thinking too much. You think that if you go over, you can get the treasure? Gao Yuan's face changed, and he said, what do you mean? Yi Yuan smiled and said, are you really dumb? Or pretending to be really dumb? Able to nurture such a powerful, fierce beast? How can the treasure born here possibly just be his Xiantian divine, Lord Mystic treasure? Do you feel that such a treasure can be obtained by you, a measly half-step celestial deity? When everyone heard that, their faces could not help changing greatly. Right then, a stream of spiritual energy condensed and formed into an enormous sword, as if coming from beyond the horizon, flying straight for the absolute magnetism black tortoise. Rumble. The absolute magnetism black tortoise's Civ body was directly chopped and scattered all over the place. One black tortoise is one of the 4 symbol beasts in Chinese mythology, along with azure dragon, vermilion bird, white tiger. Chapter 16:29 Killing People at a Word of Disagreement. Chapter 16:29 Killing People at a Word of Disagreement. Roar, roar. Absolute magnetism black tortoise was smashed flying and immediately fell into a berserk state. A figure leaped and arrived, standing with his hands behind his back, with the air of a grandmaster. When everyone saw this figure, they all turned pale with fright. A half-step celestial deity. Under the situation where realm was suppressed and still have half-step celestial deity's boundary, plus being able to withstand the powerful force field and fly in the air, what was it if not a celestial deity powerhouse? Second Grand Elder, Song Yu, Ling Zikuan, and Gao Yuan virtually shouted in unison. It was just that Ling Zikuan had a happy look while Gao Yuan's expression was very ugly. This Song Yu and Gao Yuan were roughly powerhouses of the same generation, so Gao Yuan recognized at a glance. It was just that Song Yu's talent was greater than Gao Yuan's and already broke through to celestial deity realm several tens of thousands of years ago. His appearance made Gao Yuan have an impulse to swear. Hearing Ling Zikuan's yell, everyone's faces could not help becoming ugly. Song Yu, what's the meaning of your river, eternal imperial city? Since there's a celestial deity powerhouse acting personally, still finding us to be cannon fodders? Gao Yuan said in a solemn voice. This time, apart from River Eternal Imperial City, the other people's faces all revealed indignant expressions. Clearly, Gao Yuan's words. The bottom of their hearts. This feeling of being exploited made them very displeased. That second Grand Elder Song you maintained very well, looking just like a middle-aged person. He gave Gao Yuan a glance and said coolly, Gao Yuan, you don't make wild accusations. Divine Lord Realm has Divine Lord Realm rules. Celestial Deity Realm also has Celestial Deity Realm rules. Getting you guys over is firstly to render assistance. Secondly, it's to gift you all a lucky chance. If you all can obtain a lucky chance, this seat naturally won't intervene. But now, do you feel that you still have hope? This lucky chance is already not what you all can have a finger in. Not just Gao Yuan, the expressions on the other people's faces became ugly. What Song Yu said was right. With this absolute magnetism black tortoise blocking the path, they did not have hopes of sing through it all. Forcefully Russ. Plussing through is no different from courting death. Song Yu continued. Gao Yuan, you wouldn't naively think that I'm the only celestial deity here, right? Gao Yuan's entire body trembled, his eyes revealing a look of despair. Actually, when he saw this absolute magnetism black tortoise, Gao Yuan already knew that this lucky chance was not what he could have share in. But he still harbored the mentality of getting lucky, hoping to be able to charge inside. The other people's thoughts were similar to his. It was just that reality was very cruel. Done talking, Song Yu said in a clear voice, "Already came, come on out. Don't need this seat to personally invite you all to reveal yourselves, right?" The surroundings were still silent. No one responded to Song Yu's words. Song Yu gave a cold snort and casually fired out 2 rays of sword light. Whose? H. Plus the sword lights tore through the air, directly shattering the rock walls into smithereens. A sinister-looking fiend race powerhouse stepped out of the air and said in a cold voice, "Song Yu brat, you dared make a move against this old man. Are you tired of living?" When Xiaoan saw this fiend powerhouse, he could not help being greatly roused as he said, "Lord Kas." By the side, Yi Yuan's gaze turned cold, staring fixedly at that fiend race powerhouse. This guy was the main culprit who instigated Kanhua to invade the Immortal Grove region. Yi Yuan also did not expect to actually meet him here. It was just too bad. His current strength was not sufficient to kill the other party at all. You, this old fellow, lived to a ripe old age and is also merely first-layered heaven celestial deity. What are you being C-O-C KY4? Song Yu said with a cold snort. Kasuo sneered and said, "Brat, old ginger is spicier than young ones. You enjoyed success since young, but a moment of carelessness and you'll suffer a big loss." Song Yu said coolly, "Enough C-R-A-P. Let's showcase our true abilities. Lei, what do you say?" At this time, another person stepped out of the void. It was precisely the other direction of Song Yu's sword finger. This person was a human powerhouse. His face seemed quite aged. He was shockingly a half-step celestial deity powerhouse too. Lei, he gave Song Yu a glance and said coolly, "I'm only here for the Xiantian mystic treasure. The rest has nothing to do with me." Song Yu snorted coldly and said, "Selfish and egotistic person. Enough nonsense. Take care of this beast first before talking." Lei, he darted him a glance and did not refute, seemingly very disdainful. The moment 3 great celestial deity powerhouses appeared, the others did not even dare to breathe loudly. Even though these 3 people were all first-layered heaven celestial deity cultivation, they were D knows how many times stronger than Gao Yuan, this half-step celestial deity. Even though their realms were suppressed too, it was also merely suppressed to the realm of half-step celestial deity. At least you're sensible. Everything. Wait until seeing the Xiantian mystic treasure before talking. This old man is very much looking forward to this treasure," Kasuo said with a smile. Roar, roar, roar. The absolute magnetism black tortoise seemed to have heard the 3 people's words and started roaring crazily, only to see him open his gaping maws. A series of incomparably Civ spiritual energy cannons blasted towards the 3 people. This power was even greater than before. Ignorant beast. Song Yu gave a cold snort. Lifting his hand, an enormous sword fired out. The other 2 people did not hold back either, each displaying their abilities. For a moment, spiritual energy flew everywhere in this canyon. Bang, bang, bang. How could the absolute magnetism black tortoise be the 3 people's match, directly being badly beaten? However, he did not suffer overly severe injuries. Kasuo's face fell and said, "This large tortoise has skin and thick flesh. We can't budge it at all. We'd best not tangle with him and directly rush over." The other 2 people nodded their heads and did not object. But right then, Kasuo's gaze suddenly swept over toward Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan's entire body tensed up as if being stared at by a venomous snake. Without the slightest hesitation, Yi Yuan turned around and fled. Kasuo laughed coldly and said, "Kid, no matter what grudge you have with me, this old man doesn't wish to leave a disaster alive in this world." Done talking, Kasuo pointed a finger. A burst of force tore across the sky, virtually catching up to Yi Yuan in an instant. Kasuo just casually attacked, but to Yi Yuan, it was a fatal killing move. Everyone could not react. When Zheng Qi reacted to it, this force already arrived in front of Yi Yuan. Yi Yuan, Zheng Qi roared. The corners of Ka Suo's mouth curled slightly, as if already seeing the scene of Yi Yuan being blasted into dregs. He knew that Yi Yuan knew spatial laws, but so what? In front of a celestial deity realm powerhouses, spatial laws were not easy to use either. Rumble. Sparks flew everywhere. This burst of power directly exploded in midair. The smoke disappeared. Yi Yuan's figure was long gone already. The corners of Ka Suo's mouth curled slightly, and he said, "Brat who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, to actually dare inquire about this old man's intel from the blood Yamahal. Courting death. With Song Yu's strength, he could naturally stop Ka Suo, but he did not, because he felt that Yi Yuan was a latent threat to River Eternal Imperial City. Such a monster was seriously too terrifying. Good that he died. This kid is rather interesting. So many people. It seemed like only he discovered us," Song Yu said coolly. Ka Suo smiled coldly and said, "So what if discovered? Playing with fire in front of celestial deity powerhouses, isn't it a very normal thing to burn themselves to death? Old punk, what are you looking at? Keep looking, and you believe this old man will kill you too?" The latter half of the sentence, Ka Suo was talking to Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi's gaze when looking at Ka Suo now was full of rage. Yi Yuan was actually killed right under his eyelids, just like that. Chapter 16:30 Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Chapter 16:30 Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Zheng Qi, Ning Tianping, and Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's powerhouses looked toward Ka Suo, each and every one of their eyes spewing fire. Yi Yuan was Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's future, but he was actually killed by another person just like that. They dared to get angry, but did not dare to speak. Ka Suo was too strong. If not looking on account of Song Yu's face, Ka Suo would probably exterminate them together as well. Killing Yi Yuan was one thing. Killing Zheng Qi them all were another matter. This point Ka Suo understood it, so he did not make a move. Already resolved the little bug. "So let's go," Ka Suo said indifferently, as if having done a very ordinary thing. Song Yu two people nodded their heads and moved forward together with Ka Suo. The three people bombarded wildly along the way, blasting the absolute magnetism black tortoise until it was utterly routed, not having the strength to retaliate at all. However, this absolute magnetism black tortoise's defense was really powerful. No matter how they bombarded, it would not die. Those divine Lord Realm powerhouses were all incredibly stunned from watching and had a direct visual understanding of a celestial deity realm powerhouse. Celestial deity realm powerhouses were seriously too strong. Even if their cultivation was suppressed, they were still so powerful and could even fly in the air still. Very soon, the three people vanished from everyone's line of sight. The expression on Gao Yuan's face was very conflicted. Hesitating for a bit, his figure moved, speeding over toward the depths of the canyon. So people shrink back and just took no action altogether. They started meditating on the spot. "Head Elder, what should we do?" Ning Tianping asked Zheng Qi. Zheng Qi had a sorrowful look as he said, "I let Yi Yuan down. I shouldn't have dragged him into the water. Now what to do now?" Ning Tianping also said, "Head Elder, this matter isn't your fault. It's all that fiend." Zheng Qi gritted his teeth and said, "I hate it. Master's enemy is right in front of me, but I'm powerless to take revenge. Now, Yi Yuan was killed in my presence, and I also don't have the ability to take revenge for him. I'm too useless." Heavenly Eagle's people all had rueful looks, deeply feeling the same. Everyone all did not detect a speck of dust flying lightly by them, drifting over towards the depths of the canyon. Three figures flew toward the depths of the canyon. "That kid just now, there are likely quite a few secrets on him. Dying is somewhat a pity," Song Yu said. "That's of course. That kid could disguise as a fiend and not be discovered by people, and can even attract great Tao heavenly melody. Now, he also comprehended spatial laws. How can there possibly be no secrets on him?" Ka Suo said. "Then you killed him just like that?" Song Yu said. "Otherwise? Will you watch me take him away before your eyes?" Ka Suo answered with a question. "That's naturally impossible. Song Yu said with a smile. Then isn't that enough? This kind of latent danger, best to die earlier. Although I covet the secrets on him, I cherish my life more. Perhaps I don't need to wait for him to reach celestial deity realm, and he'd have the ability to come and find me. Kasua's eyes narrowed slightly as he said. Clearly, the talent that Yi Yuan displayed already made him feel scared. Actually, Kasua also did not expect to be able to run into Yi Yuan here. The few of them had been following behind the battalion all the way and took their situation into their sights. When Heaven Star and D.N. exposed Yi Yuan's ident, one Tai K.S.O.B. came alert. The commotion that Yi Yuan caused back then at the Fiend Race was too big. The Blood Yamahal also told Kasua the matter of Yi Yuan inquiring about information for the first time ever. But source night this ident. 1. Tai was clearly a fake ident. 1. Tai, Kasua had nowhere to start searching to. All the way until today, in an accident arising from many causes, he actually ran into Yi Yuan. If it was merely like this, forget it. But the heaven-defying talent that Yi Yuan displayed along the way made Kasua really frightened. Origin deity realm, and he could rival 5 great first-layered heaven divine lord powerhouses. Allow him to carry on developing. How could that do? What was even more Nabal was that Yi Yuan's cultivation speed was too fast. At the current rate of cultivation speed, him breaking through to celestial deity realm was also right around the corner. This kind of latent threat, Kasua did not dare to allow it to grow unchecked. Since he encountered it this time, he naturally had to kill him in the cradle. Song Yu just nodded his head. He understood Kasua's action very well. If it were him, he would also do the same. Song Yu's eyes swiveled, and he said with a smile that was not a smile, "There are a few little tails following behind," Kasua said disdainfully. "Just a few small fries. They can't stir up any waves. If they aren't sensible, eliminate them directly." Song Yu smiled and said, "These fools always overestimate their own ability, thinking that they can get some petty gains. But getting petty gains will cost their lives." Suddenly, the 3 people's expressions changed. A powerful force field pressed over. The 3 people's figures suddenly sunk and could no longer stabilize their figures, falling straight down. After the surprise, the 3 people's faces revealed a look of wild ecstasy. "Looks like it's not far away. This kind of undulation is at least Xiantian, celestial deity, mystic treasure," Kasua said excitedly. Song Yu's face also revealed wild elation as he said, "It's absolutely a Xiantian, celestial deity, mystic treasure." After the ecstasy, the relations. I plus P between the 3 people immediately became delicate. A strange atmosphere started spreading between the 3. The calm and collected appearance from before immediately turned into vigilance. Swus. Plus Song Yu was young in the end and finally could not resist moving. Kasua laughed sinisterly and suddenly attacked. At this time, Lei wanted to take advantage of the 2 people's fight and secretly sneak in. However, how could the other 2 do as he wished and actually both blasted over towards him? For some time, the 3 people clashed together, tangled into a mess. The great battle of 3 great half-step celestial deity powerhouses. That battle situation was truly earth-shaking. But the 3 people's strengths were not much different in, body could do anything to the other. Bang, bang, bang. The clash of powerful world power shook until debris flew everywhere. The 3 people swept forward as they fought. Suddenly, rays of faint light halos came overhead. The 3 people only felt a tremendous pressure. Their movements also stagnated significantly. Far away, a dark hill was upright on a platform, emitting an undulation that shook the soul. That powerful force field was emitted by precisely this small hill. Origin magnetic divine light. That's an origin magnetic divine mountain. This place actually gave birth to an origin magnetic divine mountain. With an origin magnetic divine mountain, this seat's strength will definitely advance greatly, Song Yu said frenziedly. The other two people also had heated faces. Kasuo laughed coldly and said, "You're thinking too much. This origin magnetic divine mountain, this old man is determined to get it." Lei said in a cold voice, "You all can stop thinking. The origin magnetic divine mountain is mine." Kasuo laughed loudly and said, "Then let's showcase our true abilities then." This origin magnetic divine mountain was clearly outside of the three people's expectations, making the three of them incomparably excited. Seeing the main thing, the three people no longer held back, each flash. Plussing out big moves. The battle situation became more intense. It was just that reaching here, it was hard for them to advance forward an inch anymore. These three people all had their own little schemes. Body was willing to let the other party gain an advantage. Far away, amidst the rugged rocks, Gao Yuan cleverly concealed his figure. The expression on his face flickered incessantly. He was a wild wolf with sufficient patience. He was quietly waiting for the chance. This was his greatest hope of breaking through to the celestial deity realm. He did not wish to miss it. Chapter 1631, Immortal Binding Rope. Chapter 1631, Immortal Binding Rope, a battle where three half-step celestial deities went all out. How intense the battle situation would be. After a bout of fierce fighting, the three people all sustained considerable injuries. Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus Swaz. H. Plus seeing the three people seriously injured, those Divine Lord Realm powerhouses who plucked up their courage and followed finally could not resist making a move. The three people sneered at virtually the same time. Raising their hands, it was several powerful attacks. Bang, bang, bang. These people were directly blasted into dregs and did not even leave behind bones. Song Yu smiled coldly and said, "A bunch of ants also have wishful thinking of obtaining the origin magnetic divine mountain." Lei said, "Carrying on fighting like this isn't a way either. With the three of our strength, we can only cause destruction to all three sides in the end." Kasuo said, "Then what do you say?" Lei said, "First obtain the origin magnetic divine mountain. Then it's not too late to fight. Otherwise, the three of us beat each other to death and didn't even touch the origin magnetic divine mountain. Isn't that too unjust?" Kasuo and Song Yu froze, discovering that what Lei said was very reasonable. Right now, this kind of situation, it was really hard to say what the final result would be. "Fine, as you say," Kasuo said. "I have no objections either," Song Yu said. Lei said in a solemn voice, "Go." The three people's figures moved, sprinting over toward the origin magnetic divine mountain. But very soon, their faces became ugly. The closer they got to the origin magnetic divine mountain, the harder they found it to walk. The incomparably powerful force field crushed them until they could not catch their breath. It felt like their feet had grown roots, unable to even pull them up. One had to know, these three people were all celestial deity realm powerhouses. The power of this force field could be seen at a glance. In it. The origin magnetic divine mountain's origin magnetic field is getting stronger and stronger. At this rate, we can't go over it all, Song Yu said in a solemn voice. Kasuo's fleshy body was the strongest among the three people. But at this time, he was also not much better than the other two. The three people even unleashed their strength to suckle on the teat, but their speed got increasingly slower. There's still a distance of around 1,000 feet. Whoever makes it through this origin magnetic divine mountain will be his, Kasuo said in a cold voice. A distance of 1,000 feet. Normally to these three people, it was merely a matter of lifting their feet. But now it was a short distance away and yet poles apart. It was so far beyond reach. "Arg!" Kasuo roared wildly, struggling until his face turned red, before barely managing to take a step. This step seemed to have exhausted all the strength in his body. Kasuo gritted his teeth and said, "Why is this origin magnetic divine mountain's force field so strong?" Work. Song Yu was finally overwhelmed, spewing out a mouthful of blood. At this time, Song Yu felt like he was carrying an entire mountain on his back, being crushed until he could not even straighten his waist. But with the precious treasure ahead, none of them would give up, urging the world power and their entire bodies to the limits, using their all to fight against this powerful force field. However, this was still futile. At this point, even advancing a step was also a luxury. An entire 6 hours time said. The three of them merely walked out around 200 feet. There is still a distance of 800 feet away from the origin magnetic divine mountain. Under the powerful force field, the three of them were already seriously injured. It was much more severe than when they came to blows earlier. But at this time, inside a chunk of rock, a hint of a scornful laugh flitted across the corners of Gao Yuan's mouth. For Gao Yuan to be able to live until now, what he relied on was not just him taking advantage of his seniority. He truly had genuine ability. His concealment skill was very brilliant. He had once used this method and survived inside mystic realms countless times. Today, it indeed played a role again. He slowly walked out of the rock, looking at the three severely injured people, immensely pleased with himself. Although Song Yu 3 people were seriously injured, their divine senses were still very sensitive. When they saw Gao Yuan suddenly pop out at this time, their eyes revealed a look of surprise. Ha ha! So what a celestial deity powerhouse. Isn't it still me who has the last laugh? Weren't the three of you very arrogant earlier? Be arrogant again now. Gao Yuan laughed wildly and said, currently all of Song Yu Trio's energy was used to resist the origin magnetic divine mountain's force field. Once they withdrew their strength, that horrifying force field would be like a tall mountain falling from the air, cruise. Plussing them into minced meat. If they wanted to withdraw, they must back out little by little. It was also precisely because of so that Gao Yuan dared to show up at this time. Otherwise, even if the three of them were seriously injured, he also would not dare to easily show face. Bang! Gao Yuan grinned hideously. Lifting his hand, a beam of divine essence fired out, flying straight for Song Yu. Song Yu's feet were rooted at this time and did not even have the qualifications to dodge, forcefully receiving this blow. Even though there was the effect of the force field, when this attack reached Song Yu here, the power was already no strong. But at this time, this palm was simply a death-hastening talisman to him. Song Yu spewed out a mouthful of fresh blood wildly. Crack! This palm's effect was a chain reaction. His body was overwhelmed. The powerful force field was cruise. Plussing him until his bones cracked. His expression was livid, aware that he no longer had the strength to move forward. Hence, he slowly stepped back and withdrew. Song Yu, if you dare to retreat, this old man will send you to the west right now. Do you believe it? Gao Yuan shouted fiercely when Song Yu got a fright and indeed no longer dared to retreat, and could only grit his teeth and persevere. When Gao Yuan saw the situation, he laughed unbridledly and said, Song Yu, haven't you always been very arrogant for so many years? Be arrogant with this old man again. Song Yu's expression was incomparably ugly. This was really a tiger landing in a plane being bullied by a dog. He never thought that he would actually suck. MB at Gao Yuan's hands. This ant in his eyes actually controlled his life and death now. Gao Yuan was incomparably refreshed in his heart. The grievance, ACCU, mulat in his heart for so many years all erupted. Rumble. Gao Yuan raised his hand, and it was another palm. Song Yu was powerless and could only forcefully receive this blow. This palm was not heavy and could not kill him, but it increased his pressure. Ha ha! This old man scammed Wu Xingtong to death back then. Now I scammed you to death too. So what if talented? Aren't you still going to die in this old man's hands? Isn't it still this old man who has the last laugh? Gao Yuan laughed loudly and said. Song Yu gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, Gao Yuan, don't you get KY, the thing that even we can't obtain, with the likes of your bit of strength? Can you get it? He also said in a cold voice, if you can walk within 2,000 feet, consider my loss. Gao Yuan had a look of disdain and said, the three of you fools, who said that obtaining this origin magnetic divine mountain has to walk in front of it. Open up your dog eyes and take a look at what's this. While talking, there was an additional golden-colored rope in Gao Yuan's hands. The moment the three people looked, their expressions could not help changing drastically, and they exclaimed, "Immortal binding rope!" Gao Yuan smiled coldly and said, "At least you guys have a bit of knowledge." When this old man came out this time, I specifically borrowed this celestial deity, mystic treasure, immortal binding rope, from City Lord His Excellency. Now open your dog eyes and look at how this old man acquires this origin magnetic divine mountain. Gao Yuan gradually walked in the direction of the origin magnetic divine mountain. The pressure on his body also became greater and greater. However, when he walked 5,000 feet away from the origin magnetic divine mountain, he came to a standstill. It was only to see seals being formed in his hands. That golden rope was seemingly like a spiritual snake, winding over toward the origin magnetic divine mountain. 1. Sending to the west means sending to heaven, killing him. Chapter 1632, Taking on an Onerous Task. Chapter 1632, Taking on an Onerous Task, the immortal binding rope sprawled out, directly pulling the origin magnetic divine mountain inside. Gao Yuan was overjoyed, mustering up all the essence energy in his body, and pulled with all his strength. He totally thought that with his divine essence plus the power of the immortal binding rope, this celestial deity, mystic treasure, he could absolutely pull the origin magnetic divine mountain over. However, in the next instant, he only felt a tremendous force transmit over. The origin magnetic divine mountain did not budge an inch, but because he used too much strength, he was directly jerked in the direction of the origin magnetic divine mountain. Poo work, using excessive force all at once, and advancing too much distance forward, the horrifying force field instantly crushed him, spewing out a mouthful of fresh blood. Gao Yuan was already injured considerably. Now his injuries piled on. Fortunately, the distance that he advanced was not too far. It was not to the extent of making the three people break away from his control. "Haha, I was wondering how capable you were. After messing around for half a day, it's also like drawing water with a sieve." Kasuo laughed wildly and said, "Son, you suffered a big loss and already hated Gao Yuan to the extreme." He also grinned hideously and said, "Idiots are idiots. What kind of weight does the origin magnetic divine mountain have? Not refining it in. Oh, body can think about bringing it away. Even if another 10 of you came, you can't budge this kind of precious treasure too." Gao Yuan crawled up rather difficultly, feeling like his innards had plus fetal positions, his bones almost snapping. The force field here was too strong. He did not dare to stay too long and wanted to withdraw and think of a way again. Facing the three people's mocking, Gao Yuan did not care. He grasped the advantage right now and did not fear these three people at all. The immortal binding rope already broke free from his hand. Gao Yuan was just planning on summoning it back when suddenly his gaze turned intent. A figure appeared out of thin air, blocking the direction that the immortal binding rope was returning. Swaz. Plus the immortal binding rope flashed and disappeared, directly disappearing. Gao Yuan's shock was by no means insignificant. He desperately sensed for the immortal binding rope, frantically urging his spells, attempting to summon the immortal binding rope back. But the immortal binding rope was akin to a clay ox entering the sea. He was unable to sense it in the slightest anymore. That person looked at Gao Yuan and said with a faint smile, "This rope looks pretty good, I'll accept it." Gao Yuan opened his eyes wide, his eyes full of disbelief as he yelled furiously, "Yi Yuan, return the immortal binding rope to me. Otherwise, this old man will make you die without a burial ground." Yi Yuan looked at him like he was looking at an idiot. He said with a smile, "Is your head spoiled? This little lord took your stuff, and you still want it back?" When Kasuo trio saw the Yi Yuan who suddenly appeared, they were shocked until they could not close their mouths for a long time. Especially Kasuo. He had an expression like he had seen a ghost on his face. He was all too clear about the power of that palm of his. Forget about an origin deity realm. Even middle-stage Divine Lord realm powerhouses would also die until not even residue remained. But now, Yi Yuan actually appeared in front of him without a scratch. How is this possible? How is he completely fine? Ka Suo said with an astounded look. This kid is too sinister. Just now, no idea what method he used either. He actually directly swallowed up the immortal binding rope. Song Yu said with an ugly expression. Something's wrong. With his strength, how can he possibly stand in the 2,000 feet place? Lei Yi said in a solemn voice. Song Yu's expression changed, and he had a foreboding premonition in his heart, and said in a solemn voice, This origin magnetic field is already sufficient to Serpa's spatial laws. Even if he comprehended second-layered heaven spatial laws, it's also not possible to show up in this place currently. Just what methods do this kid still have? Ka Suo suddenly thought of a possibility and exclaimed, This boy's goal wouldn't be the origin magnetic divine mountain, right? At this time, Yi Yuan suddenly turned to look at Ka Suo and said with a smile, Congratulations, you answered correctly. Originally, I wasn't too interested in this origin magnetic divine mountain. But since you guys can't obtain it, then this little lord will reluctantly accept it. The moment these words came out, the three people's expressions suddenly changed. Song Yu said with a suspicious look, Impossible. Your bit of strength. You'll be crushed in a minced meat by the force field. The other two did not speak, but the expressions on their faces clearly had the same thought as Song Yu. Yi Yuan smiled and said, Oh, is that so? Not trying. Who knows? Finished talking. Yi Yuan slowly walked over towards the origin magnetic divine mountain. For people looked at Yi Yuan, their eyes full of shock. Amidst such a powerful force field, but Yi Yuan strolled idly like in a courtyard, like he could not feel the existence of the pressure in the slightest. One had to know, even Ka Suo, the three of them also suffered tremendous pressure when walking until 2,000 feet, struggling to stride forward. As for Gao Yuan, it went even more without saying. If he entered the 3,000 feet region, he would probably be pressed in a minced meat sauce. Impossible. This is impossible. How can he withstand such a horrifying origin magnetic field? Ka Suo said in shock. Song Yu's expression also flickered incessantly, and he gritted his teeth and said, The secrets on this boy's body are too many, with his means emerging in endless streams, impossible to guard against at all. Who could have thought that it was actually him who would have the last laugh? Lei Yi's expression was very ugly as he said with a cold snort, Whoever has the last laugh isn't determined yet. Right now, it's merely a distance of 2,000 feet. The closer to the origin magnetic divine mountain, the more terrifying the origin magnetic field. I don't believe that he can walk until the end. The other two people also secretly nodded their heads when they heard that. What Lei Yi said was right. They only walked to the 800 feet distance, and it was already as heavy as a tall mountain. The vicinity of the origin magnetic divine mountain was definitely horrifying until it was unimaginable. They did not believe that Yi Yuan could keep going like this. The four people stared with big eyes, looking at Yi Yuan slowly walk over just like this. 2,000 feet, 1,500 feet, 1,000 feet, 800 feet. Yi Yuan walked at a very uniform speed. Before long, he was already shoulder to shoulder with Song Yu and the others. When the three people saw Yi Yuan walk to 800 feet with such ease, their hearts sunk to rock bottom. No way. We definitely can't give this lucky chance to this punk. Otherwise, it will be akin to adding wings to a tiger for this boy. The pressure that Yi Yuan gave him was truly too great. At this time, whatever celestial deity realm was no use at all. Yi Yuan walked past the three people. His gaze faintly swept over Ka Suo as he said with a smile, You wait, our score will be settled properly. Ka Suo was stared at by Yi Yuan until his heart beat wildly. This boy was actually threatening him, but he was not worried about Yi Yuan killing him right now. Even though Yi Yuan's strength rivaled first-layered Heaven Divine Lord, this was still too weak to him. With the strength of his fleshy body, even if he stood there and let a first-layered Heaven Divine Lord kill, the first-layered Heaven Divine Lord could not touch him in the slightest too. Yi Yuan was different from Gao Yuan. Gao Yuan was originally a half-step celestial deity powerhouse. Even though he had his realm suppressed, his offensive strength was very powerful. His threat towards the three was very great. But Yi Yuan was merely an origin deity martial artist in the end. Yi Yuan himself also understood this point, hence, he did not make a move. Punk, you don't get C-O-C-K-Y. When this old man breaks free, the first one I'm killing is you. Ka Suan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said. Yi Yuan smiled and said, if you can really kill me, would I still be standing here? Therefore, you best pray. Pray that I grow slower. This way, you can live longer. Chapter 1633 Dogfight. Chapter 1633 Dogfight. Ka Sua was very depressed. If other origin deity realm powerhouses dared to speak to him like this, he would definitely laugh it over. This kind of trash could forget about posing the least bit of threat to him in their lifetimes. But Yi Yuan was different. This boy's talent was too great. Furthermore, his combat strength was heaven-defying. Being at the origin deity realm, he already had the strength comparable to a first-layered heaven divine lord. Once such a person grew up, the threat to him was too big. However, even though killing you right now is somewhat forceful, making you suffer some hearts, H-I plus P is still achievable. Yi Yuan grinned as he said this, smiling until Ka Sua shuddered. You, what do you want to do? A measly origin deity realm trash wants to cause harm to this seat? Ka Sua's expression changed in a threatening manner, but inwardly he was shaky. Yi Yuan's finger moved, a silver needle suddenly appearing on his fingertips. This silver needle was shockingly a divine lord mystic treasure. He looked at Ka Sua and said with a smile that was not a smile, measly origin deity realm? You have to know, this little lord is Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's Pill Tower Elder. See this silver needle? This silver needle has rank 3 bone, eroding heavenly fiend tears tempered on it. This thing, don't tell me that you never heard before? Ka Sua's gaze turned intent, his aura weakened, almost getting crushed to the ground by the force field. You, how do you know how to refine this kind of thing? Ka Sua said in horror. Bone-eroding heavenly fiend tears was a strong poison that targeted the fiend race. It was incomparably powerful. 1 drop of rank 5 bone, eroding heavenly fiend tears was enough for him. This celestial deity powerhouse, to die 100 times over. Although rank 3 bone, eroding heavenly fiend tears could not poison him to death, it was plenty for him to suffer. Especially under this kind of state, once he was poisoned, he would definitely get incomparably weak. At that time, no need for Yi Yuan to make a move. He would also be crushed by the origin magnetic field. If what Yi Yuan held in his hand was a celestial deity artifact, he would not care at all, because celestial deity artifacts could not breach his defenses at all. However, what Yi Yuan held in his hand was a divine lord mystic treasure. This was deadly. Looking at the silver needle on Yi Yuan's hand swaying back and forth in front of him, Ka Sua finally broke down. Swaz. H. Plus Ka Sua unleashed all of his strength for us. H-I. Plussing out like an arrow leaving the string. As he walked away, Ka Sua spurted fresh blood wildly, his entire person unbelievably weak under the suppression of the origin magnetic field. Rumble, sprinting a distance of 3,000 feet in one go, Ka Sua finally staggered, falling heavily to the ground. Song 2 people's faces changed slightly, looking at Yi Yuan rather fearfully. Sure enough, Yi Yuan took out another small bottle. The 2 people immediately felt their hair stand on end. No need to ask, inside this little bottle was nothing good as well. How could they give Yi Yuan the chance to pee? R-I-C-K them with the needle. Learning from Ka Sua, they made their move, fleeing outside. With this escape, their injuries naturally could not be light under the heavy pressure. These 3 people sat there, spewing one mouthful of blood after another. The scene was rather grand. Not far away, Gao Yuan's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that Yi Yuan only used a silver needle and frightened 3 great celestial deity powerhouses until like this. Yi Yuan looked at the three of them and said with a smile, "What did you all run so fast for? I was just cracking a joke with you guys. You all took it seriously? I'm an alchemist. Why would there be so many poisons on me?" "Poo work, poo work, poo work." The three people spewed out a large mouthful of blood once more without prior agreement. This guy really exasperated people to death without paying for it. "Yi Yuan, you. When this seat recuperates from my injuries, I definitely won't spare you. Even if you're Heavenly Eagle Imperial City's elder, it will not do as well," Song Yu said furiously. The three of their strength was already less than 1/10 under severe injuries. Yi Yuan smiled and said, "Then you all take good care of your injuries. I'll retrieve the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain first." "Oh, right, there's still a person casting covetous eyes beside you guys. You all wouldn't think that he would let you guys heal your injuries properly, right?" The three people's faces changed, virtually looking at Gao Yuan at the same time, the flames of fury immediately igniting. Gao Yuan's expression similarly changed. He did not expect that a sentence from Yi Yuan turned the fire on him, and he roared angrily, "Yi Yuan, don't make slanderous charges. This old man will leave right now. The three of you feel free to heal your injuries." Song Yu sneered and said, "When you ambushed this seat just now, weren't you very CKY? Now, your father wants to see how you can still be arrogant. Kasuo and Lei, you were both extremely shrewd people. How could they possibly allow a wolf to glare like a ravening tiger at one side, unchecked? Yi Yuan not being able to kill them did not mean that Gao Yuan could not kill them. Furthermore, Gao Yuan's state currently was even a little better than the three of them. Not killing him. How could the three of them dare to heal up? Kasuo smiled coldly and said, "Who the H? EL. L cares what happens. Finish him off first before talking. This old punk is very insidious, not worse than Yi Yuan that punk. Letting him live, who knows what he'll do." Gao Yuan's expression was ugly to the extreme. Yi Yuan's move of drawing fire onto him was really vicious. This was a blatant conspiracy. Those three people were old foxes too. It was impossible to not see through that Yi Yuan was sowing discord, but they still had to make a move against him. The reason was very simple. They were not at ease. This brat was really hard to tangle with. Swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus swuz. H. Plus the three people forcefully endured the heavy injuries and pincered Gao Yuan in. Kasuo, three people were heavily injured and were long arrows at the end of their flight. If not for so with their idet. 1. Ties. How they possibly join forces to attack? Rather, it was Gao Yuan. Even though he sustained injuries too, it was much lighter in comparison. Very soon, the four people became entangled in a melee. How could Gao Yuan be the three people's match? In a few rounds, he was teetering on his feet, sustaining considerable injuries. When Yi Yuan saw this scene, he could not help smiling slightly. The more shrewd the person, the easier it was to be fooled instead sometimes. The fight over there, he was not concerned. He was going to go and put away the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain right now. Just as Kasuo and the rest said, Yi Yuan's strength was insufficient to walk in front of the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. The Origin Magnetic field ahead was too strong. Even though he had the Origin Magnetism Spirit, this kind of divine object, this thing was clearly much inferior in comparison to the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. However, Yi Yuan has his method. To him, the Origin Magnetism Spirit was the best medium to communicate with the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Yi Yuan took out the Origin Magnetism Spirit and poured essence energy inside frenziedly. With a swoosh, the Origin Magnetism Spirit flew straight for the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain. Crack! The Origin Magnetism Spirit actually inserted into the Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain without the least bit of obstruction. Rumble! The Origin Magnetic Divine Mountain seemed to have been activated, instantly emitting a dazzling light. When the four people who were currently in a fierce battle saw this scene, they could not help stopping, looking at this scene with incredible shock. How did this boy do it? He actually started to refine the origin magnetic divine mountain. Song Yu's expression changed drastically. Kasuan gnashed his teeth in hatred and said, "Dam, in it." Bustling around for such a long time and sustaining such heavy injuries, it actually benefited this brat in the end. When my injuries are healed, I'll definitely kill this punk at all costs. Swuz. H. Plus, just as the three people were in shock, Gao Yuan turned into a stream of flowing light, speeding away toward the outside world. The three people could not be bothered with him at all, their expressions looking at Yi Yuan complicatedly. This origin magnetic divine mountain isn't an ordinary treasure. Its grade is unable to be determined at all. Once it's fully refined, probably even celestial deity powerhouses can be easily killed. Lady said with a very ugly expression.